Yo legends, welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer, I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note, I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. I, who also transmigrated simultaneously, have a slight understanding of human nature. Chapter 1, Deep-Sea Salted Fish. In the 10,000-meter-deep abyss, bioluminescent creatures shimmered on the bedrock. A 1,000-meter-tall behemoth, shaped like Godzilla, swam at high speed, its arms swaying violently with its body. Its jagged spine brushed against the edge of a glowing coral forest, and the undercurrent surging between its scales kicked up silver sand. Even in this abyss of eternal night, unknown plants still grew with extraordinary lushness. Yati's massive body ground across the seabed as he slowly swam into a temporary cave. He lifted his ferocious head slightly, his powerful tail sweeping away the rubble on the sandy floor, and his body, covered in pitch-black scales, sat down heavily against the cave wall. Yati felt that he might have drunk expired Meng Po soup before reincarnating into the beast realm, which was why he still remembered his past life and possessed a rudimentary understanding of human nature. Since birth, he had been without father or mother. Fortunately, Yati was born with a swimming speed that reigned supreme in the deep sea, unmatched by any other fish. Combined with his keen intuition, he had spent the past few years gnawing on everything he encountered, roughly determining his diet, and had managed to live quite well on the seabed. However, today he chanced upon a huge, lush plant. Rarely seeing such bountiful fruit, he exerted all his strength to take a bite, swallowing the branches, leaves, and fruit all at once. Not long after, Yati felt a sudden, strange change within his body, as if he had taken stimulants and sleeping pills at the same time. His exhausted spirit and hyperactive body were entangled and intertwined, radiating peculiar fluctuations. He had no choice but to return to this temporary cave to attempt to save himself. Inside the cave, Yati tried to induce vomiting, but after clawing at his throat for a long time, nothing came out. However, the fluctuations in his abdomen had reached their peak as time passed. Hum, is it coming? Hum. Yati reflected on his brief and shallow fish life, lamenting this hasty way to die, and slowly closed his eyelids. It would be good if this time's Meng Po soup was also expired, Yati thought to himself. In a world of pure white, a simple, ancient gray stone round table sat quietly in the center. Two animals were batting a blue soft ball with their paws, producing a muffled thump-thump sound. 9 gray stone chairs of the same texture were arranged evenly around the stone table, with 6 of them shrouded in gray-white mist. Suddenly, the mist on one of the chairs surged violently and contracted, and Yati's figure, shrunk several times over, slowly solidified. Bang, look, there's a newcomer, exclaimed a creature with long ears resembling a squirrel. Trying to trick me with small tricks? Take the ball. Bang. The orange cat with strange patterns opposite paid no attention, batting the ball over with one paw, which landed right on the squirrel's face. A newcomer really did come. The orange cat finally caught sight of the fish-like creature on the stone chair, stood up in surprise, and bounded over in a few steps. Watching the orange cat run over, Yati only felt that the place of reincarnation for the beast realm was a bit shabby. Before Yati could speak, the orange cat had already leaped onto the armrest of the stone chair and affectionately squeezed beside Yati. Good brother, don't panic, take a look at your resume first. The cat used its furry paws to forcefully pull Yati's webbed forelimb and press it against the table opposite. A virtual panel, whose style severely clashed with the stone table, instantly appeared, with a few lines of large text written on it. World, talent, assistance, sharing. There is a newbie guide in the sharing directory. Yati, click on it and you'll understand. The squirrel-like creature also ran over and said. Although confused, Yati did as he was told. Yati reached out with a claw and tapped on sharing. The interface began to transform, displaying layers of directories. At the top of the directory, Newbie Guide was prominently listed. As Yati clicked it, a massive amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind. So that's how it is. I am gradually understanding everything. It was 99 style, not reincarnation, but transmigration. Everyone was Yati in their past life, just reincarnated into different worlds. This space was named White Space, and the stone table and stone chairs existed here originally. Yati also understood the usage of the other three options. World was the world where each Yati resided. Talent was similar to a skill, with a total of 7 ranks. Assistance allowed borrowing a skill from a Yati in another world to use in one's own world. For example, the squirrel-like creature's race was Eevee from Pokémon, and its talent was the unadorned control of gas flow. The orange cat's race was a chakra creature from Naruto, and its talent was super strong sensory ability. The blue softball they were batting was also Yati, whose race was a slime from Frieren, beyond Journey's End, and its talent could control the size of its body. And on Yati's resume, his race was Sea Kings, his world was One Piece, and his talent could control the flow of water. Yati looked at the General Assistance Procedures and Development Guide and the relationship between talent tolerance and limits in the Newbie Guide, while simultaneously updating his resume information. The fruit I ate in the sea must have contained a 2. My fast swimming speed was because I subconsciously used my talent. Yati had a deeper understanding of everything in his fish life. One Piece World Yati's life is so leisurely. His living environment and talent match perfectly. He is already in an invincible position. After reading the memories uploaded by One Piece World Yati, the Naruto World Yati sighed with emotion, a look of envy appearing on his cat face. Hearing this, One Piece World Yati was curious about what kind of lives everyone else was living and checked other memory files in the sharing directory. One Piece World Yati then saw the Naruto World Yati using his sensory talent to peek into bathhouses, the Pokémon World Yati robbing Pokémon hunters, and Funeral Yati playing movies for classmates while the teacher was away. Although the seniors living such nerve-wracking lives shocked One Piece World Yati, he could still accept it. But there was one more problem. "No, guys," One Piece World Yati said with a tone of disbelief. "How did you all become pets? These aren't ordinary pets. They are ancestors with official status." The blue slime, who had been summoned online, looked at the newcomer and defended himself, but was interrupted before he could finish. "I really want to live a life like that, too." One Piece World Yati thought about his fish life full of grievances, how he had gnawed on everything everywhere to find food with a slightly better taste. And in the end, he had even thought he was going to die from poisoning and be buried at sea. "I thought I was going to be despised by the newcomer." As expected, Yati is not bound by dignity. The slime watched the Godzilla rolling on the chair and silently breathed a sigh of relief, then changed the subject. One Piece doesn't seem to have finished yet, but according to the characteristics of the 3 major popular manga, the ending might have world-destroying plotlines, so be careful. One Piece World Yati thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any way to become strong quickly? Or just run away?" "There is, brother, there is. White Space can share mental energy and physical strength, and Funeral Yati's talent can break through physical limits. As long as you survive, you can become stronger, but you might not necessarily survive a world-destroying event." The Naruto World Yati replied. According to the characteristics of the 3 major popular manga, solving the crisis in the One Piece world will most likely require a unique bloodline, race, power, or something similar. You currently have absolutely no knowledge of the information on the sea. Why not find a job first? Can you go to Mermaid Island to work? I want to see what mermaids look like. Indeed, if it's mermaids, our adult section will really have adult content. The Pokémon World Yati said, shaking his ears excitedly. When One Piece World Yati heard there was also an adult section in the sharing area, his spirit was jolted. He impatiently clicked on the directory of the sharing area, found it, and started browsing directly. Then he looked at the files that popped up. Basic Principles of Magic, from chakra extraction to ninjutsu release, war and peace, practical guide to Pokémon breeding. Suddenly, the thick gray mist opposite contracted, and a phantom of a white dog wearing bone armor appeared on the seat, eyes tightly closed, motionless. One Piece World Yati looked up and felt that his luck was not bad, as there was another newcomer who had awakening at the same time as him. Funeral Yati shook his head and said, "His situation is special. He has been like this for a long time. We can't even touch him, and the phantom appears for a while and then dissipates again. We guess that there is a certain threshold for awakening. As long as you continuously ingest energy, you will definitely reach it. We just happen to have ways to ingest a large amount of energy and awakened early." And his situation might be that while energy is being ingested in large quantities, it is also constantly flowing away. After he wakes up or reaches a point where we can touch him, accepting the boost from sharing might allow him to fully awaken. As soon as he finished speaking, the white dog's body and bone armor gradually dissipated, turning back into a mass of gray mist. For some reason, One Piece World Yati's heart suddenly felt a bit heavier. Chapter 2: Sea Kings. After chatting for a bit in the white space and familiarizing himself with its usage, One Piece World Yati couldn't wait to return to the One Piece world to test his abilities. As soon as his consciousness returned to the One Piece world, Yati's massive body began to receive the physical and mental enhancements from the shared power. And with a gentle flick of his tail, he swam out of the cave while his size began to grow out of thin air, making the cave seem smaller and smaller in his eyes. Ripples spread outward in the sea, stirring up waves of sand on the seabed, until Yati's body length finally stopped at around 3,000 meters, having tripled in size. Power surged endlessly within his body, as if he could shatter the world with a single punch. This was only the first wave of enhancements, limited to the threshold of his body's control, with the remainder to be gradually absorbed in the future. Yati's body suddenly began to accelerate, and the deep-sea scenery flew backward on both sides. Swimming so fast. For the first time, Yati actively used his water manipulation talent to propel his body forward at high speed. As he gradually approached the sea surface, his speed slowed down. Shaking his slightly dizzy head and rinsing his body vigorously with seawater, Yati flicked his tail in comfort. The vast ocean cannot confine a free fish, and Yati could not be a deep-sea salted fish for the rest of his life. Watching the sea surface gradually calm down, Yati began to think about his next plan. He decided to first modify himself according to the assistance process in the novice guide. So Yati logged on and borrowed Funeral Yati's talent, size manipulation. According to Funeral Yati's skill analysis, size manipulation works by projecting an internal space within the body and storing parts of the body inside to achieve a shrinking effect. Growing larger means restoring to the original size, but this talent can also break the original size limit, allowing the body to grow infinitely. At the same time, the internal space does not disappear when the assistant's skill changes, and it can store things eaten into the body. Yati from other worlds has even developed the function of a storage space. After using size control, Yati discovered that there seemed to be a huge void inside his body. The space was astonishingly large, and Yati could put his excess body mass into it. With a thought, his 3,000-meter-long body slowly shrank like a balloon with a hole in it. 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. The sea surface began to churn because of the shrinking body, and finally, Yati controlled his size to around 10 meters. Although he could shrink further, it was completely unnecessary, as a body length of 10 meters was enough to pass as an ordinary fishman. Yati planned to go to Fishman Island to find a steady job. On one hand, it was for information about the Great Ocean, and on the other, it was for the identity of a fishman, as having this status would make things more convenient on the seabed. However, Yati suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation. Thanks to the sharing of mental energy, this flickering fluctuation became clearer and clearer, as if it were connected to his bloodline. This connection enticed Yati like a lure. The plan has changed. I'll go see where this connection comes from first. Yati thought to himself, for after all, relying on his talents, survival in the sea was guaranteed, and he could run away even if there were any danger. His shrunken body would not change because of the change in talents, so Yati logged on again and changed his assistance to Naruto World Yati's talent, perception. In an instant, the undulations of the sea surface and the flow of the air. It was as if everything in the world converged in Yati's mind. Pain so painful. Yadi couldn't help but cry out, and then he turned off the skill. Although the novice guide said that the perception talent would be a bit painful the first time it was used and would become comfortable after getting used to it, I didn't expect it to be this painful. Yadi rubbed his head with his claws, lay on the sea surface to rest for a while, and then turned on the perception skill again to gradually adapt. The sun gradually drifted away, and the moonlight rose, yet it could not penetrate the pitch-black sea surface. As time passed, Yadi gradually adapted to the perception talent. Although the range was only about 100 meters now, it was enough. Yadi began to swim rapidly toward the seabed, following the connection in his bloodline. Time in the sea seemed to stand still. In the process of moving forward, he would occasionally sense food that looked delicious and go to hunt, while the connection from his bloodline would disappear from time to time, causing Yadi's journey to be far longer than the actual distance. The 10-meter-long Yadi dodged nimbly between stone pillars. A fluctuation suddenly surged toward him in the quiet deep sea, and Yadi seemed to hear a call. "Little one, why have you come here?" "Yeah, why indeed?" A deep, resonant voice echoed on the seabed, but only Yadi could hear it. Yadi sensed all living creatures within a 100-meter range, looking for the source of the voice, but no matter how he searched, he could not find the creature that was speaking. The pitch-black seabed swallowed everything like an abyss. Suddenly, two giant eyes lit up behind Yadi, and the deep, resonant voice came again. "Little one, can you not speak yet?" "Such a small little one." The abyss revealed its true form. It was a giant fish, yellow all over and covered with spots. Its ferocious mouthparts opened and closed slightly, and rolling sound waves swept over. Yadi finally found the source of the sound, and seeing the fish whose eyes were larger than he was now, he fell into deep thought. This must be a sea king of the same kind. Yadi had followed the connection in his bloodline to get here. Could the other end of the connection be something related to the sea kings? "Big fish, I followed the call here. I want to know what is calling me." "Oh, has the king reached awakening? Why didn't I feel it?" "Ah, right, the one calling you must be our king." "Little one, you are too small. It is dangerous here," another black, long-faced fish said. So that was it. The other end of the connection in his bloodline was the king of the sea kings, which was Princess Shurahoshi of Fishman Island. Since the big fish didn't feel the call, it proved that the current timeline was still early, and the fact that Yadi could feel it must be the result of the enhancements from the white space. However, Yadi could not leave. His Fishman form meant that his first choice of faction was Fishman Island. He couldn't just cut off his tail and grow bigger to pretend to be a giant. "So it is the king. The king must need me if she is calling me. You wouldn't want anything to happen to the king, would you?" Yadi said, looking at the giant yellow-spotted fish. "The king is connected to us by blood and would not call anyone individually. It is just that your talent is quite good, which is why you sensed it. Since that is the case, then you may stay. Follow us on patrol, and we will protect you as you grow up." "I want to patrol where the king is, and I am very strong." Yadi raised his arms and shook them, rejecting the proposal of the giant yellow-spotted fish, and turned and swam away like a pilgrim eager to protect the king. Yadi really wanted to ask these sea kings some questions about ancient secrets, but because he was being treated as a hatchling, it didn't seem appropriate, so he decided to bring Shurahoshi along to ask next time. As for now, he would first go to Fishman Island to learn about the information of the Great Ocean. These sea kings patrolled around Fishman Island, so there would be plenty of opportunities to see them in the future. "What a lively little one. You can come find us if you encounter danger." The giant yellow-spotted fish shouted at Yadi, and then it turned and left with the other sea kings. Legend has it that every few hundred years, a sea king prince who can communicate with humans will be born among the sea kings. You made that up, didn't you? Isn't this the legend about the mermaid princess among the fishmen? You caught me, hee. The fluctuations in the deep sea returned to calm, and the sea kings continued their patrol that had lasted for hundreds of years, silently waiting for the king's call. Chapter 3, The Forest of the Sea. As time passed, Yadi continued to move forward on the seabed. Faintly, a blinding light source could be seen ahead. It was the light emitted by Sun Tree Eve, which could conduct sunlight from the surface down to its roots, allowing Fishman Island to have a day-night cycle. Yadi swayed his body, getting closer and closer to Fishman Island. What came into view was Fishman Island, wrapped in a double-layered bubble, floating in the sea. On the seabed below, a 10,000-meter-long giant ship, Noah, was parked. The place where Noah was located was called Fishman District, and to the northeast of Fishman District was a massive coral cluster, the sea forest. Although Fishman Island was right before his eyes, Yadi did not choose to head straight there. Through his senses, Yadi discovered fishmen wearing various clothes, while he himself did not have a single piece of cloth covering his body. Therefore, Yadi prepared to first go to the sea forest to find some materials to dress himself. As the essential passage for pirates traveling from the Grand Line to the New World, Fishman Island saw a large number of pirates arriving every year. However, a full 70% of pirate ships were destroyed by underwater reefs, submarine volcanoes, giant sea beasts, and other hazards. Eventually, the wreckage of these ships was carried by ocean currents to the sea forest, which was why the sea forest was also known as the graveyard of ships. At the same time, because the marine life here was abundant, large sea beasts and schools of fish from the surrounding areas often came here to forage. In Yadi's view, the scenery of the sea forest was highly disjointed. Looking out, it was a lush coral forest, but upon closer inspection, one would find the wreckage of various ships buried underneath, with algae and coral polyps attached, making the entire area emit a colorful glow. The seawater was permeated with a bloody scent, as if the wreckage of a pirate ship had just been brought here by the currents not long ago. In Yadi's perception, sea beasts resembling tigers and lions had already arrived to forage. Arriving deep in the sea forest where there were no fishmen around, Yadi picked up a straight long stick and rummaged through various wrecks. But it was not that easy to find clothes for the 10-meter-long Yadi. Thus, Yadi first found some pirate flags and stitched them together to make a hooded cloak. The pure black background was painted with various types of skulls, though it looked a bit faded. On the hood was a skull smoking a cigar, looking as clean as if it had just crashed. This garment is full of holes, but it's acceptable to wear temporarily. Yadi thought to himself, deciding to change it once he found proper clothing. Not far away, a lion-like sea beast suddenly rushed out, its bloody maw biting towards Yadi. But Yadi had long sensed it. He threw a punch, and the ocean current, carrying seawater, slammed into the sea beast's face. Its entire body flipped several times before crashing heavily into the ruins, and after twitching a few times, the sea beast passed out. Yadi flashed over, grabbed the sea beast by the tail, and threw it away. At the same time, he curiously looked at the pit created by the sea beast's impact, where steel and wooden planks were mixed together, yet that glimmer of gold still shone through. Gold! Yadi was filled with the joy of finding treasure while scavenging, and he decided to stay here for a few more days to contribute to the cause of underwater environmental protection. 1 week later, Yadi pulled a large package about 3 meters in diameter with his left hand, and carried a small package less than a meter in size in his right hand, preparing to swim towards the edge of the sea forest. The large package was sewn together from ship sails and cables found in the ruins, containing various items that looked useful. The small package was modified from the temporary clothing made of pirate flags and contained 4 treasure chests, inside which were 2s. Devil fruits were the treasure trove of the sea. Those who ate them would gain miraculous abilities, but they would be cursed by the sea and unable to swim. Some of Yadi's hypotheses required 2s to verify. He had thought about trading treasure trove for one if he had the chance, but he hadn't expected to find 4 right here in the sea forest. Truly, these were great pirates confident enough to head to the New World. Regardless of whether their strength was high or not, they certainly had plenty of treasure. So hungry, I wonder how the food on Fishman Island is. At least it should be better than the food in the wild. Thinking about eating, Yadi couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and he increased his swimming speed a little. A black coat was draped over Yadi, and a hole had been made in the back of his brown pants, with his tail poking out and swaying with the ocean currents. At the edge of the sea forest, hundreds of fishmen were hiding in the coral clusters, waiting in full battle array. Near the largest coral in the center, several fishmen with powerful aura gathered together, staring into the depths of the sea forest. Gulp, the rumbling sound has disappeared for a long time. That big fishman should be coming out soon, hee hee. One of the leopard print octopus fishmen, Hyuzu, said while drinking. Bah ha ha ha, probably. To prevent him from discovering us and running away, I didn't even bring Wadatsumi, said the other fishman, the braided four-legged Vanderdecken, baring his teeth. The Wadatsumi he mentioned was 100-meter-tall tiger pufferfishman. Boss Hody has other important matters and did not come, but our strength is enough, said Ikaros, the giant squid fishman with 8 arms. With this treasure trove, Boss Hody's plan could be advanced even faster. 2 days ago, a henchman said that a big fishman had been digging through the ruins in the sea forest for 5 days, with the rumbling sound echoing throughout the entire sea forest. Hyuzu had the idea of setting an ambush. At the same time, he understood that to be able to move shipwreckage with bare hands and dig for so many days in an environment surrounded by sea beasts, the strength must not be simple. However, Hyuzu was desperate for money to buy alcohol, so he called other fishman teams together to rob him. Behind them, in addition to his own men, some of the fishmen were subordinates of the flying pirates Captain Vanderdecken. Some were subordinates of the Fishman district, Rising Star Hody Jones, and there were also some scattered fishmen who were just joining in the fun to scavenge. Time passed second by second, and a black shadow in the depths of the sea forest gradually solidified and approached at high speed. The fishmen didn't need a reminder to draw their weapons, preparing for battle. Hyuzu also drew a sharp sword, and Vanderdecken gripped a dart in both hands. The black shadow swam into the coral clusters, and the seabed was deathly silent. Attack! The silence was instantly torn apart. From the shadows of the colorful coral, hundreds of fishmen, like startled venomous snakes, suddenly sprang out. Sharp swords tore through the water, bringing up pale bubbles. High-pressure water arrows silently pierced through the coral clusters, aimed directly at the black shadow. Hideous giant mouths filled with sharp teeth rushed over, wrapped in a bloody stench. The heavy attacks wove a net of death, sealing off all space for evasion. Just as the net of death was closing, the figure in the center launched a counterattack. Seeing the attacks suddenly coming from the coral clusters, Yati violently rotated his body along with his tail. An ocean current silently expanded at a speed that transcended thought. The ripples it brought up were like a deep-sea fault line compressed to the limit. Wherever the current passed, the seawater emitted a trembling hum. Sharp swords slashed at the current, but it was as if mayflies were shaking a tree. They could not stop it in the slightest. The water arrows vanished the moment they touched it, and the sharp teeth shattered instantly upon contact. The net of death was disintegrated in an instant. The current ruthlessly swept everything away. Those iron-hard coral clusters were as brittle as sandcastles in the face of the ripples raised by the current. Crack, crack! The coral clusters turned into colorful crystals filling the sky, dancing with the ripples of the current. It was as if a gemstone storm had blown up in the seawater, and the terrified and twisted faces of the attackers were reflected on the gemstones. In an instant, the area within tens of meters around Yati was empty. The coral clusters and the fishmen that had filled the sky seemed to have never existed. Only the rising and falling whales confirmed everything that had happened. One strike, to think he only used one strike, to take out hundreds of fishmen. Monster, he's just like Brother Jinbe. No, he's a monster even more monstrous than Brother Jinbe. Run, damn it, my legs won't move. The fishmen in the distance who hadn't had time to attack exclaimed in shock. Some were trembling, wanting to get away, but because of fear, they couldn't muster any strength and could only crawl and twist on the ground like maggots. Yati ignored those wailing fishmen. He had controlled the current and its ripples to deal equal heavy damage to every single fishman. He had sensed this group of fishmen from 100 meters away. At first, he was a bit puzzled, but thinking of the package filled with treasure trove, he understood the purpose of this group of fishmen, and with the mindset of might as well fight since they're here, he came over. He threw out 3 cables to tie up the fishmen who looked like leaders, and dragged them quickly while swimming towards Fishman District. Chapter 4, Fishman Street. The ancient giant ship, Noah, stood silently on the seabed like a dormant beast. For hundreds of years, it had long since become a part of the Fishman district. The Fishman district was once part of Fishman Island, a place for relief, but it later developed into a gathering place for outlaws. In an empty room on the edge of the giant ship, Yadi set down the three fishmen, who were tightly bound like bundles. Easy, ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn you, Lord Hody won't let you get away with this. Yadi ignored them. After setting down the treasure, he sat on top of it and casually untied the three fishmen. During the fight just now, he had noticed that these three fishmen seemed to hold unusual status among the attackers. Since they had been defeated by Yadi, they now belonged to him. Thinking of this, Yadi's mouth slightly parted as he said, "Do you want my treasure? Then become my workers. Otherwise become tools for digging through the ruins. Choose one, workers or tools." As Yadi spoke, he reached into his large bundle and pulled out 3 iron rods. He slowly bent the rusted, greenish rods into U-shapes with his bare hands, then shot them at the fishmen sprawled on the ground. Alia! Accompanied by 3 heart-wrenching screams, the 3 U-shaped iron rods pinned one arm of each fishman into the ground. After shooting them, Yadi's hand slowly reached toward the bundle again. "Wait, don't I agree," cried Hyuzu, the leopard print octopus fishman, his face filled with fear. "Damn you, Lord Hody." Before Ikaros, the 8-armed fishman, could finish, he was struck by another iron rod and couldn't help but scream. The other 2 fishmen were struck at the same time. "My lord, I already agreed. Why are you still hitting me?" Hyuzu asked, his face full of grievance. "I want to hear you all agree at the same time." "Agreed, I also agree," Ikaros shouted in pain. "Oh, that 4-legged fishman has some backbone. He hasn't let out a single sound until now," Yadi thought as he looked at the remaining 4-legged fishman, his right hand reaching toward the bundle again. Seeing that Yadi was about to shoot again, Hyuzu seemed to remember something and hurriedly shouted, "My lord, this fishman beside me is named Vanderdecken. He is a fishman cursed by the sea. If his whole body is soaked in seawater, he becomes unable to move and doesn't even have the strength to speak. He must have agreed long ago. In that case, go and recall your subordinates. Gather at the sea forest tomorrow. You should know the consequences of breaking the agreement." After Yadi finished speaking, he waved his hand, creating a current that threw the 3 fishmen out of the room. Yadi acted this brutally just to intimidate the fishmen of the entire Fishman district, so they wouldn't bother him again. After all, fighting and killing on the seabed would only attract sea beasts. As for whether anyone would come to the sea forest tomorrow, Yadi did not hold much hope. Next is the issue of disposing of the one. Yadi untied the small bundle, revealing 4 treasure chests. 2 of them looked intact and quite clean, while the other 2 were covered in cracks and slightly dirty. He opened the 2 treasure chests that looked intact. One contained a pineapple-sized fruit covered in patterns. The other was apple-sized and also covered in patterns, but this one seemed to have been bitten, and it was incomplete. Of the 2 damaged treasure chests, one contained a shriveled, deformed patterned fruit, and the other contained only a few scraps. Looking at these things in front of him, Yadi fell into deep thought. First, according to the hypothesis in the newbie guide, awakening the white space early required a massive intake of energy. The things Yadi ate on the seabed were far from sufficient. Only by consuming one could it be satisfied. In fact, Yadi didn't eat many fruit-type foods, yet he had satisfied the energy required for awakening. Unless Yadi had astonishing luck and there were many 1s among the fruits, there must be other energy sources that Yadi hadn't noticed. Secondly, apart from his innate talent and support talent, Yadi had no other superpowers to use. At the same time, despite being soaked in seawater, he didn't lose his strength and become unable to move like the 4-legged fishman, which contradicted the setting of the One Piece world. Thus, Yadi guessed that the way he consumed one was completely different from others, leading to different effects. Fortunately, these 1 samples were complete, and Yadi could test them one by one. Yadi chose to eat the bitten fruit first. In the One Piece world, one only needed to take the first bite of a one to gain superpowers, and it was completely useless for others to eat the remaining fruit. Therefore, This fruit was the safest among all the samples. Yati moved his mind, and a small current wrapped around the one and sent it into Yati's mouth. For the 10-meter-tall Yati, the apple-sized fruit could be swallowed directly without chewing. After waiting for a moment, his body suddenly felt unusual. The scratches on his scales from the ruins gradually disappeared, and their color became deeper. At the same time, Yati felt that his acceptance speed for the white space amplification had greatly accelerated. So that's it. The one is like a key. After I eat it, I connect to somewhere to receive unknown energy. At the same time, this energy accelerates physical growth and recovery, improving physical fitness. Can the intact fruits and the shriveled fruits also serve as this kind of key? Forget it, I'll test it after this effect wears off. Yati sensed that this state was like a time-limited buff. As long as it was a 1, it could be triggered, regardless of the fruit type. However, whether the state, completeness, and quantity of the consumed fruit would produce other effects remained to be tested. But Yati's supply of 1S was limited, so he could only test it when there were redundant 1S. The experiment ended. Yati put the remaining fruits into the treasure chests, stuffed them into the large bundle, grabbed the bundle, and left the room, preparing to go to Fishman Island to eat. Meanwhile, on a remote street at the bottom of the Fishman district, Hyuzu and Ikaros were each holding one of Vanderdecken's feet, limping along the road. Vanderdecken, being dragged along, stared blankly at the giant ship, Noah. Hyuzu, what do we do? Do we really have to follow that monster's request and gather at the sea forest tomorrow? Ikaros said, using his 4 hands to rub the 2 hands that had been struck by the iron rod. I have no choice either. By the way, why don't you try to find your Lord Hody to teach this monster a lesson? Hyuzu retorted. If Lord Hody had this kind of power, he wouldn't have gone to King Neptune's army to train his combat skills, but would have become the new leader of the Fishman district and realized our plan, Ikaros said, feeling a bit discouraged. Indeed, strength like this monster's is more than enough to become the leader of the Fishman district, Hyuzu agreed. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, why don't we take all the fishmen from the Fishman district tomorrow and nominate that monster as the leader of the Fishman district? Although I don't know what he wants to do, having so many people will definitely make our situation better. You don't want it to be just us who get in trouble, right? Bastard, are you asking me to betray Lord Hody? Lord Hody is my brother-in-arms, my dearest friend and family. Even if I were eaten by a sea beast, I would never betray Lord Hody. Ikaros responded, his face full of anger. Then do you have any better ideas? If this continues, it might implicate your Lord Hody. You don't want anything to happen to Lord Hody, do you? Hyuzu retorted. Ikaros paused, his face showing a struggle. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind. Lord Hody, don't blame me. For Lord Hody's safety, I will join that monster's subordinates. However, that monster can only have my body, he will never have my heart. I agree to gather subordinates to nominate that lord to become the leader of the Fishman district. Ikaros said firmly, and at the same time, he lifted Vanderdecken's feet and said again, will this guy agree to join the boss's subordinates? He is a pirate captain, after all. He will agree. If he doesn't, we'll bury him in the depths of the sea forest. The 2 fishmen dragged the other fishman toward the battle site on the edge of the sea forest, preparing to gather the fishmen and tell them the good news. Vanderdecken, being dragged along, looked at the cold deep sea with eyes that had lost all hope for life. Chapter 5, Mermaid Cafe. Yati dragged his canvas bundle past the giant ship Noah and swam toward Fishman Island, which was encased in a double-layered bubble. The entrance to Fishman Island was a massive water pipe that connected the inside of Fishman Island to the outside by passing through the bubble and air layer, with a small amount of seawater inside the pipe. The water level in the pipe was flush with the sea level inside Fishman Island. Only here could ships safely enter Fishman Island without falling from the air layer into the deep sea. Watching the fishmen coming and going, Yati slowly moved forward with the group entering the island. Upon entering, the first things that came into view were 2 rows of soldiers guarding the entrance, and the blue sky and white clouds illuminated by the twilight. The group entering Fishman Island gradually split up, and Yadi followed one of the groups as they dived into the inner sea of Fishman Island. The fishmen in this group swam together in twos and threes, chatting while carrying large backpacks that were as big as their own bodies. They would occasionally glance back at Yadi, and Yadi's perception was filled with the conversations of the fishmen in front of him. "Danny, are you really not coming next time?" "Yeah, Uncle Will next door and I are both giant squid fishmen, so Mom entrusted Uncle Will to teach me medicine. There's a strange, big fish man behind us who picked up a lot of things. I wonder how many berries he can trade them for." "Yeah, I wonder where he picked them up. Could we ask him to take us with him?" "Old Roy, nice haul. You even got 2 sea beast cubs." "Ha ha ha, I caught these at the risk of being eaten. One more trip, and I'll have enough money for a house for the kids on Windmill Street. Want to go together next time?" These words indicated that this was a group similar to scavengers, and the place they were heading to should be able to exchange the items they had picked up for money. As the sunlight gradually faded, the fishmen group arrived at a building with soldiers standing on both sides of the entrance. On the plaque above the gate were the words Ryugu Kingdom Resource Exchange, point number 3, and Yadi followed the fishmen group inside. After a while, Yadi emerged from the gate. The bundle behind him had shrunk by more than half, and in his hand, he now had a Fishman Island guide, 2 newspapers, a fish bus route map, and 9.4 million berries. The bundle still contained some weapons and 3. Carrying these items, he began to swim toward Mermaid Street, according to the map drawn in the Fishman Island guide. The world-famous Mermaid Cafe was located there, but because merfolk have the ability to talk to schools of fish and do not eat fish, the food at Mermaid Cafe only consists of vegetarian desserts and oysters. Fortunately, Yadi wasn't coming entirely for the food, it's just that. "Closed, I guess it's past business hours, and the merfolk have all clocked off." Yadi stood in front of the Mermaid Cafe in a daze. Since adapting to his sensory talent, neither sunlight nor darkness could affect Yadi's perception of the world, leading him to lose track of time. "Since it's come to this, I might as well read the newspaper for a while." Yadi took out the materials he had obtained at the exchange point and sat down at the entrance of the Mermaid Cafe to start reading. As expected, judging from the business hours in the Fishman Island guide, the merfolk had already finished their shift 2 hours ago. The only places to find food now were probably the shopping center and the relief stations. Flipping through the newspapers in his hand, these were old newspapers Yadi had selected. One reported the death of Sun Pirates Captain Fisher Tiger, while the other reported that the new captain was preparing to join the 7 warlords of the sea. The time span between the 2 newspapers was quite large. The timeline is clear now. It's about 8 years until the protagonist Luffy sets sail. Right now, Sun Pirates Captain Jinbe is about to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shortly after that, a world noble will accidentally fall into Fishman Island, Queen Otoheim will be in danger, then Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi will have her first awakening, and then Queen Otoheim will be assassinated. It seems there are other things happening too. Since the Fishman Island arc in One Piece was so long ago, many things had long since become blurry, but it was enough. When Princess Shirahoshi has her first awakening, that will be the time for my official debut. Yadi was very interested in the drug from the story that exchanged lifespan for power. He wondered what would happen if this drug met the enhancement effects of a 3. However, this drug was currently a national treasure sealed in the king's treasury of the Ryugu Kingdom. The priority was to find more 3. Creak! The cafe door slowly opened, and a blue shark merfolk who looked 7 meters tall swam out. A cold, clear voice reached Yadi's ears. "Do you need any help?" the hooded blue shark merfolk asked, looking at Yadi. "Is there any food? I need some food." Holding the thought of, since I'm already here, at least let me eat some cooked food, Yadi turned his head and asked. "Come in with me. I am the manager of the Mermaid Cafe. You can call me Madame Shirelee." Madame Shirelee led the way into the building. The blue shark merfolk was named Madame Shirelee. Yadi followed Madame Shirelee into the Mermaid Cafe. After passing through the bubble, the seawater suddenly vanished, and he saw a giant arched glass dome covering the entire space. Scattered schools of bioluminescent fish shone like stars between the dome and the bubble. Supporting the dome were giant, colorful corals, their surfaces covered in tiny shellfish and moss. Surrounding the coral pillars were streamlined bars forming a giant X shape, with pools filled with seawater on both sides. Watching Madame shyly pass through the central coral pillar to the back, Yadi chose a seat near the door. The shell table was inlaid with some colorful pebbles. The texture on the floor was simple yet exquisite, and a few starfish were dotted at the joints. When Madame shyly returned, she brought a huge tray piled high with a dazzling array of food, mostly desserts and some oysters. "These are leftovers from today. They are free for you. I hope you don't mind." "Thank you very much." Eagerly shoveling a plate of food into his mouth, Yadi almost shed tears. It was too delicious. His past life seemed to flash before his eyes. Jellyfish, schools of fish, rotting corpses, bitter fruits, and even colorful stones. All the various foods of the past vanished before Yadi. He could finally live the life of a normal fishman. Why is it gone? It feels like I ate nothing at all." Yadi finished all the food in no time. This food was still too little for a 3,000-meter sea king's. "Are you the black fish man who has been clearing ruins in the sea forest these days? There are many descriptions of you in the cafe." Madame shyly asked as she watched Yadi finish eating. "It's me. I had no funds when I first came to Fishman Island, so I thought I'd find some treasure trove to make life easier. The treasure contained in the ship graveyard exceeded my imagination. By the way, why is no fishman willing to go treasure hunting?" Yadi was still reminiscing about the food he had just eaten. Unfortunately, he couldn't get full, so he spoke while planning to go hunting in a place far away from Fishman Island later. For most fishmen, while ocean currents bring wealth, they also bring danger. For example, surviving pirates, sea beasts swept in, giant sea stones, and even the currents themselves are dangerous. You've been able to clear the sea forest for so long, so your strength must be quite formidable. Would you be willing to cooperate on something? It's about the sea forest. "Please go ahead." Chapter 6 Mission. Madame Shirley's cold voice echoed in the Mermaid Cafe. Although the currents bring abundant seafood to the sea forest, they also carry a large amount of debris. These debris eventually accumulate in the central area of the sea forest. Especially since the pirate King Roger started the Great Pirate Era, the number of sunken shipwrecks has increased more than 100-fold each year. The debris in the center is piling up higher and higher. If this continues, the sea forest might turn into a hill of the sea or even an underwater mountain, eventually threatening the safety of Fishman Island. King Neptune is worried about this. His Majesty plans to open up a bubble zone around the accumulation area to serve as a transit station for clearing scattered debris, but he is suffering from a lack of sufficiently powerful fishmen to execute it. If you are willing to help, all the treasure cleared out will belong to you, food will be provided in unlimited quantities, and His Majesty the King will also pay additional rewards. Other requests can also be discussed. Madame Shirley, like a village chief in a starter village, clearly explained the ins and outs, objectives, and generous rewards of the task to the fledgling hero, then quietly waited for Yadi's reply. After listening, Yadi fell into deep thought. The task itself was not difficult, and it did not conflict with his subsequent plans. He had originally intended to search for a 7 in the ruins of the sea forest or to acquire the treasure needed to purchase one. At the same time, he could take this opportunity to try to request the national treasure. Of course, the unlimited supply of food was also one of the tempting factors. He quickly made a decision. "I accept, but there is one condition. I need to borrow the national treasure of the Ryugu Kingdom. I will be staying in the sea forest for the near future." "Good, I will convey your conditions to King Neptune, and then I will go to the sea forest to give you an answer." Madame Shirley paused. "By the way, what is your name?" "Yadi." Madame Shirley watched Yadi leave the cafe, her heart churning. She was born with the ability to tell fortunes, and the visions she saw always came true. Over the years, she had often told fortunes for others. She didn't know when it started, but the figure of this black fish man began to appear frequently in her visions. He was always fighting sea beasts and pirates to protect the fishmen he had foreseen. However, this time, the fortune-telling directed at Yadi himself showed a completely different scene. He was besieged in the sky, the most disadvantageous place for a fishman to perform, enduring the angry attacks of humans, yet he only blindly dodged. This scene made Madame shyly worry about Fishman Island, and even more so about Yadi's situation. She sighed softly. She had no power to change anything, so she could only try to connect Yadi with the Ryugu kingdom, weaving a possible protective net. Perhaps the future isn't that bad, Madame shyly thought to herself. At noon the next day, the sunlight from 10,000 meters above shone through the sun tree eave, falling into the deep sea once again. Yadi was heading towards the sea forest. After leaving the Mermaid Cafe last night and exiting Fishman Island, Yadi had swum rapidly towards the deep sea. For his massive 3,000-meter physique, that little bit of food was far from enough to compensate for the huge energy consumption. In order not to waste the bonus effects brought by the 7, he decided to go and hunt for another midnight snack. He switched to the funeral Yadi physique manipulation talent, instantly returning to his complete form of over 3,000 meters. Then, he switched back to his sensory ability to search for prey in the deep sea. After a night of gluttonous feasting, under the powerful blessing of the 7, the efficiency of food digestion and absorption was greatly improved, and the consumption demand was actually reduced. The harvest from this night was enough to support him for 3 months without needing to eat. The familiar sunlight shone on Yadi's face again. By this time, he had restored his 10-meter-long physique and was heading towards the sea forest with a clear goal to continue his previous work. There are so many fishmen gathered on the outskirts of the sea forest, and familiar faces. Did those guys from yesterday actually keep their promise? Perfect. I can help Madame shyly complete the task, and it can also speed up my progress in searching for a 7. Yadi thought to himself. He went straight through the school of fish, stopped at the front of the line, turned around, and swept his gaze over the diverse fishmen. Wherever his gaze landed, no one dared to meet his eyes. From this moment on, Yadi said loudly, while waving his right hand. The strong current he stirred up instantly scattered the schools of fish and sea beasts foraging behind him. You will clear the sea forest with me and move all the debris to the outskirts of the forest. Yes, boss. The response, like a mountain of calls and a sea of roars, echoed across the seabed. In the corner of the line, the Hyuzu trio also excitedly shouted along, but their hearts were full of confusion. They never expected that so many fishmen would respond. When their own leader was running for the boss of the Fishman district, these guys weren't this active. Could it be just because this Yadi was a bit stronger? On the other side of the line, the fishman Hade shouted and shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. He grew up in the chaotic Fishman district, not only having to face the disorder of the district, but also often having to fend off the harassment of pirates. In his childhood, he grew up listening to stories of heroes, and his heart longed to become such an existence. However, as he grew older, he found it difficult to even fight against an ordinary pirate. Until one day, Fisher Tiger appeared out of nowhere, undefeated throughout the Fishman district, and was revered as the boss. At that time, the Fishman district seemed to have truly become a paradise for fishmen. However, good times did not last long. In order to rescue his enslaved compatriots, Tiger caused a scene at the Holy Land Mary Geoise and was subsequently wanted by the world government. In order not to implicate Fishman Island, he formed the Sun Pirates, and the strongmen of the Fishman district followed him on board one after another. And Hade, having neither strength nor special skills, could only silently watch the pirate ship sail away. The great hero was gone, and the Fishman district fell back into chaos. Years later, a new generation of fishmen began to fight for the position of boss. A drunkard who drank and slashed people, a mediocre person who had been a small soldier in the Neptune army for years, and even a pirate. The trivialities of life wore down Hade's edges and numbed his heart. He couldn't remember how many times he had longed for the scene before him. A sufficiently powerful fishman stepping forward to end the chaos in the Fishman district. Until yesterday, a tough guy who defeated all the candidates appeared. Hade didn't care at all about the lies from the Hyuzu trio. He only knew one thing: the new boss of the Fishman district had finally arrived. Truly a powerful fishman. It seems the Fishman district is about to welcome a new leader. Inside Ryugu Palace, the huge King Neptune sat on his throne, with his wife Queen Otoheim beside him, and the left minister and minister of the right standing below. Yes, instantly knocking down so many fishmen, it's truly amazing power. Queen Otoheim agreed, then took out the letter that Madame Shiarly had passed through the plaza. His name is Yadi, and Madame Shiarly chose him to assist in handling the affairs of the sea forest. However, Yadi has proposed a condition: to borrow the national treasure. The national treasure? That jade box. King Neptune took the letter and asked while reading, "I remember it contains a kind of medicine that exchanges lifespan for power, right?" "Exactly, Your Majesty." The minister of the right bowed and replied, "The jade box not only contains the medicine, but also seals the complete manufacturing process and method." King Neptune nodded in understanding. It seems he is a fishman obsessed with power. Can you tell which fishman race he belongs to? The left minister cautiously replied. His physical characteristics are close to the sea lizard fishman race, but that race has never had such a huge individual. It is possible that his bloodline has undergone some rare mutation. The minister of the right added, "We have checked the records of Fishman Island and the Fishman district, and only found information about his activities in the recent period. It is speculated that he may have only recently arrived at Fishman Island from elsewhere." I see. King Neptune suddenly understood. No wonder he would want to borrow the national treasure to increase his power. Chapter 7, Cooperation. Although the ministers did not explicitly say it, King Neptune knew clearly that other places referred to the surface, the world where fishmen either became pirates or were captured as slaves. The deep-rooted discrimination of the celestial dragons and their followers meant that for fishmen to survive on the surface, they had to either become renowned doctors, shipwrights, or the like, or otherwise live under assumed names and strive to hide their fishman identity. Once exposed, only two paths awaited them: becoming pirates or being reduced to slavery. To possess such immense power, yet still crave for more. To possess such immense power, yet willingly abide by the rules, relying on clearing the ruins of the sea forest to exchange for food. He must have been taught by a kind and righteous elder. Perhaps he even encountered a disaster he was powerless to resist. Could he be the next leader of the Fishman district like Fisher Tiger? Queen Otoheim flipped through the recent files regarding Yadi, her thoughts swirling as her eyes gradually moistened. She was born with the ability to perceive others' emotions and possessed a very strong sense of empathy, making her easily touched. The left minister reported at the opportune moment. "Your Majesty, the members of the Sea Forest Research Team have finished assembling and are ready to depart at any time." I trust Madame Shiarly's judgment. King Neptune issued the order, take the national treasure and head to the sea forest shortly. Edge of the sea forest. The fishmen were busy clearing the several huge craters that Yadi had previously blasted out. Yadi stood silently in the seawater above the forest, his perception covering the surroundings, alert for attacks by sea beasts and sudden collapses of the ruins. Boom, another ship, swept up by the ocean currents, disappeared from Yadi's range of perception and crashed heavily into the central area of the sea forest, a dull shockwave spreading through the water. That's the fourth one today. Yadi silently noted the location. "I'll go investigate tonight." Based on a week of experience digging for treasure in the sea forest, two usually only existed in the wreckage of ships that had crashed recently. The two relatively intact two he had obtained previously were found in ships that had just fallen. He had also conveniently dug a pit for the pirates in the ships and buried them hastily. As for those two that had been soaked in seawater for a long time, they seemed to gradually wither and even dissipate. The remains Yadi found in two battle-damaged treasure chests were proof of this. At this moment, a team appeared at the edge of the sea forest. Leading them were a wolffish merman and a catfish merman. It was the Sea Forest Research Team and the left minister. The team also carried various coral rods. These were tools for creating bubbles, used for transporting supplies on the seabed, and also possessed some capability to defend against sea beasts. Yadi perceived their arrival and slowly swam closer. Lord Yadi, the left minister, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I come on behalf of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. King Neptune has agreed to your conditions. Behind me is the Sea Forest Research Team assembled by the kingdom, and this is Den, a famous shipwright of the kingdom and a sea forest researcher. The Left Minister stated the purpose of his visit and introduced the team members one by one. Subsequently, he took a small bottle from his pocket, which was filled with red and white pills, about 100 in total. This is the national treasure of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. The Left Minister explained, because it has not been used for a long time, only these remain. The kingdom is rushing to produce more, but the required raw materials are rare and it will take time to collect them. Yadi plucked a pill from the small bottle and tossed it into his mouth without even looking. It's enough, he said calmly. I will not rely on it excessively. These are already enough for me to use for a long time. Upon hearing this, the Left Minister breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally been worried that the quantity of pills would be insufficient, but now it seemed everything was going smoothly. Yadi asked, "What is your plan?" "I already have quite a few fishmen here clearing the ruins at the edge of the forest." The Left Minister replied, "We will use bubbles to wrap the cleared areas. These bubbles can effectively resist attacks from sea beasts. As long as the bubble area is extended all the way to the center of the forest, the mission will be considered complete. Afterwards, the research team will be stationed here to continuously monitor the condition of the sea forest." Yadi nodded, understood. Now let's talk about the reward. The Left Minister responded again. The kingdom will fully guarantee the logistical supplies for all fishmen participating in the mission. At the same time, we will recruit some fishmen from among them to participate in subsequent research work. In addition, His Majesty is already aware of you becoming the leader of the Fishman district. If you have any requests, you can go directly to the Dragon Palace to have an audience with His Majesty. I have no further questions. You may begin working. After saying this, Yadi turned and swam back to the space above the area where the fishmen were working. He felt the effects brought by the pill. The speed of food digestion and absorption increased again, physical vitality was slightly enhanced, and his strength also grew. As for bodily damage, he had not noticed any yet. Perhaps it would only appear after the drug's effect faded. Is there anything else? Yadi turned his head and looked at the Left Minister who had followed him. His Majesty has a few words he entrusted me to convey. The Left Minister said sternly, "First, the national treasure has great side effects. I hope you will only use it at critical moments. Second, the Tao of Power is diverse. Fishman karate is one of the powerful cornerstones of Fishman Island. I wonder if you are interested. If you wish to learn, there are those in the team proficient in this path who can teach you." Fishman karate? Yadi remembered that this was a powerful fighting technique formed by utilizing the fishman's natural wrist strength, which was 10 times that of humans, to manipulate water currents. It was somewhat similar to his way of using ocean currents to attack. However, there was power he wanted to pursue even more. "I will learn," Yadi answered straightforwardly, then immediately followed up, "Is there a method to cultivate haki?" The 3 colors of haki are special powers in the pirate world. Among them, armament haki is used for offense and defense, observation haki is used for perception, and conqueror's haki is a symbol of natural talent, capable of intimidating the weak and strengthening offense and defense. The former 2 can be obtained through hard cultivation, while the latter requires a certain aptitude to reach awakening. "There is," the Left Minister replied, his gaze sweeping over Yadi's 10-meter-tall, sturdy physique, "but there are only basic methods, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary fishmen to succeed. I will inform His Majesty of your request." Subsequently, the Left Minister introduced the coach of Fishman karate to Yadi, then took his leave and departed, preparing to report back to King Neptune. Yadi also began a busy life of cultivation, studying Fishman karate, recording the locations of crashed pirate ships for digging for treasure at night, and guarding the fishmen working diligently in the sea forest. 2 months later, at the edge of the sea forest, a huge bubble stood impressively, and behind it, a series of smaller bubbles extended like a string of pearls to the center of the forest. During this time, new fishmen continuously joined the cleanup mission. The Dragon Palace Kingdom temporary exchange point, opened at the edge of the forest, was bustling with people, and the fishmen marveled at the abundant marine products of the sea forest, coming one after another to exchange for what they needed. Yadi had cultivated tirelessly during these 2 months. Under the dual enhancement of 2 and the national treasure pills, his body size had grown to an astonishing 4,500 meters, and his range of perception had expanded to about 1,000 meters accordingly. Even more remarkable was that he had successfully achieved awakening of armament and observation haki. Perhaps benefiting from that borrowed perception aptitude, observation haki reached awakening first, while armament haki was a result only recently achieved through breakthrough. The enhancement effect has about 3 months left. It seems I must find a new source of 2, Yadi pondered. During these 2 months, through continuous experimentation, he summarized the rules of 2 enhancement. 1. Completely withered or only half-remaining fruit cannot provide enhancement. 2 fruit that has been bitten once, enhancement lasts about half a month. 3 complete fruit, enhancement lasts about a month. 4. Eating multiple fruits at the same time, enhancement time can be accumulated. By searching for crashed pirate ships and actively attacking incoming pirates, Yadi had a bountiful harvest. 1 complete 2, 5 fruits that had been bitten once, 1 fruit that only had half remaining, and treasure worth as much as 700 million berries. Chapter 8 along. Boss Yadi, hurry back to the Fishman district. That bastard Arlong has brought people to steal your treasure, A fishman sped over like an arrow released from a bow. Before he could finish his sentence, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Yadi had already transformed into a bolt of black lightning tearing through the deep sea, shrouded in rolling bubbles and cold currents, hurtling toward the Fishman district at a terrifying speed. Dare to touch my things. That's the hard-earned money I made from being a foreman for 2 months. Rage surged in Yadi's chest, but beneath the anger, a thought became clear. He must use the funeral Yadi talent to develop a storage space as soon as possible. Carrying treasure on his back like a bundle? That would be a ridiculous disgrace for the status of the Fishman district boss. Hiding it in the Fishman district? Look at the current situation. How is that any different from throwing a meaty bone into a school of sharks? For the past 2 months, anyone who dared to covet his treasure, whether it was a greedy fishman or an oblivious pirate, was packed up and thrown to the pioneering front line of the sea forest. Yadi had even thoughtfully developed a part-time job for them. While clearing land, they would also serve as human bait to bleed a little, specifically to lure those ferocious carnivorous sea beasts. Whenever a sea beast was lured by the smell of blood and took the bait, Yadi would appear like a ghost, knock it out with 1 punch, and turn it into canned meat for his reserve pantry. This was far more efficient than aimless hunting. It could be called a one-stop service. Fishman District, Giant Ship Noah. Yadi's room. Big Brother Arlong? Stop. This is Boss Yadi's treasure, you can't. A round-faced fishman mustered his courage to block the ferocious Arlong. Before he could finish his sentence, he was casually swatted away by Arlong like a fly, slamming hard against the bulkhead and letting out a groan of pain. Yadi, HMPH. Arlong sneered, his shark-like sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. A bumpkin hiding in the Fishman district, what kind of skills could he have? If he can beat you trash down, it just means you are even more useless than him. His greedy gaze swept over the mountain of gold and silver jewelry in the room, like a hungry shark discovering a bloody feast. Arlong, a former officer of the Sun Pirates, the hero in his heart, the first captain, Fisher Tiger, had fallen because of human betrayal and a Navy ambush, choosing to bleed his last drop rather than accept human blood. This blood feud gnawed at Arlong's heart like venom, pushing his hatred for humans to the peak. He frantically attacked the Navy to vent his anger, but encountered a powerful enemy, could not defeat them despite his best efforts, and was eventually imprisoned. Now, the second captain, Jinbe, had lowered himself to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea for the world government in order to trade for his kin's freedom. In Arlong's eyes, this was no different from fawning over humans. Arlong left in a rage, taking a small group of equally radical fishmen back to the Fishman district, attempting to rally old subordinates, raise funds, and form a new pirate crew, swearing to take revenge on humans. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me, so much treasure. Arlong was ecstatic, as if he could already see himself leading a powerful new pirate crew, stirring up blood and storms on the sea and avenging Big Brother Tiger. With this, I can recruit the strongest officers in the Fishman district, and I can go to the sea to recruit those powerful reclusive fishmen. Jinbe, HMPH, acting as a human lapdog. As for that so-called new boss Yati, I can't beat Jinbe, but I can't beat a bumpkin from the Fishman district. He was immersed in his fanatical fantasy of revenge, as if he had already trampled that Yati he had never met under his feet. Just as Arlong was fantasizing about dominating the future, the bulkhead behind him suddenly burst open. Boom! Like a 10,000-ton giant ship hitting an iceberg, the deafening roar accompanied by violent water currents swept through the entire room in an instant. Arlong didn't even have time to turn around before a cold, huge palm, as if cast from refined iron, had clamped onto his body firmly like a bear trap. The terrifying strength made the bones in his whole body groan. The next second, the world spun. Bang, rumble, bang, rumble. Arlong felt like he had become a rag doll, swung hard by an irresistible giant force, and smashed again and again against the incredibly hard deck of the Noah. Each impact felt like being run over by the entire giant ship Noah. His internal organs shifted, his bones made a teeth-grinding cracking sound, and the excruciating pain instantly drowned out all his consciousness. He lay paralyzed on the ground like a puddle of mud, his body twisted out of shape, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, staining the deck beneath him red. The intense pain made his mind unusually clear. When he heard earlier that Yati had swept down hundreds of fishmen with one tail, he had scoffed, thinking, none of them died, how strong could he be? Now, he just wanted to use his last bit of strength to ask those losers, how the hell did you survive under this monster? I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong, spare me. Arlong's voice trembled violently due to extreme pain and fear, shattered and broken. His previous disdain and arrogance had long been crushed to pieces, leaving only the instinct to survive. No, you were wrong now. Yati's low voice carried a hint of cold mockery, too late. Come on, go with me to the mine to shine and generate heat. Yati casually pulled over a thick cable, tied the limp Arlong up tightly as if bundling cargo, and dragged him away like a dead fish. Big Brother Arlong, Tui, bastard Arlong, daring to steal boss's treasure serves you right. Exactly, serves him right, boss is mighty. The few Fishman pirates Arlong brought with him saw Yati's sweeping gaze and were so frightened to the point of soul flying away and spirit scattering, immediately changing their tune and joining the army condemning Arlong, while the fishmen nearby also chimed in. Boss Yati seems to have gotten stronger again. It's too terrifying. Arlong is like a dead fish in his hands. The fishmen hiding in the corners saw their boss return like thunder, instantly swarmed out, and erupted into thunderous cheers. Yati stopped, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a searchlight. Those who are with this guy, step out yourselves. Boss, I report. That octopus face next to me came back with Arlong. And that three-armed fishman in front, he is too. That one hiding in the back, yes, that's you. Yati's words were like lighting a powder keg. The fishmen were indignant, scrambling to point them out, and instantly dragged out the few accomplices Arlong had brought. Obviously, this group of pirates who came back with Arlong to bully others had no popularity to speak of in the Fishman district. Looking at those Fishman pirates who were pushed out, pale-faced and trembling like chaff, Yati's voice was without waves. You, go report to the pioneering brigade in the sea forest immediately. Someone will arrange things for you. Yes, boss, we're going now. The few fishmen acted as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambling and crawling away from the scene, fearing that if they were 1 second slow, they would be smashed into the same miserable state as Arlong by the demon god before them. Thanks to the great achievements of Yati's 2 months of labor reform, the sea forest side had already formed a mature, receiving, managing, exploiting labor process, and he didn't need to worry about the aftermath at all. Ryugu Palace above Fishman Island. Inside the Crystal Palace. The 7 warlords of the sea, Knight of the Sea Jinbe, was sitting on a huge coral throne, explaining to King Neptune the reason he accepted the title of 7 warlords of the sea. Your Majesty, there are 2 reasons. Jinbe's voice was steady and powerful. First, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea can grant a pardon from the world government. Those kin who are tired of drifting on the sea and just want to live a stable life can at least get rid of endless pursuit and live the life they want. He paused. Second, for me to join this 7 warlords of the sea, established by the world government, can, to some extent, bring our Fishman Island a little closer to the core of the world government's power. Even if it's just to obtain some information, or at certain times be able to raise a voice, it might be crucial for protecting our homeland. King Neptune's huge body leaned forward slightly, his giant crown shimmering with a soft light, and he nodded slowly. I see. If Queen Ottoheim knew, she would probably feel a little comforted. Mentioning Queen Ottoheim, a trace of tenderness and helplessness flashed in Neptune's eyes. She was dedicated to the philosophy of peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans, but had suffered too much misunderstanding and resistance on the island, and her mood had been quite low recently. Just then, a guard swam in hurriedly and reported in a low voice, Your Majesty, Lord Jinbe, just received news that former Sun Pirates member Arlong attempted to steal the treasure of the new Fishman District boss, Yati, in the Fishman District, and has been subdued by Lord Yati, and is now being sent to the Sea Forest to participate in labor reform. Arlong, Jinbe's thick eyebrows locked, his thick fingers gripping the armrest, letting out a heavy sigh. It was my oversight. I thought he returned to the Fishman District because he missed his homeland and wanted to start over. I didn't expect. He is still being consumed by the flames of hatred and hasn't changed one bit. Jinbe's eyes carried pain and pity, fortunately. Fortunately, he was stopped by Yati. Otherwise, with his deep-seated hatred for humans, who knows what crazy things he would do and how much disaster he would cause. Thinking of the catastrophic consequences Arlong might have brought, Jinbe felt a lingering fear, and at the same time, a strong curiosity grew for that boss Yati. Neptune saw Jinbe's thoughts and took the initiative to introduce. This new Fishman District boss, Yati, is a quite special fishman. He is powerful but has his own code of conduct. Even when facing evil fishmen or pirates, he never easily takes their lives, only capturing them and sending them to the Sea Forest for, well, labor education. Neptune's tone carried a hint of imperceptible approval. I see. Jinbe's tense expression softened slightly, and his huge body relaxed, then Arlong losing at his hands really saved his life. Just going to work is better than blood splattering on the spot. Jinbe immediately felt a sense of goodwill toward this Yati, whom he had never met. Neptune's dragon whiskers swayed slightly, adding, Not only that, Jinbe. Yati's talent and strength are likely far beyond what you and I imagine. In just 2 short months, he has awakened both observation haki and armament haki. His attainments in Fishman karate have also advanced by leaps and bounds. According to my observation, his current strength, I fear, is already above yours. What? Jinbe looked up abruptly, an unbelievable shock erupting in those eyes that had weathered many storms. His huge body even leaned forward slightly, stirring up a current of water. 2 months, and he surpassed me. This information exploded in his heart like a deep-sea bomb. He knew how difficult the awakening of haki was, and understood the weight of his own strength even better. As the former captain of the Neptune army, he absolutely trusted King Neptune's judgment. The Fishman District has actually produced such a potential boss. With him there, those petty people coveting Fishman Island will surely be made to pay a painful price. After the shock, there was uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration. Jinbe took a deep breath, his huge chest heaving, and solemnly requested to Neptune, Your Majesty, I have an uninvited request. Could you send someone to inform Your Excellency, Yati, that I hope to meet him? A flash of understanding crossed Neptune's eyes. Is it because of Arlong's matter? Yes, but not only that. Jinbe's gaze became deep. I also want to discuss an important matter with him in the capacity of a 7 warlords of the sea. This matter may concern the future safety of Fishman Island. Neptune looked at the heavy worry and determination in Jim's eyes and nodded slowly. I understand. I will arrange this properly. Central area of the sea forest. Yadi hovered above the forest, his huge body casting a heavy shadow in the dark deep sea. Below was a cleanup team as small as ants, fishmen and humans mixed among them, working hard at the edge of the giant bubble. Arlong and his few accomplices were among them, and every time their scarred bodies exerted force, wisps of dark red blood oozed out, like blooming miniature coral flowers, quickly dissolving in the cold seawater, carried away by the ceaseless currents, drifting toward deeper darkness, releasing a continuous smell of blood. Sai, who wouldn't want to be a leisurely fisherman. Yadi's mood, however, became unexpectedly pleasant. In his domain, a ferocious-looking deep-sea giant beast, tempted by the smell of blood, was slowly and firmly sneaking toward this bloody fishing ground from the front, like a hyena smelling carrion. He estimated the progress. In about another month, the ruins in the center of the sea forest will be cleared. Once the bubble covers it, the garbage mountain crisis of Fishman Island will be completely resolved. His thoughts drifted, and the core problem emerged. After the task was completed, how to efficiently obtain that crucial 6. During these 2 months, Yadi discovered a cruel reality. The probability of crashed pirate ships dropping 6S could not satisfy Yadi at all. Devil fruits were like treasures randomly refreshed in the sea. Their final destination was either being eaten by someone or locked deep in the treasure vault of some power. He had neither the channel to acquire incomplete fruits, nor the strength or leverage to make those powers willingly hand over the fruits. Searching one by one? Too slow, the efficiency is despairingly low. Yadi thought quietly, it's time to be like Senior Yadi, to create a unique, infinitely potential trading model. A trading model that can make people all over the world willingly, or even impatiently, send 6S to me. Just as he was immersed in the conception of the future blueprint, an unfamiliar soldier fishman swam close cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance. Boss Yadi, His Majesty sent a message. 7 warlords of the Sea Lord Jinbe hopes to meet with you and wants to ask for your opinion. Yadi sensed the sea beast prey swimming over and responded casually. Got it. Tonight in the center of the sea forest, I will wait for him. The soldier fishman quickly took the order and left. Chapter 9, Jinbe and his next mission. Time flowed slowly in the silence of the deep sea. Finally, 10,000 meters above, the sun tree Eve ceased its great power of transmitting sunlight to the deep sea. The sea forest was instantly swallowed by pure, suffocating darkness. Only the massive bubble in the central area, emitting a soft halo like a giant jellyfish, remained as the only isolated island in this endless ink-black expanse. Yadi's massive figure stood above the bubble, like a silent mountain. He watched the scene below quietly. The wolffish merman Uten, that persistent researcher and shipwright, was leading his assistants as they picked through the mountains of shipwreckage like treasure-hunting moles. Relying on this near-stubborn waste utilization, he had miraculously pieced together 4 ship hulls that could still float. Several figures walked slowly along the bubble that led directly to the center of the sea forest. The leader was as burly as a mountain, dressed in a dark blue samurai outfit, his iconic fangs clearly visible under the bubble's halo. It was none other than the Knight of the Sea, Jinbe. However, what slightly surprised Yadi was the figure following closely by Jinbe's side. She was so petite, her long golden hair drifting gently in the water like seaweed, and her luxurious court dress set off her extraordinary temperament, Queen Ottoheim. Yadi had once seen her from afar at the Giancourt Plaza on Fishman Island, delivering a passionate, yet controversial speech. Yadi passed through the bubble to meet them, his deep voice echoing inside, I am Yadi. Jinbe's gaze swept over Yadi's 10-meter-tall body like a physical force, and his heart shook violently. King Neptune's assessment was correct, but it wasn't enough. The pressure this person before him exerted was by no means a simple surpassing. It was like facing an ancient sea king that dwelt in the abyss and controlled the entire sea. It was a dangerous aura that stemmed from the level of life itself, one that made one's soul tremble. Amidst the shock, wild joy also surged in Jinbe's heart. The stronger Yadi was, the better the future of Fishman Island would be. Jinbe nodded slightly, his voice resonant and steady. I am Jinbe, and this is Queen Audiobook. I apologize for the intrusion today. I mainly come with a request. What is it? Yadi was concise. Jinbe's expression was solemn, with an apologetic tone. The first matter concerns Arlong. I failed to discipline him properly and was too soft-hearted, allowing him to become so audacious that he dared to covet your treasure, causing immense loss. This is my fault. To express my apologies, I am willing to offer half of my savings as compensation. He kept his posture very low. Yadi originally wanted to retort. Arlong didn't even touch the door. What loss could there be? But upon hearing the word compensation, he immediately felt that Arlong, having crashed into the floorboards at the entrance with his body, was indeed a significant loss, so he nodded calmly, accepting this as floor repair fees. What is the second matter? Yadi pressed. Seeing that Yadi accepted his apology, Jinbe breathed a sigh of relief and then said seriously, the second matter is that I wish to use the other half of my savings to implore you to protect Fishman Island in the days to come. A trace of doubt flashed in Yadi's eyes. Is Fishman Island facing a crisis? Judging by what you said, are you leaving? Jinbe nodded heavily. The source of the crisis is none other than myself. Becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea may bring amnesty, but it also means holding the hot potato of legal plundering rights. Whether it be madmen who want to seize the title of 7 warlords of the sea to prove themselves, or ambitious people who simply want to step on me to rise, they will all cast their eyes toward Fishman Island, this place that is nominally guarded by me. Yadi understood. I see. So where are you going? Jinbe's eyes revealed complexity and determination. I will head to the New World to pay a visit to the Whitebeard pirates. As everyone knows, Fishman Island has long been under the protection of Pop's Whitebeard. Now that I have designated this as my territory as a 7 warlords of the sea, it is an affront to Pop's majesty in both reason and sentiment. This trip is to ask for forgiveness. He paused, meeting Yadi's gaze frankly. I do not deny having selfish motives. This trip is also intended to announce to the world. Fishman Island not only has the 7 warlords of the sea member Jinbe, but also possesses a master of the Fishman district whose strength far exceeds mine, Yadi. If one day I should meet with misfortune, Fishman Island will still have a formidable military force, sufficient to deter those outlaws. After speaking, Jinbe fell silent, waiting with burning eyes for Yadi's verdict. Yadi watched the heavy sense of responsibility and sincerity in Jinbe's eyes, while fragments of information about the future flashed quickly through his mind. The 7 warlords of the sea was indeed a high-risk profession, the Navy's advanced enforcers. However, in his memory, Jinbe had a tough life. It was Whitebeard who met with misfortune before him. The thought flashed by. Very well. Yadi's voice broke the silence. I agree to protect Fishman Island. However, I also have a matter I would like to entrust to you. Jinbe's tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and a trace of a smile appeared on his massive face. Please speak. Yadi took out a note he had prepared long ago. I need you to take all of my treasures to the Whitebeard pirates and fulfill the requirements on this as much as possible. This is a commission from a friend of mine, and it needs to be kept confidential. Written on the note were instructions to collect incomplete or complete devil fruit. This was a decision Yadi had made after careful consideration, based on a certain trust he had in the trajectory of the future. Jinbe took the note and scanned it quickly, a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he immediately nodded solemnly. I will do my utmost. Inwardly, however, he muttered to himself. Collecting devil fruit is understandable, but what use are incomplete ones? This Yadi, your excellency, truly has a thirst for power, as the king said. Whether it is national treasures or wealth, they are all just tools used to pursue power. Jinbe turned to look at Queen Audiobook, who had been listening quietly. Your Highness, my business is concluded. Queen Audiobook's face was filled with a warm and gratified smile, as if sunlight had pierced through the gloom of the deep sea. She shook her head gently, her voice like the clearest sea wind chime. I just wanted to follow along to see Yadi, your excellency. Now, my wish has been fulfilled, and I would like to discuss some matters with Yadi, your excellency. Jinbe understood. Queen Audiobook was born with the power to perceive the inner emotions of others. Queen Ottoheim had likely come along this time out of concern that the motives behind Yadi's pursuit of power might be twisted by hatred and anger. And now, the result she perceived clearly put her at ease, and she was even filled with joy. Because her lifelong ideal was to eliminate the estrangement and discrimination between fishmen and humans, allowing the two races to understand each other and coexist peacefully. She dreamed that one day, fishmen could freely bathe in real sunlight and air, rather than being trapped at the bottom of the 10,000-meter sea, relying on the grace of the sun tree Eve. Queen Ottoheim walked a little closer, looking up at Yadi's mountain-like figure, her eyes filled with sincere inquiry and a trace of imperceptible anticipation. "Yadi, Your Excellency, please forgive my presumption. Behind your powerful strength, what I feel is not a desire for destruction, but something deeper. How do you view the relationship between us fishmen and humans? Do you think that the kind of coexistence that King Neptune and I hope for is really possible to achieve?" Her voice was soft, yet it carried a power that pierced the 24, as if asking for a prophecy regarding the future of the race. Yadi was silent for a moment, his deep, abyss-like gaze falling on Queen Ottoheim's hopeful face. The halo inside the bubble danced on her golden hair. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and steady, carrying an insight that transcended any stance. "Strength, Your Highness, is the foundation of survival. Without sufficient strength, whether they are fishmen or humans, they are merely fish on the chopping block. I pursue strength to protect what I can protect, and also to possess the freedom of choice." Yadi paused, his gaze seeming to pierce through the bubble and look out into the endless darkness. As for coexistence, humans and fishmen are essentially no different. Greed, fear, kindness, courage, these traits flow equally in both bloodlines. Discrimination stems from ignorance and fear often stems from an imbalance of power or historical blood debts. Yadi's voice did not have much fluctuation, yet every word was clear. "Your ideal is noble, Your Highness. But the road to coexistence is not enough with just goodwill and speeches. It requires time, understanding, and both sides demonstrating enough strength to ensure peace, and even more so, breaking those deep-rooted shackles forged by blood and lies. This road is destined to be long and full of thorns." Queen Ottoheim listened quietly, and the light in her eyes did not go out because of the sense of reality in Yadi's words. Instead, it became even brighter. She let out a soft sigh, as if shedding some burden, and revealed a warm and determined smile. "Thank you, Yadi, Your Excellency. Your candor is more precious than any false promise. You have made me understand that strength is not only a shield of protection, but can also be a bridge for communication, a cornerstone for breaking prejudices and striving for equality. I will take your words to heart. No matter how difficult this road is, as long as there are clear-headed and powerful compatriots like you, I will never give up hope." Queen Ottoheim's faith, set against the backdrop of Yadi's realism, appeared even more pure and resilient. Queen Ottoheim turned and nodded to Jinbe, indicating that she had received the answer she wanted. After receiving the signal, Jinbe bade farewell to Yadi, and the group turned and left. Yadi watched them leave, thinking to himself, "Queen Ottoheim's faith is truly pure. If she hadn't been assassinated later, she might have really been able to realize the idea of humans and fishmen coexisting on the sea surface. But now such a thing as an assassination will not happen." In these 2 months, Yadi had recalled some of the plot by being the boss of the Fishman district. There were 2 villains in the Fishman arc of One Piece. One was Vander Decken, who harassed Princess Shirahoshi. He was the 4-legged merman captured by Yadi at the beginning, currently employed in the research team at the Sea Forest, and his pirate crew had also been incorporated. The other was Hody Jones, who assassinated the queen. His strength was average, and because a new boss appeared in the Fishman district, he resigned from the Neptune army, returned to the Fishman district to follow Yadi, and was now serving as a captain in the Northwest Development Team of the Sea Forest. Yadi sighed at the impermanence of the world. The villains of the Fishman district had gained new lives before they even had a chance to commit evil. "Hayuzu," Yadi's voice was not loud, but it pierced through the water current like a deep-sea horn. A merman with a lean physique and dark blue stripes on his skin, swam over rapidly like a ghost. It was Hyuzu, who was known for his speed. "Boss, your orders," he bowed respectfully, his posture crisp. Yadi grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white, sharp teeth, his tone carrying the ease of offloading a huge burden. "Go, find a few reliable brothers, and pack up that pile of eye-blinding treasure in my room and send it all to the Sun Pirates. Don't leave a single piece." He had long since stuffed the real treasures, those strange and varied devil fruit, into his stomach, and only mountains of berries and gold and silver jewelry remained in the room, which in his eyes now were nothing more than cumbersome space wasters. "Understood, boss. I guarantee it will be done beautifully." Hyuzu replied like thunder, his body twisting, turning into a streak of dark blue light, and he instantly disappeared at the end of the field of vision. Relying on this water-skimming speed that was unrivaled in the Fishman district, he had earned the title of Yadi's gold medal messenger in the sea forest. Watching Hyuzu leave, Yadi let out a long sigh, as if he had shed a heavy burden, and even the surrounding air seemed a bit lighter. Hugh finally got rid of this hot mountain of gold. He felt secretly pleased. Fishman Island was hidden 10,000 meters deep on the seabed, and was a transportation hub between the Grand Line and the New World. Unfortunately, out of every 10 merchant ships that passed through, 5 had to have a shipwreck clearance sail here. The cargo loss rate was extremely high, leading to skyrocketing prices, and any goods that were even slightly valuable would seek other methods of transportation. Trying to find a devil fruit purchasing agent on Fishman Island was as difficult as ascending to heaven. And the 7 warlords of the sea member Jinbe was simply a top-tier purchasing agent tailored for him. Compared to other pirates, not only was he strong and reputable, but crucially, Jinbe was about to go to the New World to visit Whitebeard's base. That was a gathering place for a world-class great pirate. Even if Whitebeard did not require taxes from his territory, as far as Fishman Island was concerned, they would pay some food and treasure every year as a thank you for the protection, and other territories likely had similar behaviors. Yadi seemed to have already seen his room full of treasure, through the Jin brand express train, turning into tempting devil fruit in the New World, and flying back, of course. Most of them should be incomplete devil fruit. Heh, Yadi was serious on the surface, but inwardly he couldn't help but let out a smug, cunning laugh. One step closer to the devil fruit collection plan. Ever since Yadi found out he could consume devil fruit to gain continuous buffs, he had the intention of recharging the buffs until the time the main pirate crew set sail. It would require about 100 or so complete devil fruit, or over 200 incomplete devil fruit. According to the market price on the sea surface, it would cost at least 10 billion berries, and it was a case of having money but no goods. This plan obviously could not be completed by staying on Fishman Island and guarding the meager drop rate of shipwrecks in the sea forest. So Yadi needed a business model to go out to sea and earn devil fruit. Yadi's trump card was the sea itself. There were 2 ways to travel back and forth between the New World and the pirate world. One was to pass through the Red Line at Mary Geoise, which basically ruled out the option for ordinary people. The other was the Fishman Island coasting route. Due to attacks by sea beasts and pirates, the shipwreck rate remained high, time could not be guaranteed, and the risk index was off the charts. This ultimately led to trade across the Grand Line and the New World having high costs, high risks, and low efficiency, becoming a bottleneck that constrained top-tier forces. And by utilizing Yadi's advantages in the sea, Yadi could become another fast, safe, and stable new shipping lane for merchant ships traveling between the Grand Line and the New World, perhaps even becoming another super shipping lane for transporting goods across the entire pirate world. Of course, this would also require Yadi to possess the skill to store large amounts of cargo. This was also Yadi's next main task, using the internal mapping space of Funeral Yadi to develop a storage skill for maritime commercial shipping lanes. Chapter 10, Talent Development and Conspiracy. The key to developing a storage skill lies in the mapped space solidified within the body. If the body is likened to a large sphere, then the internal space is a small sphere suspended in the center of that large sphere. Only items that come into contact, with the small sphere can be stored. There are two other development plans for Yati. The first is the Pokemon Yati method, storing items by swallowing them directly with the mouth and using the talent for air manipulation to retrieve the desired items. The second is the Funeral Yati and Naruto Yati method. Because of their unique life forms, they can directly tear open a part of their body and swallow things to achieve the purpose of storage, using body manipulation to retrieve the desired items. The first Yati could also do this, but swallowing and spitting out cargo with the mouth is somewhat unseemly, and the efficiency is very low, failing to meet Yati's needs. Yati prepares to combine the two to develop a third plan. That is, by directionally cutting body tissue and guiding the direction of healing, shorten the distance from the mapped space to the body surface, and finally expose a spaceport on the body surface. Yati can control seawater for cutting and guidance, and use buffs and national treasure drugs to increase healing speed, fully meeting the development conditions. It's just that this method might be a bit painful, having to constantly perform seppuku and constantly heal. But the cleanup of the ruins is already in the final stages, so I can totally slack off. I should take advantage of the remaining 3 months of buffs to develop this skill as soon as possible, Yati pondered. Yati took the bandages and medicine requested from the logistics department, along with a little blood collected from the reclamation team, and swam toward the deep sea. The medicine also included national treasure drugs sent monthly, which can increase wound recovery speed. The side effect is a reduction in lifespan, but according to Yati's tests, the side effects of taking 20 pills each time can be exactly offset by the 5S buffs. Beside a pitch-black trench that looked like the throat of a giant beast, Yati casually punctured the bag filled with blood. The flowing blood followed the seawater into the distance, luring countless deep-sea beasts. In his perception, this seabed, which seemed like an abyss, was as bright as day. A siphonophore drifted by, like a ghost blown from glass, its slender tentacles swaying freely. 100 meters away, a massive whale carcass lay, with dense white creatures clinging to it, wriggling and ravenously chewing on the sunken remains, breaking down the massive death into tiny life. What a vibrant scene of life, Yati sighed inwardly, then used his hand as a blade, with water as the edge, and slashed at his abdomen. Rip! A sound like tearing fabric rang out in the deep sea, and a crimson mist of blood gushed out, instantly dyeing the surrounding seawater into a dark red curtain. The intense pain struck, but Yati didn't even frown. His movements were as precise as a machine as he condensed the seawater mixed with his own blood into an extremely fine blood-colored scalpel. His perception sank into the wound, traveling through blood vessels and muscles, confirming the channel position while carefully cutting. Needle-like pain violently assaulted his nerves, but Yati, having prepared in advance, immediately grabbed the medicine bottle and precisely poured out 20 red and white pills. A strange, icy sensation washed over his entire body, and the intense pain retreated like the tide. The edges of the wound on his abdomen began to wriggle and close at a speed visible to the naked eye, with new granulation tissue glowing with a pink light. At the same time, Yati used the seawater remaining in his body to guide the direction of tissue healing. The wound heals quite fast, but the distance required for the internal space to be exposed to the body surface is also quite long. It will take about a month. If I knew the Navy 6 style's profound truth life return, perhaps I wouldn't have to suffer like this, Yati thought to himself. The Navy 6 styles is a combat skill of the Navy. Those who are proficient may awaken the Navy 6 style's profound truth life return, allowing them to freely control their body parts. At the edge of Yati's kilometer-wide perception net, he suddenly caught 3 violent water current disturbances. It was like a depth charge detonating in the silence. 1,000 meters away, behind a huge reef covered in glowing moss, the seawater churned violently. The leading giant beast had a lion's head and fangs, its blood basin mouth wide open, and its scarlet beastly pupils were like burning charcoal in the gloom, filled with a primal greed for blood. The giant beast on the left flank resembled a terrifying sea scorpion magnified 10,000 times. its pincers flashing with cold light as they opened and closed. The giant beast on the right flank was like a giant eel covered in bone armor, its mouth filled with layers of sharp teeth flashing with cold light. The three deep-sea beasts, each with a different form, were like deep-sea torpedoes that had smelled blood. They broke through layers of water curtains and lunged straight at the churning mist of blood. The turbulence they stirred up caused the siphonophores' tentacles to dance wildly, scattering the nearby schools of fish. Three deep-sea beasts? This fishing spot is decent. Yadi was not alarmed but happy, even feeling that this was a huge profit. He immediately entered Best Actor mode, eyes closed, his massive body rising and falling slightly in the seawater, with blood flowing endlessly from the wound, looking like an enticing, critically wounded prey ready to be slaughtered. The three giant beasts, completely off guard, scrambled into the dense blood mist, now less than 50 meters from Yadi. The leading lion-headed sea beast even lashed out with its massive tail at the bone-armored eel to compete for the best dining spot, stirring up a cloud of turbidity. In their eyes, there was only the food emitting a deadly temptation, their giant mouths opening, the stench of blood rushing toward them. Just as they were about to touch Yadi's enticing body, Yadi's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. In his cold pupils, a cold light burst forth. An invisible, massive willpower, like a deep-sea tsunami, instantly descended. As if a god had pressed the pause button, the rushing seawater suddenly solidified, turning into hard, cold sapphire. The drifting siphonophore, its slender glowing tentacles frozen in a terrified dance. Those three ferocious giant beasts, maintaining their vicious posture of lunging and biting, were completely frozen in the solidified crystal. The greed in the lion-headed beast's eyes instantly turned into extreme terror and bewilderment. Its muscles bulged and struggled like steel, yet it couldn't even twitch a single whisker. The brute force of the deep-sea overlords, in the face of this absolute domain control, was as fragile as newborn fish eggs. In just a few seconds, the suffocation of being unable to breathe caused their eyes to roll back, and they passed out completely. The solidified seawater instantly returned to flow. Yadi easily dragged the three unconscious giant beasts to his side, as if pulling in a net. He poked the lion-headed beast's tough skin with a huge finger and weighed the bone-armored eel. Although not as good as the quality of the sea forest fishing grounds, it wins on quantity, 3 at once. He satisfyingly stuffed the spoils all at once into a deep cave nearby. The sea beasts near the sea forest seemed to have gained intelligence and had little interest in the blood smell of the reclamation team, so Yadi could only find some high-quality fishing spots while far away from Fishman Island. Just after dealing with the deep-sea takeout, a massive, ancient, familiar aura, like a moving undersea mountain range, slowly enveloped this sea area. A huge shadow obscured the sparse bioluminescent community above and finally stopped at the edge of the trench. Its body was bright yellow, covered with deep spots, and the jagged bone spurs on its head were like an ancient crown. It was exactly the 10,000-meter-class sea kings that Yadi had seen before coming to Fishman Island. Its huge head lowered, and its lantern-like golden vertical pupils pierced through the heavy darkness, precisely locking onto Yadi. A deep, resonant voice boomed directly into Yadi's consciousness. "Little imp, I smell your blood. Are you injured?" The voice carried a hint of imperceptible concern. Yadi looked up, meeting that gaze, full of primal majesty, sufficient to make deep-sea beasts bow their heads. The wound on his abdomen was still slightly hot and healing under the effect of the new medicine, with residual blood threads drifting in the surrounding seawater like red gauze. "No, I'm just playing," Yadi replied. Shabandi Archipelago. The rain permeating the Shabandi Archipelago always carried a sour, rotten smell of rust and cheap rum. The rain tapped against the greasy stained glass of the rusty anchor bar, blurring the clamor outside in the first GR lawless zone, the howls of drunks, the clashing of swords, the final whimpers of some unlucky soul, into a damp background noise. The secret room in the depths of the bar cut off all noise. The air was filled with the thick smoke of high-end cigars and another, sweeter, more nauseating smell of rust. Hanging on the walls were not decorative paintings, but rows of metal collars of various sizes, each bearing aged, dark red stains, shimmering with a sinister light under the dim, yellowish glow of the whale oil lamps. Blood Rust Truman sat beneath this collection. Truman was a middle-aged man, his figure as lean as a dried eel, dressed in a meticulous dark purple-striped suit that looked out of place in this bloody den. His pale fingers were toying with a polished, milky white fang on the table. It was the tooth of Fisher tiger, which he had spent a great deal of money to obtain from a fleeing Holy Land guard. Tiger, oh tiger. Truman caressed the cold tooth tip with near-obsessive fascination, his voice low and hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing. The great hero who saved slaves, how I longed for your appearance when I was still a slave myself. It doesn't matter. Although I am a slave trader now, I am still very grateful for your appearance. The price of Fishman? It has doubled. What a beautiful achievement. Truman's eyes flashed with a sickly, fanatical light. However, this light instantly extinguished, replaced by cold, vicious intent. He slammed his hand down, clutching Tiger's tooth tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and smashed it fiercely onto the thick oak tabletop. Bang! A delicate little bottle, containing a light blue liquid on the table, jumped. But this son you left behind, Jinbe, Truman squeezed the name out through his teeth, filled with bone-deep hatred. He ruined everything, waving the broken flag of peace, going to be a dog for the world government. 7 warlords of the sea, he let out a short, harsh, mocking laugh. He thinks that by wearing that dog hat, he can protect Fishman Island? Dream on. He gave those lowly bastards in the Fishman district hopes they shouldn't have. He made them dare to refuse my cooperation. He made them think they could escape their own destiny. Truman stood up abruptly, his long, thin shadow twisting and swaying on the wall covered in collars, like a demon ready to devour people. Truman walked a few steps to the corner of the secret room, where a young fishman, covered in wounds and wearing heavy shackles, was curled up. The fishman had dark green scales and a strong tail, but at this moment he could only tremble in fear, whimpering in his throat. Truman crouched down, his cold fingers stroking the fresh whip marks on the fishman's face like a viper, his voice so soft it was hair-raising. Look at you, what a good slave. Originally, slaves like you would have been sent continuously from the Fishman district. But now, his fingers suddenly exerted force, digging fiercely into the wound. Arg, the fishman curled up in pain. Now they think they are free? Think that fat blue guy named Jinbe can save them. Truman leaned close to the fishman's ear, his hot breath spraying onto the cold scales. He will only drag them into a deeper pit of fire. Soon I will make him understand the price of betraying his own racial value. Truman straightened up, disgustedly pulling out a snow-white handkerchief to slowly wipe his fingers stained with blood and scale fragments, as if he had just touched some dirty trash. Truman walked back to the table, his gaze falling on the small bottle of light blue liquid. This was a replica of the Sun Tree Eve root extract, enough to pass for the real thing. Knock, knock. A light knock sounded at the door, and a young man in a suit entered, handed Truman a document, and said softly, "Master, here is the information on the supernovas willing to stay behind to attack Jinbe for the flame fruit." Truman took the document and started to review it. Steel Jaw Baroque Jakes. Has a jaw made of steel, astonishing bite force, cruel personality, crocodile fruit user, bounty 210 million. Hurricane Leg Annie Spike. Leg techniques are extremely fast, attacks are like a storm. Expelled from the Navy due to excessive appetite, mastered the Navy 6 styles, bounty 220 million. Chain Hand Kevlar Binder. Chain fruit user, a master of using chains as weapons, bounty 230 million. Powder Keg Bam Bomb. Hot-tempered, has explosive pills from the giant tooth kingdom on his body and limbs. Quite impressive attack power, bounty 160 million. Is that all? Truman asked, frowning. The man in the suit replied, "The other supernovas are going to the New World to challenge Whitebeard." Truman. Suddenly, a scarred man in overalls burst in and shouted, Master, oh yeah." Truman fired a shot into the scarred man's arm and said softly, "How many times have I told you I hate loud shouting." The scarred man clutched his arm and whispered, "Master, that hurricane leg wasn't expelled from the Navy because of her appetite. This lunatic eats people. She even wants to taste the flavor of a Fishman slave, Master." Truman's face darkened slightly, and he said, "Fishman slaves are so expensive, she can't afford to eat them. Go, transfer those Fishman slaves quickly." The scarred man turned and went out, and 2 henchmen came in from the opposite direction. "Master, Steel Jaw Baroque bit everything around his residence. His father lost 8 million berries at the casino, and the casino is now demanding we pay. Master, Chain Hand Binder demands we provide him with a large amount of refined iron to absorb." Truman's face became even gloomier, and he said in a low voice, "Give the iron Baroque bit to Binder, tell him it's refined iron. Find someone to tell Baroque about his father's situation, let them solve it themselves. Go quickly." After the 2 left, another henchman came over. "Master, our pirate bounty has finally been accepted by a pirate hunter." Hearing this good news, Truman's expression finally softened, and he asked, "Who accepted it?" The henchman replied, "It's Thousand Face, cook. However, at first, when we said it was attacking Jinbe, he wasn't interested, but when he heard there were supernovas in the attacking team, he couldn't wait to accept the commission. I suspect he might not be here to cause trouble for Jinbe." Hearing this answer, Truman finally couldn't take it anymore, smashed a corner of the table with one palm, and stood up. "Can't wait for these idiots to assemble anymore. Let's start the plan directly." Truman turned to the man in the suit and said, "Get your people to act. Make sure everyone on the entire Shabondi archipelago knows that on the 1st of next month, someone is plotting to make a move on the Sun Tree Eve at 1st GR. "Yes, Master." Rumors, like the deadliest plague, spread silently and rapidly through the dark alleys, docks, and noisy bars of the Shabondi archipelago. Panic was especially evident in the areas where fishmen lived, and the air was filled with an atmosphere of despair. The fishmen knew that the Sun Tree Eve was the lifeline of Fishman Island. Once any problem occurred, their home 10,000 meters below would completely plunge into eternal darkness. In the shadows, countless pairs of greedy eyes and sharpened blades, like sharks that had smelled blood, were quietly aimed at the figure about to step into the trap. The neon lights of the Shabondi archipelago twisted and flowed on the wet ground after the rain, reflecting the bloody feast about to be staged on this lawless island. Chapter 11, Prelude to the Storm. In the central area of the sea forest, Yadi was walking along a familiar path toward the Fishman district. In the morning, the wolf-fish Fishman, Yudin, had led the newly recruited members from the Fishman district to complete the final finishing work at the Sea Forest Research Base. This meant that Yadi's cleanup and construction tasks in the sea forest had officially come to an end. Over the past 20-plus days, Yadi's life had been quite routine. During the day, he supervised work and cultivated in the sea forest. At night, he would first search for the wreckage of crashed pirate ships, then head to fishing grounds far from Fishman Island to fish while focusing on developing his storage ability. Currently, Yadi's true physical size had quietly surpassed the 5,000-meter mark. His perception range had expanded to over 1,500 meters, and his mastery of his innate talent had reached a level of pure perfection. What pleased Yadi the most was the rapid progress in developing his storage ability. "Boss." "Hello, boss." As the fishmen entering and leaving the Fishman district saw Yadi, they greeted him respectfully one after another. Yadi responded with a nod to each of them. A simple wooden cabin appeared before his eyes, with 2 fishermen guards standing at the door. This was Yadi's temporary residence in the Fishman district. After nodding to the guards in thanks, Yadi pushed the door open and entered. The furnishings inside were extremely simple. 3 wooden crates, a small red coral table, and a huge scallop-shaped sofa made up all his belongings. Yadi opened one of the wooden crates and took off his signature trench coat, revealing blood-stained bandages wrapped around his abdomen. He carefully unwrapped the bandages, revealing a hideous, massive wound that ran across his abdomen. In the center of the wound, a deep, circular black hole was embedded. This was the port for his internal mapping space that he had successfully stabilized just last night. He picked up a long, rod-like metal stick from the crate and slowly brought it toward the black hole in his abdomen. When the tip of the rod touched the edge of the black hole, the part in contact instantly disappeared without a trace. Yadi probed the black hole with his perception and saw that, inside the vast internal space wrapped in layers of flesh, the metal rod was lying steadily on the organ platform below the entrance. It worked. The development direction is correct. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yadi's eyes. The next step is to expand the scale of this entrance. This is much easier than opening a passage. However, the surface of this space does not have the power to distort objects, which means the connection between my body and the space is more complex than I imagined. He muttered to himself, thinking about the next optimization. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Boss, someone has been sent from the Dragon Palace. They ask you to go over. The guard's voice came from outside. Understood, Yadi replied. He quickly closed the wooden crate, stuffed the blood-stained old bandages into the black hole in his abdomen, deftly replaced them with new bandages to wrap the wound, put his trench coat back on, and pushed the door open to leave. Standing outside the door was a Fishman soldier in fine armor, along with the left minister of the Dragon Palace, an elderly catfish Fishman with an exceptionally grave expression. Your Excellency Yadi, the left minister's voice carried a heavy sense of urgency. Something big has happened. The kingdom needs your power. Please accompany me to the Dragon Palace for details. His Majesty the King will explain it to you personally. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace. King Neptune sat upright on the throne, with the worried Queen Ottoheim beside him, and the Minister of the Right standing below. The atmosphere in the entire Great Hall was as stifling as the calm before a storm. Yadi followed the left minister into the Great Hall and immediately felt the gravity of the situation. What happened? Yadi asked straight to the point. Seeing Yadi, King Neptune immediately stood up from the throne, strode down the steps, and opened his huge palm. Resting in his palm was a delicate little glass bottle containing a small amount of viscous, glowing, light blue liquid. 10 days ago, we received urgent intelligence from fishmen living incognito on the Sabyati archipelago. Someone is planning to conspire against the Sun Tree Eve on the 1st of next month in the 1GR area of the Sabyati archipelago. King Neptune's voice was low and angry. We utilized some reliable connections in the human world to conduct a secret investigation. Queen Ottoheim added, her tone full of worry, and we finally discovered this. King Neptune handed the small bottle to Yadi. The liquid in the bottle has a composition extremely similar to the life essence secreted by the Sun Tree Eve. It is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Its origin is unknown. The Sun Tree Eve is incredibly massive, and we currently cannot confirm if its main body has suffered substantial damage. The Minister of the Right interjected, his brows furrowed. But one thing is certain. Someone succeeded in collecting samples from the Sun Tree Eve. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a realistic imitation. King Neptune clenched his fists, and the throne trembled slightly. The Sun Tree Eve is the foundation upon which our Fishman Island relies for survival. It is the lifeline connecting sunlight to the deep sea. We will absolutely not allow it to suffer any mishap. This is definitely an extremely malicious conspiracy targeting Fishman Island. Based on the timing and the target, Queen Ottoheim analyzed, her gaze sharp. This is very likely a conspiracy targeting Jinbe. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he is one of the most important protective umbrellas for Fishman Island in the human world. However, King Neptune sighed helplessly. Jinbe departed for the New World 20 days ago to visit His Excellency Whitebeard. Water from afar cannot put out a fire close by. King Neptune looked at Yadi with burning eyes, filled with earnestness and determination. Therefore, we can only request Your Excellency Yadi to represent Fishman Island. Go to the Sabyati archipelago to investigate this matter and crush this conspiracy. The main forces of the Dragon Palace Kingdom have all been dispatched to various nodes of the Sun Tree Eve for strict inspection and protection. Some members of the Sun Pirates will serve as your assistants to help with this operation. Yadi listened quietly, and he already understood in his heart. The other party used the sun tree Eve as bait to set a trap in the lawless area of the Sabyati archipelago, forcing Fishman Island to send someone, very likely to deal with Jinbe. Although he knew it was a conspiracy, the safety of the sun tree Eve concerned the survival of the entire Fishman Island. So this was an unavoidable open plot. I understand. Yadi's voice was steady and powerful. I will go to the Sabyati archipelago. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Yadi. King Neptune and Queen Ottoheim breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. King Neptune immediately ordered, Minister of the Right, go to the Sun Pirates base immediately and ask them to send a representative to discuss the details of the operation with Your Excellency Yadi. No need for thanks, Yadi shook his head slightly. Sunlight shines upon the deep sea, this grace belongs to all fishmen. Protecting it is also a responsibility. Sometime later, Yadi left the heavy-atmosphered Dragon Palace. The plan agreed upon with the representative of the Sun Pirates, mainly Aladdin, the ship doctor and strategist, was simple and direct. Sneak into the Sabyati archipelago Loki tomorrow, conduct a preliminary investigation into the authenticity of the intelligence, scout the reality of 1GR, and search for clues about the attack on the Sun Tree plan and the mastermind behind it. On the 1st of next month, go to the 1GR indicated by the intelligence to directly ferret out and eliminate the mastermind. The Sabyati archipelago is composed of several of the world's largest mangrove trees. Their roots are the ground, and the natural resin secreted by the roots forms bubbles, which have many wonderful uses locally. Grove 4343GR, Bubble Pod Docking Station. Accompanied by a slight sway and a sound of escaping air, the huge bubble pod docked steadily. The hatch slid open, and air mixed with the fresh scent of trees, the salty taste of the sea breeze, and a hint of the bustling atmosphere belonging to a human city rushed in. Yadi tightened his trench coat, tucked in his towering figure slightly, and was the first to step out of the pod. Following closely behind was the ship doctor of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin. This burly merman with a ponytail and a small mustache had also changed into relatively ordinary human clothing, covering his fish tail. Whoa, Yadi let out a low exclamation mixed with awe. The scene before his eyes was indeed peculiar. The branches of the huge mangrove trees were like a natural dome, and countless colorful bubbles of all sizes were naturally generated from the ground, tree trunks, and even the air, floating lightly. Sunlight refracted through the canopy and bubbles, casting dreamy light spots on the ground. The air was filled with the pop-pop sounds of bubbles bursting, the hawking of vendors, and the laughter of children. Is this the Sabyati archipelago? Soap Bubble Island. It lives up to its name. Yadi thought to himself as he carefully dodged a huge bubble floating toward him. The gaze behind Yadi's sunglasses scanned his surroundings sharply. Prosperous, dreamy, but also hiding chaos. He saw scantily clad dancers performing on a bubble stage in the distance and caught a glimpse of malicious gazes flashing by in dark alleys. Besides the fresh scent of bubbles, the air was vaguely mixed with cheap perfume, cooking fumes, and a hint of a rusty, unsettling aura. Target 13GR, stay alert, Yadi was concise. With the help of the pirate plot, the first method of gathering intelligence Yadi thought of was Shaki's ripoff bar located in 13GR, where the pirate King Roger's right-hand man, the dark King Rayleigh, was also located. Since Aladdin happened to know Shaki, they decided to go to 13GR first. The two merged into the crowd and headed toward the 13GR area deep in the archipelago. They looked like two ordinary tourists curious about Sabyati, although Yadi's 10-meter size was somewhat eye-catching. Yadi observed the bizarre and colorful bubble wonders while sensing the movements and conversations around him. The closer they got to the lawless area, the more the atmosphere changed. The buildings became dilapidated and crowded, and the expressions of the pedestrians on the streets became more complex. Fierce pirates, shifty-eyed outlaws, hurried merchants, and some people who looked like nobles, dressed in finery but with greedy eyes, strolling about surrounded by guards. Various wanted posters, traces of violent conflicts, and some obscure graffiti about slaves and auctions began to appear on the walls. Shaki's ripoff bar. The lighting in the shop was soft, and the faint fragrance of coffee and alcohol wafted through the air. Behind the bar, a tall, black-haired woman with a lazy demeanor but a wisdom and sharpness forged by the passage of time, Shaki, was elegantly wiping a wine glass. Seeing Aladdin, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in her eyes, which immediately turned into a familiar smile. Rare guest, Shaki's voice had a unique magnetism. "Isn't this little Aladdin? What's wrong? Finally tired of the winds and waves of the sea and brought a friend to support my business." Her gaze drifted, examining Yadi with great interest. This young man has a very special aura. New face, or is it a distinguished guest from underwater? Her gaze lingered for a moment on the faint outline of bandages under Yadi's trench coat and Aladdin's merman features. She clearly guessed something. Aladdin smiled a bit awkwardly. "Sister Shaki, long time no see. This is Your Excellency Yadi, a friend from Fishman Island. We have indeed encountered some trouble and would like to ask for your guidance." Aladdin knew Shaki's rules well and directly took out a small blue coral ornament emitting a soft fluorescent light, placing it gently on the bar counter. "A small token of appreciation, please accept it." Shaki glanced at the priceless deep-sea coral, a satisfied arc curling at the corner of her mouth. Speak. In view of this sincerity and our old acquaintance, what do you want to know?" Aladdin lowered his voice and briefly explained the situation. The Sun Tree Eve being threatened, and intelligence pointing to a conspiracy on the 1st of next month in 1GR. After listening, Shaki put down the wine glass, her lazy expression relaxed a bit, and her eyes became deep and sharp. She lit a slender cigarette and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Sun Tree Eve 1GR, the 1st of next month," she muttered to herself, her fingers tapping the bar counter lightly, as if quickly searching for fragments of information in her mind. Recently, over in 1GR Blood Rust, Truman has indeed been making big moves, recruiting some restless supernovas, and the commotion has made things a mess. Shaki changed the subject, looking at the two with a burning gaze. However, the intelligence about attacking the Sun Tree is very likely a smokescreen. "A smokescreen?" Yadi finally spoke, his voice low. Shaki leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping lower, with a hint of coldness. "The real big show is on the 1st of next month. A special auction will be held at the 1GR auction house." "An auction?" Aladdin's heart tightened. "Yes," Shaki flicked the ash. "And in this auction, the finale item might be extremely rare Fishman slaves. It might attract big shots from the Holy Land. Those noble idiots who wear bubble helmets to come." Aladdin's face instantly turned ashen, and his fists clenched unconsciously. The aura around Yadi also suddenly turned a few degrees colder. Watching their reactions, Shaki continued. "If in this carefully laid trap, in a lawless place like 1GR, a celestial dragon happens to encounter the Fishman Island forces that came to stop the conspiracy to attack the Sun Tree. Especially if the representative of this force is a member of the Sun Pirates, who are closely related to the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbe, what will happen?" Aladdin gasped, "Conflict, bloodshed. It might even harm a celestial dragon." "Bingo," Shaki snapped her fingers. "Once this happens, regardless of the cause, the world government will surely be thunderously furious in order to maintain the utterly ridiculous dignity of the celestial dragons. This is likely the result the mastermind behind the scenes wants most, to use the hands of the celestial dragons to get rid of Jinbe, the 7 warlords of the sea protective umbrella that blocks their slave trade money path. The so-called attack on the Sun Tree is nothing more than bait." The truth was like a cold tide, instantly submerging Aladdin. The outline of the conspiracy became incredibly clear and malicious under Shaki's peeling. Using the privileges of the celestial dragons as a weapon was more insidious and deadly than directly attacking the Sun Tree Eve. Yadi was silent for a moment, his gaze behind his sunglasses seemingly piercing through the tavern walls, staring straight at the direction of 1GR. Yadi spoke slowly, his voice calm yet filled with determination. "The 1st of next month, 1GR, crush the conspiracy and solve everyone who makes trouble." Yadi's tone did not waver in the slightest. Instead, it was even more determined because he saw the opponent's chess move clearly. Aladdin took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and chill in his heart, and nodded forcefully. "Understood." Sister Shaki, this intelligence is priceless. Great kindness does not need thanks. Shaki waved her hand lazily. You're too polite. I'm just reminding you that the water in 1GR is very deep, and most importantly, if you hurt a celestial dragon, a marine admiral might appear. You must be prepared. Shaki picked up her wine glass and took a sip meaningfully. Yadi and Aladdin looked at each other. There was no more confusion in their eyes, only cold determination. The bubbles of the Sabyati archipelago were still dreamy. But beneath this dreaminess, a storm targeting the future of Fishman Island had already brewed and taken shape in the shadows of 1GR. Chapter 12, Fierce Battle, Part 1. The two bade farewell to Shaki and pushed the door open to leave the bar. Aladdin wanted to say something, but hesitated. As the representative of the Sun Pirates involved in this matter, he had to remind Yadi that there was another cold option, to ignore it. A slave trader exhausting all calculations to set this trap actually proved that he himself lacked the ability to truly threaten the Sun Tree Eve. That bottle of imitation was his limit. As long as one could harden their heart and ignore the fate of those fellow Fishman slaves about to be auctioned. As long as one could withstand the impact of the rumors on Fishman Island. As long as one did not step into the trap of Grove One. Then neither Yadi nor Fishman Island itself would face any direct security threat. A deep sense of helplessness flashed across Aladdin's face. Yadi. Say no more. Yadi's voice was steady, but carried an unquestionable power, cutting him off directly. I promised Jinbe that I would let Fishman Island possess enough power to deter all sides. Your task is to lead the Sun Pirates to seize the opportunity and rescue those Fishman slaves with all your might. Aladdin looked at Yadi's calm, yet resolute profile, and knew that further persuasion would be futile. He took a deep breath, suppressed the complex emotions in his heart, and nodded forcefully. Understood. Leave the rescue operation to us. Yadi understood Aladdin's unsaid advice, but he had to fight this battle, and his target was clear, the Marine Admiral. The prototype of the storage space he had opened up within his body had already appeared, and the days of working part-time under the sea were not far off. In order for Fishman Island to remain safe in the tide of the plot, he had changed after Yadi left. Before setting sail, Yadi had to use a battle that would shock the world to demonstrate absolute power to all the ambitious people coveting Fishman Island. Whether it was greedy human pirates, slave traders, or the restless radicals in the Fishman district, at least let them know that Yadi had just left, not died, and would return at any time. And a battle involving a head-on confrontation with the Marine's highest combat power would be the loudest declaration. Let's go, Yadi turned around. Go back and tell King Neptune. And by the way, make some preparations for the upcoming battle. Time flowed like sand between fingers, and that day indicated by the intelligence. The 1st of next month finally arrived. Sabyati Archipelago, Grove 60. This was the edge of the archipelago, an area guarded by heavy marine forces and also the official gateway for the world government. A magnificent ship flying the flag, symbolizing the supreme status of the celestial dragons, slowly docked. The gangplank was lowered, and 2 celestial dragons wearing transparent bubble helmets stepped onto the land of Sabyati with their noses in the air, surrounded by guards and slaves. St. Charlos, I heard that the finale of this auction is a rare Fishman slave. It's truly something to look forward to. St. Rossward, leaning on a gold-inlaid cane, flicked his whip casually at the slave he was leading while speaking to his son beside him. Father, I can't wait. A Fishman slave, what a novel toy. St. Charlos rode on the back of a robust slave, his snot bubble inflating and deflating with his excitement, his eyes filled with twisted anticipation. Behind them were 2 rows of solemn-faced, well-equipped guards. On both sides of the road, Marine soldiers stood in formation, welcoming them. The air was so heavy, you could almost wring water from it. On the top floor of the office building at the nearby Marine base, the base vice admiral in charge of Sabyati's defense looked through the window, overlooking this disgusting scene that he nevertheless had to treat with respect. Thinking of the rampant rumors recently about the conspiracy regarding Fishman Island's Sun Tree Eve, a trace of imperceptible unease crossed his heart. But soon, this unease was dispelled by powerful inertia of thought. He did not believe that, on this vast sea, under the absolute deterrence of the Marine Admiral, anyone would truly dare to defy the world and harm those supreme world nobles. However, worry about his future successfully outweighed his confidence in the Marines, and the Vice Admiral finally dialed the den mushy. "Hello, is this Marine headquarters?" "Grove 13, Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. No matter how many times I come, the water here always tastes so special," Yadi said, picking up the full glass on the bar counter and downing it in one gulp again. The amber liquid slid down his throat as if it were just ordinary water. "Young man, this is strong liquor." Shacky looked helplessly at the man in front of her, who seemed like a bottomless pit, and refilled his glass. "With a great battle imminent, is it really okay to drink so much? This bit of water has no effect on me." Yadi's tone was flat, downing another glass, his movements smooth and natural, making Shacky's eyebrows twitch. In the blink of an eye, a small stack of empty wine bottles had piled up beside the bar counter. "Haha, it's about time." Yadi put down the last empty glass and casually picked up 2 unopened bottles of strong liquor from the bar counter. "Sister Shacky, I'm going to have some fun at Grove 1. The commotion might be a bit loud later, so remember to close the doors and windows." Watching Yadi's back as he pushed the door and left, Shacky glanced at the pile of empty bottles on the floor and muttered softly, "If you can really have fun all the way from Grove 1 to here, you can drink any wine in the shop for free from now on." Yadi's perception clearly captured this sentence, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The foundation of the entire Sabyati archipelago was formed by the intertwined root systems of giant mangrove trees. During the warm-up preparations over the past few days, he had already quietly left his mark on those relatively fragile root nodes. Outside the door, a Fishman warrior draped in a black coat with a steady aura had been waiting for a long time. He was an officer of the Sun Pirates. Seeing Yadi come out, he nodded silently and solemnly. The silent message had been conveyed. The team to rescue the Fishman slaves was fully ready. "Then, let's begin," Yadi muttered to himself, a long-lost excitement belonging to the Sea Kings surging in his blood. "This is my first real battle in the pirate world." Grove 1. The periphery of the auction venue had long been cordoned off by the Marines, and the on-duty soldiers were patrolling back and forth with tense expressions. The air was permeated with a sense of oppression, like a storm about to break. Against the backdrop of countless floating bubbles refracting distorted light, Yadi stepped into the core area of this lawless zone. Yadi's target was clear: the rusty anchor bar, the territory of the slave trader Truman, and also the source of this conspiracy storm. In Yadi's perception, some people had already gathered in this filthy place. Steel Jaw Baroque Jax was currently anxiously gnawing on the metal sign at the entrance of the bar with his terrifying giant jaws, sparks flying everywhere. He had set out to sea to make a name for himself and find his lost relatives, but had a gambling-addicted father on the ship causing trouble. Hurricane Leg Annie Spike, captain of the Annie Pirates, had an insatiable appetite, especially a pathological craving for human flesh. The memory of her mother, gently watching her eat her father during a shipwreck, was her nightmare and source of power. At this moment, her crimson tongue licked her lips, her greedy gaze locked tightly onto Yadi, as if evaluating an unprecedented delicacy. Chain Hand Kevlar Binder, captain of the Chain Pirates, he was not fighting alone. Dozens of crew members were connected to each other through the thick chains he released, forming an offensive and defensive iron chain network. Like a huge steel spider web blocking the street, the sound of the chains rubbing together was ear-piercing. Powder Keg Bam Bomb, captain of the Giant Tooth Pirates, had his arm and leg armor densely embedded with high-explosive pills, a specialty of the Giant Tooth Kingdom. Every punch and kick was accompanied by deadly firelight. He carried the regret of his kingdom's destruction and longed to find the cornerstone for restoring the country. Thousand Faces Cook Platyfish, a bounty hunter with mysterious whereabouts. He had not appeared, But Yadi's powerful observation Haki could clearly perceive a point full of malice, cleverly blending into the shadows of the surrounding buildings and the chaotic crowd, like a lurking viper, waiting for the moment to kill with one strike. Yadi's pace did not pause in the slightest as he walked straight towards the rusty anchor bar. His appearance was like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Roar, finally, someone decent has arrived. Baroque was the first to lose his patience, his alloy-like giant jaws opening, emitting a harsh metallic friction sound. His massive body brought a foul wind, rushing towards Yadi like a battering ram, aiming directly for his head. He wanted to bite this spoiler to pieces in one go. Iron body, steel jaw smash. Almost simultaneously, the figure of Hurricane Leg Annie disappeared from where she stood. Shave. The next moment, she had appeared at Yadi's side, her long legs, which contained terrifying power, instantly turning into a blur of afterimages. Tempest kick, chaotic wind slash. Countless vacuum slashes capable of cutting through steel, like a violent tornado of wind blades, twisted and killed towards Yadi's waist, abdomen, and joints from tricky angles. Chain formation, strangling, Kevlar roared, and the pirates connected to him exerted force simultaneously. Dozens of thick iron chains, like giant pythons coming to life, whistled through the air with shrill shrieks. They whipped, coiled, and pierced, weaving into an airtight web of death, sealing off all room for Yadi to dodge, with the goal of completely binding and strangling him. Explosive fist rain. Bam laughed wildly, the muscles in his arms bulging as the explosive pellets embedded in his armor were instantly triggered. His fists transformed into two balls of searing fire, blasting out countless explosive fist shadows like a machine gun, covering the fan-shaped area in front of Yadi. Each punch carried a deafening roar and a scorching wave of air. The joint attack of the four supernovas was terrifying in its momentum. The violent energy fluctuations instantly tore through the bubbles above Grove 1, and even the solid ground began to crack. The pirates and gangsters watching from afar were terrified and retreated one after another. The destructive storm spread instantly. Facing this siege, which was enough to instantly destroy a fleet, the gaze behind Yadi's sunglasses remained calm. Fishman karate, profound truth, current shoulder throw. He lowered his body slightly, his hands held in a hollow grip, tracing mysterious trajectories in front of him. It looked slow, but in reality it was fast to the extreme. An invisible, colossal force, vast like a deep-sea undercurrent, erupted from him as the center. Boom! The charge of steel jaw Baroque, which was enough to knock down a city wall, seemed to have collided with an invisible deep-sea barrier. His massive body shuddered violently, his forward momentum coming to an abrupt halt. His alloy jaw let out an unbearable groan, and his entire body was sent flying by a gentle force, smashing into the buildings in the distance like a cannonball, with dust and smoke shooting into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Annie's Tempest kick wind blades, capable of cutting through metal and jade, struck half a meter around Yadi, only to collide as if hitting an invisible deep-sea whirlpool. The air twisted violently, emitting a shrill sound of metal grinding. The wind blades were forcibly deflected, torn, and finally dissipated by an extremely viscous force. Annie's pupils shrank, feeling as if her leg strength had vanished like a clay ox into the sea. Clatter, bang. The giant web of chains, which had come to strangle him, fell into a violent deep-sea whirlpool the moment it touched the invisible current force field around Yadi. The chains collided and tangled violently with each other, emitting a harsh scraping sound. Kevlar and his crew's expressions changed drastically, feeling as if they were not controlling chains, but had been swept into an undersea earthquake. The powerful recoil made their blood surge, and their chain formation instantly collapsed. Booms, 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 boom. Bam's explosive fist rain arrived as expected, violently bombarding the air in front of Yadi. The intense explosion of fire instantly swallowed Yadi's figure. However, within the firelight, Yadi's figure remained unmoved. All the explosive shockwaves and fire fragments, upon nearing his body, seemed to vanish like a clay ox into the sea, having no effect. Bam was dumbfounded, His explosion attacks, which he relied on for his fame, were actually useless. Shadow Fang. Just at the moment when the 4 supernovas' offensive was thwarted, and their old strength had just been exhausted, while new strength had yet to arise. Yadi's observation, Haki keenly captured it. That malice which had been lurking in the shadows had moved. Thousand-Face Cook Platyfish. He perfectly seized this fleeting opening. Disguised as a piece of rubble sent flying by the explosion, under the cover of smoke and dust, he flashed behind Yadi like a ghost with a bizarre speed that surpassed shave. What he held in his hand was not an ordinary blade, but a peculiar short spike flashing with an eerie blue cold light, clearly quenched in potent poison. Silently and precisely, he stabbed viciously at the vital point in Yadi's back. Poison Kiss. This strike was fast, accurate, ruthless, and toxic. It was a lethal blow honed by the bounty hunter. A cold light of certainty flashed in Cook's eyes, as if he could already see those 200 million plus berries beckoning to him. However, Cook's certain-hit strike only pierced the air. The moment the short spike was about to touch his body, Yadi's figure shifted half a step forward like a ghost. This half step not only caused Cook's lethal sneak attack to miss, but also completely exposed him to Yadi's front. Wah! The smugness on Cook's face instantly turned into horror. Too slow. Yadi's right fist, coated in jet-black armament haki, was like a beast lurking in the abyss swinging its sharp claws. With a terrifying screech that tore through the air, it swept backward at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang crack. A bone-cracking sound, dull enough to be heart-wrenching, rang out. Cook was hit in the midsection, as if by a warship sailing at full speed. His whole body curled into a shrimp, blood spraying wildly from his mouth, and his body uncontrollably turned into a blurred afterimage, flying backward faster than he had come. The direction he was flying in was none other than the heavily guarded auction house in the distance, where the celestial dragons were being protected. Yadi punched Cook away without a single pause in his movements. He stomped forward violently, the solid mangrove root ground beneath his feet shattering inch by inch like tofu. Borrowing this recoil force, his entire body rushed toward the ruins where Steeljaw Baroque, who had just been sent flying, was located, as if teleporting. "Don't think you can run," Annie shrieked. Her figure stepped continuously in the air, pursuing like a bolt of black lightning. Kevlar reorganized his chains, turning them into a giant steel python that whipped toward Yadi. Bam roared and switched to explosive pellets again. The battle escalated instantly. Yadi fought 1 against 4, yet displayed overwhelming power and technique. Every punch and kick from Yadi carried the immense power of the deep sea and the subtlety of Fishman karate, defeating and deflecting the violent crocodile, the swift leg shadows, the entangling chains, and the explosive firelight one by one. Under Yadi's intentional guidance, the battlefield, as if pushed by an invisible giant hand, moved rapidly toward the auction house. Buildings along the way were easily destroyed by the aftermath of the battle as if they were made of paper, with smoke and dust filling the air and rubble flying everywhere. The crowd watching in horror screamed and fled in all directions. "Stop him, don't let him get near the auction house." A Marine colonel in charge of the outer perimeter roared hoarsely, commanding the soldiers to try and build a defensive line. But their attacks seemed so pale and powerless before the aftermath of the battle between the supernovas and Yadi. Finally, boom! The sturdy alloy door of the auction house was hit head-on by a super-powerful explosive punch from Bam Bomb, which Yadi had intentionally guided. Accompanied by a deafening roar and fire shooting into the sky, the door twisted inward, tore, and flew off like a piece of paper. Smoke and dust instantly poured into the magnificent auction hall. Inside the hall, the auction was reaching its climax. In a giant water tank, several scarred Fishman slaves were desperately pounding on the glass. On the high platform, the host was dumbfounded. In front of the viewing stand, Rossward was pointing at the Fishman slaves in the water tank, shouting excitedly to Charlos, "Look, how robust." A sudden turn of events. Just at the moment, the door was blown open. Whoosh squish. A black shadow, wrapped in a sharp whistling sound, shot into the blown-open doorway with absolute precision, like a death god's javelin. It was none other than Thousand-Face Cook, who had just been heavily punched by Yadi again and was flying in like a broken doll. Cook's body rolled in the air, his remaining consciousness instinctively wanting to adjust his posture, but under the heavy injuries, he couldn't control it at all. His arm, or rather the poisoned short spike gripped in his hand, under the effect of inertia, stabbed squarely toward. A slight yet hair-raising sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh rang out. Time seemed to freeze. Charlos looked down blankly. On the gorgeous clothing on his chest, the tip of an eerie blue short spike pierced through. The potent poison instantly eroded, and the skin around the wound quickly turned an eerie cyan black. Father. Charlos looked up at his father, Rossward, his eyes full of confusion and fear, and blood began to spill from the corner of his mouth. Charlos, the excitement on Rossward's face instantly turned into extreme terror and rage. The guards beside him were even more soul flying away and spirit scattering. Charlos's belated sharp pain and the fear of death finally erupted, sending out a shrill, distorted scream. The entire auction house instantly fell into dead silence, followed by an unprecedented eruption of chaos. Screams, cries, the roars of guards, and the wails of the celestial dragon attendants merged into one. Protect Lord Rossward. Catch the culprit. It's that person who flew in. Quick, call a doctor. No, contact the Holy Land, call a Marine Admiral. The guards frantically lunged at the half-dead cook, while also looking in terror at the smoke-filled battlefield outside the door. A figure wearing a trench coat was punching steel jaw baroque into the ground again, the terrifying shockwave even shattering the crystal chandelier of the venue. Yadi, in the smoke and dust, curled the corner of his mouth into a cold arc. The first step of the plan, perfectly achieved. With this chaos and the shift of guard forces, the defense of the Fishman slave cage will inevitably have a fatal loophole. Aladdin, it's up to you. Chapter 13, Fierce Battle. Just as the celestial dragons were screaming, an indescribable, terrifying aura, like a blazing sun, tore through the sky of the Sabyati archipelago without warning. The aura carried the intensity of light and the fluctuations of particles, containing destructive power within its laziness, descending at a speed beyond imagination. The highest combat power of Marine headquarters, Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, has arrived. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As the iconic lazy tone rang out, a blinding golden beam, like a spear of judgment, instantly pierced through the dilapidated dome of the auction house, bringing absolute speed and power, shooting precisely at Yadi's vitals. Boom! A terrifying explosion completely blew away the already teetering auction house. Endless golden light swallowed Yadi's figure. The violent shockwave swept through the surroundings, shattering buildings even further away. Amidst the dust and light particles, Kizaru's figure condensed from countless golden photons, hovering in midair with his hands in his pockets, his eyes behind his sunglasses scrutinizing the most dangerous guy here. However, when the dust cleared slightly, Kizaru's lazy expression froze slightly. Yadi was seen half-kneeling in a huge crater at the center of the explosion. His right arm, covered in pitch-black armament haki, was blocking in front of him. The armament haki on his arm showed obvious cracks and burn marks, and his trench coat was burnt beyond recognition, revealing the charred bandages underneath. Yadi coughed up a mouthful of blood. The powerful impact had left him somewhat disheveled. But there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of joy flashed across them. The damage isn't high. This is doable. Yadi gritted his teeth fiercely. Cracked. A subtle, crisp sound rang out in his mouth. That was the national treasure medicine of the Ryugu Kingdom that he had hidden between his teeth in advance. The medicine bottle was instantly crushed. Dozens of pills containing immense energy surged into his throat instantly, and an indescribable power rose within his body. A visible black radiance instantly rose from Yadi's body surface. The cracks on Yadi's arm burned by the lightspeed kick healed and smoothed over at an astonishing speed. In the wounded area, granulation tissue writhed and intertwined crazily, shrinking and stopping the bleeding within a few breaths, leaving only a fresh pink scar. Oh my, Kizaru's eyebrows raised for the first time, and the laziness in his tone diminished slightly. Truly, such terrifying recovery ability. What did you just do? Yadi slowly stood up straight, feeling the surging power in his body and his almost fully healed injuries. Yadi shook his restored arm, grinning with a smile full of battle intent. Warm up over. The previous attack was indeed terrifying, but with the defense of armament haki and the enhanced recovery speed from the medicine, it was completely within Yadi's tolerance. Arrogant brat, Kizaru said, but a dangerous golden light lit up at his fingertips again. Yasukani no Megatama. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless golden light bullets, like a destructive rainstorm, instantly covered the area where Yadi was. This time, Yadi did not choose to take it head-on. His eyes suddenly became incomparably deep, his perception ability superimposing with observation haki, and countless images flooded into his brain. The moment Kizaru's photons condensed at his fingertips, the trajectory of every light bullet, the strengths and weaknesses of the energy convergence. All were as clear as fireflies in the dark night. Before the light bullets reached him, Yadi made the most precise and effective evasive movements. His massive body was like a ghost, dancing in the golden rainstorm. Yadi dodged sideways, turned, and made incredible twists. Every step he took happened to avoid the densest core of the light bullets, and every dodge allowed the lethal attacks to graze past him. When he couldn't dodge, he used his arms or palms covered in armament haki to precisely strike the sides of the light bullets, detonating or deflecting them. Dense explosions bloomed around him, but they couldn't truly touch his main body. The surprise in Kizaru's eyes grew even greater. He had seen many top-tier observation haki users, but this method of relying purely on extreme insight into energy and movement to predict and dodge was unprecedented. Its efficiency and precision were almost comparable to top-tier observation haki that could foresee the future. This kid is indeed a monster. While dodging, Yadi's counterattack began. He slammed his palms onto the ground, his powerful force penetrating underground, drawing out the seawater that had surged up due to the destruction of the battle. Fishman karate, profound truth current, great vortex. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and several thick water pillars, like dragons, rushed into the sky from the ruins under Kizaru's feet. The violent water flow rotated at high speed, forming a huge water tornado, bringing terrifying strangling power, instantly enveloping Kizaru's elementalized photon body. Water flow was ineffective against light, but the strong rotational force field and impact were enough to interfere with the direction of photon condensation and movement. Tisk, troublesome water. Kizaru's voice sounded distorted in the water flow. Kizaru was forced to interrupt his light bullet attack, his body turning into flowing light, attempting to break through the restraint of the water flow. Don't think about running. Yadi roared, and the moment the water flow interfered with Kizaru, the ground under his feet exploded. Relying purely on physical explosive power, he rushed toward the direction Kizaru was trying to condense, like a cannonball fired from a chamber. His iron fist, covered in pitch-black armament haki, brought a sharp whistle that tore through the air, slamming fiercely toward that cluster of flashing golden light. Bangs! A dull, loud noise. Kizaru was forced to condense his physical form at close range, and his palm covered in armament haki took Yadi's punch, which contained 10,000 jin of force, head-on. Golden light and pitch-black haki collided violently, and the shockwave spread again. Such strong power, Kizaru felt a numbness in his arm, and his heart felt a chill. He finally confirmed that this kid in front of him had very basic application of armament haki, far from reaching the exquisite level of a top powerhouse, but his physique was simply ridiculously strong. Strength, speed, resistance to damage, recovery ability, all had reached an unfathomable height. Taking a light speed kick head-on, instantly recovering from injuries, clashing with his armament haki. This made him involuntarily think of that troublesome guy in the New World known as the strongest creature, Kaido of the Beast's Pirates. It was the same kind of headache-inducing. almost immortal-like terrifying physique. And the opponent is a fishman. On this Sabyati archipelago near the sea, once he jumped into the sea, the difficulty of capturing him would rise linearly. He must be taken down on the shore. Thoughts turned rapidly. A flash of light appeared in Kizaru's eyes, and he decided to change his strategy. Ame no Murakumo. Golden light condensed in his hand, instantly forming a dazzling sword of light. Kizaru gave up on long-range suppression, his figure turning into a golden flash, actively closing in on Yati. He wanted to use his advantage of light-speed movement and swordsmanship to find a chance for a one-hit kill in close-quarters combat. Welcome, Yati was not afraid. His fists covered in condensed armament haki, like two heavy hammers, and he met it head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. A thrilling close-quarters battle unfolded on the ruins. Kizaru's figure was like omnipresent golden lightning, moving at high speed around Yati, the Ame no Murakumo in his hand drawing out lethal golden trajectories, with tricky angles and extreme speed. Every slash carried light energy that could pierce through everything. Yati was like a rock, his feet rooted in the earth, relying on the dual insight of observation haki and perception to predict the sword path, dodging or blocking with minimal movements. Yati's fists were like siege hammers, every strike heavy and powerful, forcing Kizaru to be careful and not dare to take them head-on. The pitch-black armament, haki fists, and the golden light sword collided continuously, bursting out deafening roars and dazzling energy sparks. Wherever the two passed, the ground was like it had been repeatedly plowed by heavy artillery, and the wreckage of buildings was completely ground into powder by the aftermath. The battle was extremely fierce, with surrounding trees broken and flying, and seawater surging and churning. Yati, relying on his physique, took several light sword slashes from Kizaru head-on. Although he had armament haki protection, he still suffered deep wounds and blood splattered. And Kizaru was also seized by an opportunity by Yati, and a whip kick containing terrifying monstrous strength grazed his arm, shaking his elementalized body, and his arm throbbed with pain. Just as the two were in the heat of the battle, and Kizaru used his speed advantage to circle to Yati's flank again, and the light sword was stabbing directly at his ribs. A sudden change occurred. Will. Angs. Several low, distant roars that seemed to come from the ancient prehistoric times suddenly came from all directions. The entire Sabyati archipelago was shaking violently. Following that, rumbled. The roots near the sea surface of the several huge mangrove trees closest to 1GR were hit fiercely, as if by a prehistoric beast. The thick tree trunks made a teeth-grinding sound of breaking, and the huge canopies, carrying the bubble clusters, tilted and collapsed slowly like slow motion, bringing up countless small bubbles. And with the collapse of the mangroves, the sea surface exploded. Several heads as huge as small mountains broke through the sea surface and rushed into the sky. Every inch of skin seemed to be covered in armor, and huge pupils were revealed, scanning horizontally, as if searching for something. Little one, we smelled your blood again. Are you hurt? A thick voice transmitted to Yati's ears. Yati realized that the Sea Kings had smelled the blood he shed into the sea during the battle and had come to find him again, so he replied, "No, I'm just playing." These supergiant Sea Kings only poked out part of their bodies, but their huge volume inevitably hit and crushed the nearby mangroves and coastal facilities. The monstrous waves that were stirred up instantly submerged several adjacent GR areas. The entire Sabyati archipelago was like encountering a doomsday disaster. The light sword stabbed by Kizaru stopped abruptly in midair. He hovered in the air, looking at the scene before him that was like a myth descending. The laziness on his face completely disappeared, replaced by unprecedented shock and solemnity. One was troublesome enough, but there was a whole squad here, and that kid was obviously communicating with the Sea Kings. Those mountain-like heads blinked their huge eyes in confusion after hearing Yati's voice. The huge heads lowered slowly, making low sounds like muffled thunder. Will. Aang. The huge bodies began to sink slowly, stirring the seawater to form a huge vortex, and finally disappeared. leaving behind only the broken mangroves, the messy coastline submerged by seawater, and countless terrified humans. The pressure receded like a tide, and the sunlight shone down again, but the battlefield was already a swamp and debris of broken wood. Kizaru hovered in the air, looking at Yati, waving at the Sea Kings below, and looking at the archipelago that had been ruined by the Sea Kings, and the supernovas in the ruins who were either stunned by the aftermath of the battle or scared to the point of soul flying away and spirit scattering by the appearance of the Sea Kings. Kizaru's gaze swept over the unlucky supernovas and bounty hunters in the ruins in the distance, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a tacit arc. "Hey, Marines over there," Kizaru shouted to the Marine soldiers who were soaking in the water in the distance, still in shock. "Arrest all these lawless masterminds who attacked the celestial dragons, destroyed the archipelago, and brought the Sea Kings, those supernovas on the list as long as they are still breathing. Escort them to Impel Down. As for the charges, handle them as I just said. Move fast." The Marine soldiers, as if granted amnesty, immediately scrambled to pounce on those scapegoats who had lost the ability to resist. Kizaru's gaze finally fell on Yati, who was standing in a puddle in the ruins, his eyes behind his sunglasses deep. "As for you, little brother from Fishman Island, let's just pretend the injury to the celestial dragons has nothing to do with you. However," Kizaru's tone carried a hint of warning, "next time you cause such a big mess on land, forget it." He spoke halfway and helplessly looked at Yati's tough physique and his suspected ability to summon a group of Sea Kings. Yati understood. Kizaru chose the solution that was most convenient for the Marines and could best appease the situation. Yati had no intention of getting entangled here either. According to Yati's original plan, it was to persist until 3 admirals came or to destroy most of the Sabyati archipelago before retreating. Now that he had unexpectedly received the assistance of the Sea Kings, it could be considered a successful completion of the mission. "As you wish," Yati replied lightly. Sensing that Aladdin and the others had long since retreated safely, he did not stay any longer, turned and jumped into the surging seawater behind him, and disappeared without a trace instantly. Kizaru looked at the sea where Yati disappeared and muttered to himself. Physique comparable to Kaido, top-tier energy insight observation Haki, suspected ability to communicate with or even command Sea Kings. Fishman Island, Jinbe, you guys have hidden an incredible monster. The future sea is going to be lively. Kizaru shook his head, his body turned into golden light, and flew toward the Marine base, preparing to conceive that artistic combat report. The chaos on the Sabyati archipelago gradually subsided after the seawater receded. But the collapsed mangroves and the edge of the island destroyed by the Sea Kings became a permanent scar of this extraordinary conflict, and also signaled the rise of a new monster. 13 GR. Shaki's ripoff bar. Shaki looked at the crack in front of the door and the collapsed giant tree in the distance, and sighed with a little helplessness. "I didn't expect it to reach this level. It's truly terrifying. What a pity to think there was such a good show to watch while I was away," a white-beard old man said while cleaning up the surrounding tree branch debris. "Who told you to always do such childish things?" Shaki replied. The white-beard old man was the one known as the Pirate King Roger's right-hand man, Dark King Rayleigh. After the pirate crew disbanded, he lived in seclusion here, liking to get himself sold to the auction house as a slave, looking for fated people. Fishman Island will definitely be very lively in the future. By the way, I even helped those fishmen at the auction house just now. Let's go to Fishman Island to open a bar in the future. As you wish. Chapter 14, The Little Mermaid. The smoke from the battle at Sabyati Archipelago had dissipated, but the massive waves it stirred were surging toward every corner of the world at an astonishing speed. In a calm stretch of sea, a uniquely shaped ship floated quietly. Inside the cabin, a feathered, bespectacled birdman, Morgans, president of the World Economic Journal, was idly preening his feathers. As one of the emperors of the underworld and the controller of the largest mouthpiece in the pirate world, he found recent news material tepid and uninteresting. He craved sensational secrets that would ignite the world's curiosity, shocking truths capable of overturning conventional wisdom. President, a major event, a world-shaking major event. A newspaper employee rushed in, panting, and slammed a stack of materials still smelling of fresh ink onto the table. Morgan's sharp bird eyes lit up instantly. He snatched the materials and scanned them rapidly. Sabyeti Archipelago in chaos. Fishman powerhouse battles a supernova, involving the celestial dragons. Marine Admiral Kizaru dispatched to suppress. Mysterious sea kings appear to disrupt. Only the supernova was arrested in the end. Morgan's feathers puffed up slightly. Morgan's flipped through the briefing repeatedly, then slammed the materials onto the table, his sharp gaze fixed on the employee. Just this, why did the Fishman fight the supernova? Why did Kizaru get involved with the Fishman? Where did those sea kings come from? Why was only the supernova arrested? There is definitely a huge story hidden behind this. Morgan's waved his wings excitedly. Immediately, activate all our intelligence networks. Dig for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, get the truth. This is absolutely the most explosive headline of the century. At first, seeing the words celestial dragons, he thought it was just the world government's old propaganda tricks. But then, a Fishman capable of contending with an admiral, that made his heart race. Seeing mysterious sea kings disrupt next, Morgan's eyes couldn't hold anything else. Legend is often the other side of history. In his collection of countless ancient legends, there was indeed a vague record of a mermaid princess capable of controlling the power of sea kings. Morgan's narrowed his eyes, the light behind his glasses flickering with excitement and inquiry. Could it be? New World, Whitebeard Pirates. The Moby D **K. A joyous banquet atmosphere enveloped the giant whale-shaped ship. At the edge of the ship, Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had no heart for drinking. His thick palms tightly gripped a brief report just sent by the Sun Pirates. The report recorded the details and outcome of the Sabyeti Archipelago incident in full. The muscles on Jim's rocksteady face twitched slightly. He tried hard to restrain himself, but the excitement and ecstasy surging in his chest were like a submarine volcano suppressed for many years, almost breaking through his remaining composure. As a veteran pirate who had weathered many storms, he knew better than anyone what a Fishman powerhouse capable of going head-to-head with a marine admiral meant for the entire Fishman Island. That was a heaven-piercing blade, capable of cleaving through endless darkness and severing the hatred and grief accumulated over generations. Brother Tiger, Jinbe whispered silently in his heart, looking toward the deep ocean. Did you see it? Fishman Island has finally welcomed a true powerhouse capable of protecting all our compatriots, a figure that will make the world never dare to underestimate us again. Your long-cherished wish is hope. Just then, footsteps approached. Marco, the 1st Division commander and ship doctor, walked over with his signature lazy smile. Jinbe, what are you looking at? News from Fishman Island? What happened? He keenly sensed the unusual change in Jinbe's mood. Jinbe took a deep breath and solemnly handed the brief report to Marco. Marco took it and browsed quickly. His eyes, which were always sleepy, widened as he read, and his lazy expression was replaced by shock. Clashing head-on with Kizaru? Summoning sea kings? Fishman Island actually produced such an incredible monster-level powerhouse. He suddenly looked up at Jinbe. Seeing Jinbe's affirmative gaze, Marco immediately turned around and walked briskly through the bustling banquet crowd. He headed toward the figure standing like a mountain at the bow of the ship. He must report this news to their pops, Edward Newgate, immediately. Marco walked quickly to the bow. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was sitting on his huge, custom-made seat like a king overlooking the sea. In his massive wine bowl, the clear liquor reflected the night. Pops, Marco's voice carried a rare hint of excitement as he handed over the report. Something big happened at Fishman Island. Whitebeard laughed, gururara, and set down the wine bowl. His massive palm easily took the small piece of paper. His sharp gaze swept over the text, and his originally heroic smile gradually settled, becoming deep and solemn. Jinbe, standing at the ship's rail, also walked over, waiting quietly for this great pirate's judgment. After a long while, Whitebeard slowly put down the report, and his low, thick voice sounded. Gururara, to be able to go head-to-head with that brat Borsalino, and even summon deep-sea behemoths. Fishman Island has truly welcomed an incredible divine beast to guard the sea this time. He looked at Jinbe, his eyes filled with approval and a hint of understanding. Jinbe, your homeland is blessed. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the seat, making a dull sound, as if thinking about the situation of the sea. With such a powerhouse sitting in town, the signboard of Fishman Island as a paradise is firmly established. Next, those pirate crews who have been battered and bruised in the New World and are longing for a safe harbor, as well as those driven to a dead end by the world government. Their eyes will likely turn toward Fishman Island one after another, just like Big Mom smelling a cake. Whitebeard paused, his gaze becoming serious and deep. Fishman Island is under my protection, but my flag is for protection, not management. If a large number of outsiders suddenly flood in, the current order of Fishman Island may not be able to withstand it. Chaos is sometimes more terrifying than external enemies. Whitebeard looked at Jinbe and made a decision. Jinbe, you are 7 warlords of the sea from Fishman Island. You go back, take Namor with you. He looked at Namor, the 8th Division commander, a Fishman captain on the deck who was equally burly, with deep blue skin and shark-like features. Namor, you return to Fishman Island with Jinbe, assist King Neptune and that new powerhouse to sort out the order. Let those guys seeking shelter understand that Fishman Island is a paradise, but not a lawless land. Whitebeard's words were resonant, carrying undeniable majesty. Namor immediately stood straight and replied loudly, "Yes, Pops, guaranteed to complete the mission." Excitement flashed in his eyes. He was duty-bound to contribute to his compatriots' homeland. Jinbe bowed deeply, his heart full of gratitude. "Thank you very much, Pops. With Namor and me there, we will definitely do our best to protect the peace of Fishman Island." Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere in the Fleet Admiral's office was heavy. Kizaru Borsalino rarely put away his lazy attitude and reported the events of the Sabyati archipelago to Fleet Admiral Sengoku concisely and accurately. He especially emphasized Yati's unbelievable physique, terrifying recovery ability, unique top-tier observation haki, and finally, those hair-raising sea kings. In summary, Sengoku-san. Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses, his tone carrying unprecedented seriousness. This fishman is an extremely tricky character. On land, I am not yet confident I can take him down, once he enters the sea. Kizaru shook his head, the implications self-evident. Combined with his ability to allegedly summon sea kings, it is probably no exaggeration to say he is nearly invincible on the sea. Provoking him, the price may exceed our capacity. I suggest maintaining restraint. Fleet Admiral Sengoku crossed his hands against his chin, his brows furrowed. The goat on the table also stopped chewing and began to carefully digest Kizaru's report. Sengoku finally nodded heavily. To be able to fight you to that extent on land and also summon sea kings, your judgment is accurate. Such an existence, and located on the home turf of the sea, is indeed not suitable to be an enemy. This matter has exceeded the scope of standard marine handling. He immediately picked up the Den Mushi and connected to Holy Land Mary GeoEyes. Soon, a top-secret report was sent to the pinnacle of power, the 5 Elders. In the spacious hall, the 5 Elders read the report, the atmosphere oppressive. A fishman capable of contending with Kizaru, summoning sea kings. The bald elder holding a sword said in a cold voice, "When did Fishman Island hide such a trump card?" The sea is his domain. Kizaru's report is very clear. On the sea, it is almost impossible for us to capture him. Another of the 5 Elders said with a hint of helplessness. The long-bearded elder leaned on his cane, his eyes sharp. More importantly, our infiltration of Fishman Island is almost zero. The past contempt for fishmen has made us like blind and deaf people there. The bald elder pondered for a moment. Recruit. An existence that can command sea kings has immeasurable potential value. But recruitment requires bargaining chips and understanding his needs. We know nothing about him. Finally, the curly-haired elder made a decision. The Marines will maintain the status quo and must not actively provoke him. As for intelligence, since Fishman Island is closed, we will open a window. Isn't that what they have always wanted? Notify the world government and the administrators of Sabyati Archipelago to set up a safe zone, or exclusive zone, in Sabyati Archipelago specifically for the residents of Fishman Island, allowing Fishman Island residents to move freely and do business within the zone. Using this as bait, we can attract more fishmen to come to Sabyati, and only then can we obtain real information about that fishman and the current state of Fishman Island. This will facilitate future contact or recruitment. This proposal was clearly utilitarian, but it also revealed the 5 elders' fear of Yati's power and a hint of intention to win him over. Night fell deep. The area around Fishman Island. Aladdin, let's stop here. Yati stopped and said to the ship doctor of the Sun Pirates beside him. Yati's windbreaker was damaged in the battle, and he was currently wearing a temporarily found cloak, covering the scabs on his body. I need to handle some things, and will go to the Ryugu Palace tomorrow morning. Aladdin looked at the man who had created a miracle, his heart still surging. Aladdin nodded, understood, Your Excellency Yati. Please rest well. Today, thank you very much, he bowed solemnly. Bidding farewell to Yati, Aladdin returned to the base of the Sun Pirates, preoccupied. As soon as he entered, the thunderous noise rushed toward him. The entire base was like a boiling ocean. The crew members were all red-faced, gesturing excitedly, and the center of the discussion was only one, Yati. Too strong, that was a Marine Admiral, Kizaru head-to-head. Did you see those sea kings? My God, bigger than the mangroves, and they just retreated like that. Brother Aladdin is back. Quick, tell us, how did that Lord Yati do it? Is he the legendary reincarnation of the sea god? Aladdin was surrounded by enthusiastic crew members, questions flying at him from all sides. Looking at the mix of ecstasy, awe, and deep confusion on his partners' faces, Aladdin smiled bitterly and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Your Excellency Yati's strength is indeed unfathomable, far beyond our imagination. His battle with Kizaru was a pure, monster-level collision of power. Aladdin said in a deep voice, his eyes still carrying the aftershocks of shock. As for the Sea Kings, he paused, frowning slightly. This was also the biggest mystery in his heart. Our Fishman race is powerful, and the Mermaid race can communicate with fish. But such huge, ancient Sea Kings, appearing directly before Yati, is by no means an ordinary communication ability. This is different from any racial talent we know. His gaze swept over the equally confused crew members, and he finally made a decision. The reason for this is probably only known to Your Excellency Yati himself. When I go to see him at the Ryugu Palace tomorrow, I will find an opportunity to ask. This question, like an undercurrent in the deep sea, surged in the hearts of all members of the Sun Pirates. The next morning, the throne room of Ryugu Palace. Sunlight spilled dreamlike light spots through the huge crystal dome. Queen Adoheim stood by the window, clutching a brand new newspaper, the front page headline of the World Economic Journal. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Unlike her usual gentle strength at this moment, crystal tears shone in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were raised high, blooming with a smile mixed with excitement, emotion, and relief. The front page of the newspaper was the report on the Sabyati Archipelago incident, carefully edited by Morgans. Although the focus was inevitably concentrated on the shocking collision between the mysterious Fishman powerhouse, the Marine Admiral, and the Sea Kings. But the report unprecedentedly and positively mentioned Fishman Island multiple times, describing it as a deep-sea kingdom worthy of attention with a powerful guardian. Your Majesty, look. Adoheim's voice was slightly choked. She turned around and showed the newspaper to King Neptune on the throne. World Economic Journal, the largest newspaper in the world. They are reporting on us. They are introducing Fishman Island to the world. Her fingertips solemnly stroked the words Fishman Island on the newspaper, as if it were an invaluable treasure. I want to collect this newspaper. Keep it well. This is the first worldwide newspaper willing to speak for Fishman Island. Neptune's huge body leaned forward slightly, watching his wife's excited tears, and then looking at the significant newspaper, his eyes also filled with emotion and relief. He understood why Ottoheim was so excited. In the past, Queen Ottoheim, in order to break down racial barriers and let the outside world understand Fishman Island, had contacted major newspapers countless times, hoping to publish some reports about the local customs and peaceful intentions of Fishman Island. However, the responses received were mostly cold rejections or perfunctory replies full of discrimination. That silent but heavy as a mountain neglect and exclusion from the world's noble class were like thorns, deeply stuck in Ottoheim's heart. Great, truly great, Ottoheim's tears finally fell. These were tears of joy. This report will let countless people in the world see Fishman Island for the first time. They will be curious and want to understand this kingdom in the deep sea. When people start to understand, misunderstandings and fear will decrease. Her voice was full of hope. And with a powerful guardian like Your Excellency Yadi, the ambitious people among humans will also be wary and dare not easily come to capture our compatriots. This will make more islanders willing to understand humans, and they will find that they are the same as us, having joys and sorrows, having good and evil. Ottoheim seemed to see a bright future. Human tourists curiously exploring the coral forests of Fishman Island, Fishman Islanders bravely stepping onto the land of Sabyati to trade, both sides eliminating barriers in communication. Her dream of peaceful coexistence, because of Yadi's existence and this unexpected report, had taken a huge step forward. However, when her gaze scanned the exaggerated title Morgans, gave Yadi to attract attention on the newspaper. Deep Sea Guardian Deity, incarnation of the Mermaid Princess Yadi. Mermaid Princess. Ottoheim couldn't help but smile as she looked at King Neptune, and then imagined Yadi's tall, cold, and powerful image and shook her head. President Morgans really has a rich imagination. It seems Your Excellency Yadi will need to adapt to this new title. Chapter 15, Preparation. The entire island was bathed in a dreamlike halo. The coral forests shimmered with the brilliance of awakening, and schools of fish, like flowing belts of stars, wove through them, playing a silent overture for the new day. Yadi walked along the vibrant streets of the Fishman district, holding the fresh-off-the-press copy of the World Economic Journal, which still carried the faint, crisp scent of ink. On both sides of the street, whether they were robust fishmen or elegant merfolk, everyone stopped what they were doing and cast gazes of fervor and reverence toward him. Those gazes were filled with hope for their future lives and heartfelt admiration for a powerhouse, as if Yadi himself were a moving statue of a guardian deity. Last night, Yadi had not slacked off on developing his storage skill. Yadi first dove into the deep sea. He engaged in friendly communication with the behemoths drawn by the scent of his blood. They reached an important consensus that any blood shed in the sea hereafter is purely accidental and not due to being wounded by an enemy, so as to avoid collateral damage to these deep-sea patrols when he encountered strong enemies in the future. Subsequently, Yadi began developing his storage skill while replenishing the massive food reserves he had exhausted during the high-intensity battle. For a 5,000-meter sea king with astonishing energy consumption, this foraging trip had almost swept clean a fertile sea area nearby. Just after returning to the Fishman district this morning, an enthusiastic fishman handed him this newspaper. The image displayed on the front page headline was incredibly impactful. The background of the picture featured the heads of several massive sea kings looming out of the sea like mountains, their searchlight-like pupils filled with oppression. In midair, the Marine Admiral Kizaru, transformed into a figure of golden light, hovered holding a light sword, his gaze beneath his sunglasses grave. And at the very bottom of the frame, a small, black figure almost drowned out by the shadows of the giants, and the lighting effects was Yadi himself, looking up and meeting the gaze of the Sea Kings. Tusk this Morgans. Yadi looked at his own image in the picture, which looked like a withered mangrove branch stuck in the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. But what made his eyelids jump even more was the bold, enlarged headline, full of the personal style of the president of the World Economic Journal. Guardian of the deep sea incarnation of the mermaid princess Yati. Mermaid princess, Yati nearly crushed the newspaper. How is the legend of Fishman Island spreading everywhere? Yati grumbled inwardly, but he had to admire Morgan's information infiltration capability. The report not only detailed the battle process, but even mentioned the news that the mastermind, Blood Rust Truman, and his cronies had been secretly arrested. Morgan's possesses channels and traffic that seem to cover the entire pirate world. When I go out to sea for side jobs later, he might be a good partner. A thought sprouted in Yati's mind. Amid the spontaneous cheers and blessings of the residents along the way, Yati arrived at the magnificent Dragon Palace City. The entire Fishman Island was immersed in an unprecedented sense of joy and pride, and the interior of the Dragon Palace was even more filled with a cheerful and relaxed atmosphere. Giant seashell wind chimes played ethereal music, and glowing jellyfish swam elegantly across the dome, illuminating the palace like a starry sky beneath the sea. King Neptune, Queen Otoheim, the four princes, and Aladdin of the Sun Pirates had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yati step into the Great Hall, everyone immediately came forward to welcome him warmly. "Your Excellency Yati, you have finally arrived." King Neptune's booming voice carried uncontrollable excitement. "We have prepared a grand celebration banquet for you. At the same time, there are some important matters concerning the future of Fishman Island that we hope to discuss with you." Queen Otoheim stood beside King Neptune. Her smile was still gentle, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of complexity and indescribable shock compared to the past. She looked at Yati as if, for the first time, she truly recognized the power contained within this guardian, a power sufficient to overturn her past understanding. Queen Otoheim nodded slightly. "There is also good news. Jinbe has sent word that he will set off to return to Fishman Island in a few days. Moreover, Whitebeard has specially dispatched the captain of his 8th Division, Namor, who is also a fishman, to come and assist us in stabilizing order." The celebration banquet was held in the most magnificent coral hall of the Dragon Palace. The long table was carved from a single piece of giant fluorescent coral, emitting a soft blue-green halo. The table was akin to an exhibition of rare undersea treasures. Piles of deep-sea giant crayfish were stacked like mountains, their shells as crystalline as rubies, the meat firm and succulent. After prying open basin-sized pearl oysters, the snow-white, plump meat emitted an enticing luster. A thick soup brewed with rare seaweed, glowing fungi, and concentrated sea king bone marrow was rich and fragrant, shimmering with tiny specks of light. There were also various desserts and fruit platters with strange shapes, brilliant colors, and rich in deep-sea energy, arranged in layers like works of art. Specially brewed thousand-year seaweed wine rippled in glowing goblets, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. For this celebration banquet, the palace chefs had also specially prepared some meat dishes placed in front of Yati. The atmosphere of the banquet was warm and joyful. King Neptune raised his giant seashell wine glass, his voice booming, shaking the crystal dome. "Everyone, let us raise our glasses. A toast to the pillar that holds up the sky of our Fishman Island, Your Excellency Yati. It is he who, with supreme power, crushed the conspiracy against the Sun Tree Eve, faced the Marine Admiral head-on, and deterred all those with ulterior motives. It is he who has forced the world to face the existence of Fishman Island. Fishman Island has ushered in an unprecedented dawn." As his voice fell, deafening cheers and the crisp sound of clinking glasses resounded through the hall. Mermaid dancers danced gracefully to the melodious whale songs, creating strings of dreamlike bubbles. After 3 rounds of drinks, the topic turned to serious matters. King Neptune put down his glass and announced with an excited expression, "Everyone, there is also a notification of goodwill from the world government, although its motives may not be pure." King Neptune looked around at everyone, his voice carrying a hint of triumph. "They sent someone today to notify Fishman Island that they will designate a special Fishman Island safety zone and exclusive residential area in the central region of the Sabyati archipelago. They will allow our residents to move, live, and do business freely within the area, and have promised to provide necessary security guarantees. This means that from now on, when our compatriots step onto the land of Sabyati, they will, for the first time, have an officially recognized and relatively safe foothold. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge commotion and discussion. Many ministers and nobles showed expressions of disbelief and ecstasy. This was a breakthrough that they had not dared to even imagine for hundreds of years. Aladdin, thinking of the various experiences of the sun pirates in the past, was deeply moved and looked at Yati. This is undoubtedly the direct result of that earth-shattering battle of yours, Your Excellency Yati. The world government has felt unprecedented pressure and has had to make a substantive gesture. Just then, Queen Adoheim slowly stood up. The hall instantly fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the queen who had always been working for peace. There was no longer the simple joy of the past on Queen Adoheim's face. It was replaced by a deep reflection after experiencing shock. Everyone, Queen Adoheim's voice was clear and calm, yet carried a power that pierced the soul. At the beginning of the Sabyati incident, when I learned that Your Excellency Yati was prepared to clash head-on with a Marine admiral, I was deeply worried and even opposed to it. She looked at Yati frankly, with a hint of apology in her eyes. I was worried that this battle would intensify the conflict and bring greater disaster to Fishman Island. At that time, I believed that the cornerstone of peace was only pure understanding and communication. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over Aladdin. However, Aladdin's words awakened me. He told me, Big Brother Jin was able to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea not because of the forgiveness of the world government or the mercy of the Marines, but because Big Brother Jinbe possesses the absolute strength to escape into the deep sea no matter how many warships surround him, and to sink every single one of them. Strength is the final barrier to protect peace from being crushed by violence. Queen Adoheim took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with the light of having been baptized by reality. And everything that followed, the vast power Your Excellency Yati displayed, like the deep sea itself, the concessions finally made by the world government, the flexible handling of this matter by the Marine Admiral, and even this newspaper from the largest news agency, which is reporting on Fishman Island positively for the first time. She raised the World Economic Journal in her hand. All of this is like the strongest sunlight, piercing through 10,000 meters of seawater, and also illuminating some blind spots in my understanding. Her voice became firmer. I still firmly believe that what will ultimately eliminate estrangement and achieve coexistence must be understanding and love. But the path to understanding requires strength to clear obstacles and protect the spark. Without the strength to deter pirates and shelter our homeland, even the most beautiful wishes are like bubbles, shattering at the slightest touch. The world government's goodwill this time is proof of Your Excellency Yati's power projecting onto the surface of the sea. He has won us an unprecedented window of opportunity. Queen Adoheim's gaze became fervent and filled with a sense of mission. Therefore, I propose establishing the first comprehensive institution of higher learning on Fishman Island for all school-age fishmen and merfolk, the Deep Blue Academy. This academy will not only teach children literacy, arithmetic, history, and marine knowledge, but will also recruit from the whole world. Recruiting those human powerhouses with great strength, knowledgeable human scholars, and highly skilled master craftsmen. Invite them to come and teach knowledge about martial arts, haki, technology, navigation, and even statecraft. We must break our isolation, absorb all the excellent legacies and wisdom of the human world, and strengthen the foundation of Fishman Island itself. Finally, she cast a gaze filled with trust and expectation toward Yati. And the principal of this academy must be none other than Your Excellency Yati. Only you possess the supreme power to deter the wicked and protect the academy's free exploration, and only you can unite the hope of Fishman Island as it moves toward the future. This proposal was bold and visionary, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of everyone present, and the applause was like a tide, continuing endlessly. Yati listened quietly, feeling heartfelt appreciation and gratification for this profound and pragmatic transformation of Queen Ottoheim. When the applause subsided slightly, he also spoke, his voice low. Queen Ottoheim's proposal is far-sighted. With Jinbe and Mr. Namor returning to oversee order on Fishman Island, I am very reassured. The establishment of the Deep Blue Academy is a major plan for Fishman Island, and I am willing to contribute. Yadi looked at King Neptune and Aladdin and said, after Fishman Island is initially stabilized during this period, I plan to set sail for a journey. I will need to trouble everyone at the Dragon Palace, and the Sun Pirates to help me prepare some log poses that can point to the main routes of the Grand Line and key islands in the New World. Yadi paused, then added, in addition, I will stay in the Fishman exclusive zone of the Sabyati archipelago for a period of time. That will be the center of the vortex. It will also be convenient for me to gain a deeper understanding of the information about this sea. Yadi implied that he would provide an intangible deterrence for the Fishman exclusive zone on the Sabyati archipelago for a period of time. The banquet lasted until late at night, with both hosts and guests having a wonderful time, filled with unprecedented confidence and longing for the future. When the melodious farewell whale song sounded, the guests left one after another, filled with satisfaction and blueprints. Yadi did not return to the Fishman district, but was invited to a guest room inside the Dragon Palace city. Inside the room, the water current was gentle, and huge glowing jellyfish, like natural wall lamps, illuminated the coral in the room, making it magnificent and fantastical. Yadi sat cross-legged on a flat coral reef, letting the water current brush over his body, and began to think deeply about his subsequent key side job plan. Utilize my unique combination of talents to integrate the necessary skills into a devil fruit user. For example, a user of the Gulp Gulp fruit. Yadi meticulously outlined the settings for this fictional persona in his mind. The core ability is to create a massive space within the abdomen, which can be entered by non-living objects and small organisms. It requires the target to enter voluntarily or be carried in. The auxiliary ability is to obtain recoil force by inhaling or exhaling a massive amount of air, achieving high-speed movement or long-distance gliding. The logic is self-consistent, meets the needs of efficient logistics, and also explains the phenomenon of goods disappearing and rapid movement. When the time comes, I'll just use the Pokemon Yadi persona's talent for controlling air currents to achieve this. Yadi nodded slightly. The identity and abilities fully met the requirements. Next was the plan to obtain the devil fruit. The first acquisition channel is to directly search for information about devil fruits. Yadi's train of thought became clear, and he pondered, combining information from his past life's plot. The Revolutionary Army is the optimal solution. They are like a single spark that can start a prairie fire, spread all over the world. In the process of resisting the world government, the secret intelligence they come into contact with and the information about devil fruits lost among the people must far exceed that of ordinary people. Cooperating with them, providing secret transportation services as a Gulp Gulp fruit user in exchange for shared devil fruit intelligence, is mutually beneficial. The second acquisition channel is through exchanging interests with devil fruit owners. Morgan's World Economic Journal is the key node. If I can reach a cooperation with him and use his newsbird network that covers the whole world to transmit order information, the efficiency will be the highest, and the concealment will also be relatively good. However, Yadi's eyes narrowed slightly. Morgan's is one of the emperors of the underworld, shrewd and greedy, and his appetite is unpredictable. If the cooperation terms are too harsh or the risk is too great. In his mind, the behemoths that occupied one side of the New World, the territories of the great pirates, naturally appeared. Then I would have to go to them one by one to negotiate cooperation, but the risk index would soar. Easy first, then difficult. First, establish the first channel with the foothold placed on the Revolutionary Army. After Yadi made a preliminary decision, he began today's cultivation. He slowly closed his eyes, his powerful perception sinking into the spaceport in his abdomen, beginning deeper development and structural stabilization. Chapter 16 Plan. Morning light filtered through the roots of the sun tree Eve again, casting mottled golden radiance into the deep sea. Yadi sat cross-legged in the temporary residence arranged by the Dragon Palace, fully focused on the final adjustments and stabilization of the storage space in his abdomen. At the same time, he planned the usable areas and was thinking about how to fit an island inside, and perhaps place some decorations and light sources to beautify the environment within the space. After all, the inner walls of the space were covered in constantly pulsing and trembling flesh, and the scarlet floor was the surface of a massive organ, which might scare any guests who entered. Knock, knock, knock. A steady knocking sounded, accompanied by King Neptune's resonant voice, which carried a hint of hesitation. "Your Excellency, Yadi." Yadi opened his eyes, tidied up, put on his clothes, and went to open the door. Outside the door, King Neptune's massive frame almost filled the doorframe, with the gentle Queen Otoheim standing beside him. Yadi also sensed 4 children behind the pillar in the distance, peering over cautiously. "Your Excellency, Yadi, sorry to disturb you." King Neptune squeezed out a smile and stepped in carefully, afraid of bumping into something. He took out an antique square wooden box, with the unique coral patterns of Fishman Island carved on the box body. These are some eternal poses collected by the kingdom. They can permanently point to a specific island, which is more in line with your requirements than a log pose. These eternal poses cover the main shipping routes near Fishman Island, and there are also a few that point to dangerous islands deep in the New World. King Neptune placed the wooden box on the table, making a slight clattering sound. There are actually so many eternal poses. This is a huge help. Yadi's eyes lit up as he picked up an eternal pose to examine it closely. The name of the island was written on it. "I am very curious about the world above the sea." King Neptune rubbed his huge palms, a look of hesitation appearing on his face as he exchanged a glance with Queen Otoheim. Queen Otoheim nodded gently, giving him encouragement. King Neptune took a deep breath, his expression becoming solemn. "Your Excellency Yadi, you must have heard of the ancient legend of Fishman Island regarding the Mermaid Princess, right? According to legend, every few hundred years, the mermaid race will give birth to a mermaid princess who possesses the power to communicate with, and even command, the sea kings." Queen Otoheim added softly, her tone carrying a hint of distance. "Yes, that exaggerated title from the World Economic Journal also stems from this." King Neptune added, "But this is not just a legend. Madame Shaki, who is proficient in divination, prophesied to me when she was only 3 years old. The mermaid princess will be born in 10 years. At that time, I had just inherited the throne and was not even married." King Neptune paused, his huge fishtail gently slapping on the carpet, seemingly recalling that distant and shocking moment. 10 years later, when Shurahoshi was born, the Sea Kings did indeed exhibit an unusual commotion. They swam around Fishman Island, emitting low resonances. We have always firmly believed that Shurahoshi is the princess in the prophecy. However, the power you displayed at Sabyati and the Sea Kings you attracted have left us feeling incredibly confused. King Neptune's gaze locked tightly onto Yadi, carrying an honest question. "We thought about it all night and decided to tell you the secret that Fishman Island has guarded for hundreds of years. Your Excellency Yadi, where exactly do you come from?" Yadi looked at the king and queen before him, who were worried about protecting their secret, and understood. He decided to be honest. "Confused about my identity. Actually, the answer is very simple." Yadi revealed a smile. "I am essentially a sea king myself. It's just that by the time I realized this, I could already speak human language." "Wah, what?" King Neptune's huge eyes widened instantly, his mouth slightly agape, and the beard on his chin stood up in shock. His massive body even swayed. This answer completely exceeded all his expectations. Queen Otoheim also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. "Haha, never seen such a mini sea king, right?" Yadi couldn't help but laugh as he looked at King Neptune's shocked appearance. "Those big guys at Sabyati just smelled the blood that flowed out when I was fighting and came over out of curiosity." It's not that I possess the power to summon them. Yadi pointed at himself, then restrained his smile and said sternly, Princess Shirahoshi, she is indeed the true mermaid princess from the prophecy. That ancient power lies dormant within her. I also came to Fishman Island following this mysterious connection initially. It's just that her power needs time for awakening. Yadi's gaze became deep before that. Since the World Economic Journal has already given me this title, why don't I just be this mermaid princess? To confuse the outside world's line of sight. So that's it. King Neptune suddenly realized, his huge palm slapping heavily on his thigh, making a slap sound, his face full of gratitude and relief. Your Excellency Yadi, we really don't know how to repay you for everything you have done for Fishman Island. Queen Adoheim also bowed deeply, tears shining in her eyes. Shirahoshi and the future of Fishman Island all depend on you. No need for thanks. Yadi waved his hand, then changed the subject. As it happens, I also have a plan that requires your help. Please speak. The Ryugu Kingdom will definitely cooperate fully. King Neptune and Queen Adoheim said in unison, with determination. Yadi lowered his voice, his eyes filled with wisdom, and said, The battle at Sabyati has already shaken the world with my existence. In the eyes of the world government and the Navy, whether it is a fishman with the strength to rival an admiral or a mermaid princess who can incite sea kings, both are huge threats capable of overturning the existing order. We must take the initiative to release smoke to lower their vigilance. Yadi pointed at himself again. I need you to help me do two things. First, publicly claim that the Ryugu Kingdom possesses a kind of national treasure secret medicine. This drug can greatly stimulate potential and gain powerful strength in a short time, but the price is a serious loss of lifespan, and it is extremely difficult to manufacture, with low production. Second, help me find a skilled, rather special makeup artist to give me a very aged, weather-beaten, and dying makeup look. Then, inadvertently let outsiders see me in this state. Let them believe that the reason I, Yadi, can have such power is because I paid the huge price of burning my life, and that it was forcibly improved by drugs. This will not only attract more people who crave power to take risks and come to Fishman Island, but also make the world government feel that my threat is controllable and time-limited, thereby reducing their excessive attention and hostility toward me. Yadi added in his heart, more importantly, this way I can completely cut ties with the identity of the future courier who uses the gulp-gulp fruit ability and is full of vitality. King Neptune and Queen Adoheim nodded repeatedly, wisdom shining in their eyes. King Neptune clapped his hands and said, Your Excellency Yadi is farsighted. We will arrange it immediately. The court physician happens to have several medicinal formulas that can make a person appear to have a deficiency of qi and blood. Combined with makeup, it will definitely not be discovered. After discussing the details of the plan, King Neptune seemed to remember something else, a smile with a hint of playfulness appearing on his face. Your Excellency Yadi, there is one more thing. Your strength and wisdom are the priceless treasures of Fishman Island. The children have always admired you greatly. King Neptune turned his head and shouted outside the door, You guys come in first. The door was carefully pushed open a crack, and 4 little heads squeezed together to peek in. It was Shark Star, Emperor Star, Sunfish Star, and the young Shirahoshi. Their faces were filled with excitement, nervousness, and intense curiosity. Quick, pay respects to Teacher Yadi, King Neptune said, pretending to be serious. The 4 princes immediately filed in and stood in a row in front of Yadi. Shark Star, as the eldest brother, tried hard to keep a straight face, took the lead in cupping his hands and bowing, his voice resonant. Greetings, Teacher Yadi. Please teach us to become stronger and protect Fishman Island. Emperor Star and Sunfish Star also followed suit and bowed, shouting in their milky voices, Greetings, Teacher. Little Shirahoshi hid shyly behind her brothers, looking at Yadi with her big eyes blinking. Yadi looked at the row of little radish heads in front of him, especially Shirahoshi's innocent eyes, and thinking of his mermaid princess disguise, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Yadi squatted down, trying to make his voice gentle. Get up. I don't dare to be called a teacher, but training is very hard. We are not afraid. Shark Star puffed out his little chest. Yes, teacher, look. Sunfish Star suddenly took something out from behind his back and held it up to Yati like a treasure. It was a small glowing crab that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but was clearly scared stiff. This is what I caught. It runs so fast. I'm giving it to teacher as a gift for accepting me as a student. Queen Ottoheim couldn't help but laugh out loud. King Neptune also covered his forehead. Emperor Star was not to be outdone, taking a few beautiful colored stones out of his pocket. Teacher, this is what I picked up in the garden, the most beautiful stones. For you. Shark Star looked at his two younger brothers' gifts, his little face turning bright red, seemingly feeling it was too childish, but he was too embarrassed to come empty-handed. Little Shirahoshi peeked out from behind Sunfish Star timidly and whispered, Teacher, can Shirahoshi sing a song for you? Yati looked at this scene full of childlike fun, and the tension brought by the plan in his heart dissipated a lot. Yati held back his laughter, solemnly took the glowing crab and colored stones, and nodded to Shirahoshi. Of course, Shirahoshi's singing must be very beautiful. King Neptune cleared his throat, trying to maintain a father's dignity. All right, the gifts have been given. When Teacher Yati has time to train you in the future, you must train seriously and not be lazy. Especially you, Sunfish Star, don't always think about catching crabs. Yes, Father King. The four little ones responded in unison, their eyes looking at Yati full of expectation. Yati was a little helpless. I'm afraid he would have to disappoint the little ones in the short term, because Yati still had many things to do. Not long after, at the side gate of the Ryugu Palace, a figure walked out slowly, attracting the sideways glances of the guards. This person was wearing a slightly oversized black cloak. His figure was still tall, but his back was slightly hunched. The exposed skin was covered with deep wrinkles, like withered tree bark. The hair that had suddenly grown out also became gray and sparse. His eyes were muddy, and there was even an imperceptible tremor when he walked. It was exactly the made-up Yati. This appearance perfectly interpreted the price of burning life in exchange for power. Not long after Yati walked out, a figure flashed from behind a coral pillar. It was Aladdin. Aladdin's pupils shrank sharply as he looked at Yati's appearance, his face instantly filled with shock and worry. Your Excellency Yati, what is this? Aladdin handed a bag of log poses to Yati, but his mind was not on the log poses at all at this moment. Aladdin looked at Yati's wrinkled face and muddy eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Your Excellency, your body, how did it become like this? Is it because of the battle with the Admiral yesterday, or that medicine? He thought of the National Treasure secret medicine Yati had mentioned earlier. Yati waved his hand, signaling him not to be excited, and lowered his voice. It's fine. Cough, cough. It's just a little side effect of that medicine. For Fishman Island, this price is worth it. He deliberately spoke in a stuttering, breathy tone. Aladdin looked at Yati's forced support, and associating it with everything he had done for Fishman Island. A strong sense of emotion and respect instantly overwhelmed his reason. The burly merman's eyes instantly turned red, and he lowered his head abruptly, his voice choking. Your Excellency Yati, you have given too much for Fishman Island. Our sun pirates will always remember your kindness. You must take care of your body. Looking at Aladdin's genuine display of emotion, Yati felt a little warm in his heart, but also felt a bit of awkward guilt. Yati quickly changed the subject. All right, Aladdin, no need for this. By the way, what did you seem to want to ask earlier? Aladdin finally remembered the important matter, wiped his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and asked, It's about the Sea Kings. The partners of the Sun Pirates are all very curious about the Sea Kings. Can you really summon Sea Kings? Aladdin asked the question that had been bothering everyone in the Sun Pirates. Yati shook his head and explained in an old voice, Not really. My blood may contain some unknown special aura. Bleeding at Sabyati that day was like lighting a conspicuous lamp in the deep sea, which attracted the nearby Sea Kings to come and have a look out of curiosity. All in all, it was a coincidence. Yati hid his true race and only explained the blood attraction point. Aladdin suddenly realized, the last trace of doubt in his heart dissipated, and his awe for Yati deepened by another layer. He looked at Yadi's aged face and said solemnly again, "Your Excellency, please take care. If you have any needs, the Sun Pirates will die for you." Yadi nodded weakly, thinking that the makeup artist's skills were good, and his acting skills were also good. However, he could let King Neptune tell Aladdin the truth later, so as not to make him feel guilty. Opening the bag Aladdin brought, there were 2 eternal poses and 4 log poses inside. Most pirate crews use a combination of a navigator and a log pose to identify the direction of the next island. But the Sun Pirates rely on merfolk and fish to communicate, so they don't have many poses. He casually stuffed this bag of poses into his body space and put them together with the poses gifted by the kingdom. With these poses, Yadi's initial preparations for going to sea were completed. Next, he would go to the Sabyati archipelago to sit in town for a period of time. Shaki and Rayleigh should know a lot of treasure trove locations. After all, one was the Empress of Amazon Lily, and the other was the right hand of the Pirate King. Yadi thought about how to make the great pirates explode some gold coins while swimming towards the sea surface. Chapter 17, Going to Sea. 13 GR, Shaki's Ripoff Bar. The lazy afternoon sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting hazy light spots on the bar counter. The bar door was pushed open, setting off a chime of wind bells. The old, hunched Yadi shuffled in with difficulty, walked straight to the bar, and sat down under Shaki's interested gaze. "Madam, a cup of cough. The same strong liquor as last time will do," Yadi said in a hoarse voice. Shaki gracefully wiped a glass, a playful smile curling her red lips, her gaze sweeping across the bar. It was clean and tidy, with no traces of a fight. "Yo, a rare guest. What's with this appearance? That earth-shattering battle the day before yesterday must have come at a high price, right?" Shaki pushed a glass of liquor in front of Yadi, glancing significantly at the undamaged bar. "Thanks for not tearing down my little shop, too. Looks like I can treat you to a few more drinks." "Just cough, incidental." Yadi took a weak sip of the drink and looked up at the old man sitting in the shadows of the corner, wearing plain clothes, with short silver hair and glasses, reading a newspaper. The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Rayleigh also put down his newspaper, his sharp gaze looking through his lenses at Yadi with scrutiny and a hint of curiosity. "This is Rayleigh, my old regular customer," Shaki introduced casually. Rayleigh nodded at Yadi, acknowledging the greeting, but his gaze lingered on Yadi's wrinkled face, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Shaki leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice with a hint of gossipy amusement. "I say, Mermaid Princess, Your Excellency, isn't this makeup a bit too professional? Is the makeup artist on Fishman Island this unique?" Shaki saw through it at a glance. After all, she was once the Empress of Amazon Lily. Yadi sighed helplessly and also lowered his voice. "Don't even mention it. The court makeup artist found by His Majesty King Neptune said he wanted to highlight the exhausted and dying effect, but he ended up being too heavy-handed." Yadi paused, deciding to be honest about part of his plan with these 2 old pirates. "However, this effect is just right. Doesn't the world government fear me? Then let them think this power of mine is exchanged by burning my life, and that I can't burn it many more times." He looked at Shaki, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Sister Shaki, any interest in making a deal? The National Treasure secret medicine of Fishman Island, the effect is as you have seen. It can grant powerful strength for a short time, but the price is a shortened lifespan. Large quantities, offer favorable terms. However, for humans, the side effects might be more severe, and the aging rate is faster than for fishmen." Shaki chuckled and exhaled a smoke ring. "I have no interest in burning my life. However," she changed the subject, her smile becoming sly, "I could teach you a few tricks for better makeup, guaranteed to be better than now, so others won't be able to tell. How about trading a few of those pills for me to research? How about it?" She was clearly interested in researching this so-called national treasure. "Deal," Yadi agreed readily. This was exactly what he wanted. At this moment, Rayleigh, who had been silent, spoke, his voice steady. "Young man, does the great knight King Neptune know about your current appearance and this plan?" Rayleigh was referring to Yadi's plan to feign aging and sell medicine to create confusion. Yadi nodded. Yes, Uncle Rayleigh. This is a strategy discussed by His Majesty King Neptune, Queen Ottoheim, and me. On one hand, it is to reduce the threat level while highlighting combat strength. On the other hand, it is to use the gimmick of the secret medicine and the Mermaid Princess to attract more people on the sea to pay attention to Fishman Island, and to draw traffic and potential variables for the coexistence plan promoted by Queen Ottoheim. Yadi looked at Rayleigh calmly. Regarding the legend of the Mermaid Princess, His Majesty King Neptune has also told me everything without reservation. So, I will stand at the front to attract fire and create confusion. Rayleigh's deep gaze lingered on Yadi's aged face for a moment, then looked at Shaki, and finally nodded slowly, picking up the newspaper again. King Neptune has found a good helper. His tone carried a trace of imperceptible approval. Inside the bar, the sunlight remained lazy, and Yadi began to drink glass after glass. Time passed lightly, like fine sand between fingers. In the center of the Sabyati archipelago, the exclusive area for fishmen, the deep blue harbor officially opened for business. This land, once plagued by discrimination and danger, glowed with unprecedented vitality. Coral buildings with the characteristics of Fishman Island were scattered in an orderly fashion. Stalls selling deep-sea delicacies were overflowing with fragrance, and exquisite mermaid handicrafts and glowing pearl accessories were dazzling. The most eye-catching thing, naturally, was the limited supply deep blue secret medicine from the Ryugu Kingdom, the forbidden item rumored to stimulate potential but burn life. Its effects were rumored to be miraculous, and the price was hyped to the sky. It was in short supply, becoming a treasure coveted by the underworld and those craving power, also bringing massive wealth and attention to Fishman Island. In the bar, Yadi's initial plan to get a treasure trove from Shaki and Rayleigh fell through. They had been retired for decades, and many of the treasure locations they knew had long been visited. Yadi turned to trying to extract information about pirate treasures or secrets from the pirates and adventurers who came to buy medicine or scout for information. But those who could access core information about the secret medicine were all old foxes, and their lips were sealed tight. And those loud-mouthed guys on the periphery had nothing but bragging or outdated false information that had already been scavenged clean. Sai, looks like getting rich by picking up scraps is not going to work. Yadi sighed, putting down a worthless piece of a treasure map in his hand. Yadi sat bored at the bar counter, watching the bustling street scene of deep blue harbor outside the window. Shaki wiped a glass, glanced at him, and her red lips curled slightly. What's wrong? Does our Mermaid Princess, Your Excellency, also have times of worry? A treasure trove is not that easy to find. Yadi didn't answer, his gaze falling on a piece of wood in the corner of the bar that radiated a warm, gentle luster. A thought flashed by. He reached out to pick up the wood and asked Shaki for a small, sharp carving knife. Borrowing your place to practice, Yadi said casually. Then he closed his eyes, his powerful perception acting like an invisible scanner, instantly enveloping the entire bar, capturing every detail. The elegant curve of Shaki's wrist as she wiped the glass, the slight angle at which Rayleigh's glasses slid down while he read the newspaper in the corner, and even the trajectory of dust particles floating in the air. Then Yadi opened his eyes, his fingers flying. The carving knife in his hand seemed to have gained life. It was no longer a simple tool, but an extension of his perception. Wood shavings peeled off precisely, as if they had consciousness, with every cut landing in the perfect position. Yadi didn't need to deliberately observe. His perception had already branded the target's charm and details into his mind, and his fingers were just faithfully releasing them from the wood. In just a moment, a lifelike bust of Shaki appeared in his palm. That habitual, lazy smile of hers that saw through the world, the sharpness hidden in her eyes, and even the curve of her hair strands were exactly right. Oh, Shaki showed a look of genuine surprise for the first time, taking the statue to examine it closely. This skill of yours, you've hidden it well. This was 1,000 times better than Yadi's previous clumsy makeup skills. Just a small application of observation haki. Yadi smiled and picked up another piece of wood. This counts as the bar tab. Soon, a statue of Rayleigh earnestly reading the newspaper was also born. The focus mixed with a hint of imperceptible detachment, captured vividly. Rayleigh put down the newspaper, picked up his own statue to look at it, then looked at Yadi, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, which finally turned into a chuckle as he said to Shaki, "Nice craftsmanship, can sell for a good price." Yadi got hooked. He was no longer limited to the characters inside the bar. His perception range quietly expanded, capturing the unique aura fluctuations belonging to a marine admiral that occasionally flashed across the sky above Sabyati. That sharpness and sense of speed like light particles. A few days later, a statue carved from the more precious deep-sea gold coral was exactly Kizaru in his elementalized flashing state. Although his face was blurred in the golden light, the iconic pose and the charm of laziness mixed with danger were practically leaping out. Shaki looked at these few small statues, a sharp glint in her eyes. She casually placed some of Yadi's statues in the most conspicuous position on the bar counter. The results were unexpectedly good. Guests coming to the bar, whether they were pirates, merchants, or figures from the underworld, were all captivated by these exquisite statues that looked like miniature versions of a living person. People kept coming in an endless stream to ask about the prices. Not for sale, just for show, Shaki would always coldly refuse. Until one day, a middle-aged man who looked like a noble, dressed elegantly and accompanied by several bodyguards, stared intensely at the gold coral statue of Marine Admiral Kizaru. His eyes filled with fanaticism and a twisted desire for conquest. This statue, how much? I'll pay 5 million berries, he shouted excitedly. Shaki didn't even raise an eyebrow. Customer, I already said it's not for sale. 10 million, no, 15 million, the noble roared. In the end, after some intense haggling, and the noble showing some tokens representing his background with the world government, the Kizaru statue was sold for the sky-high price of 30 million berries. Along with it, the statues of Shaki and Rayleigh were also pre-ordered by people for several million berries each. Yadi watched as Shaki smilingly counted the berries, then pushed a heavy money bag toward him, his mouth twitching. This is more profitable than selling medicine. Shaki blew a smoke ring, her smile as cunning as a fox. Art is priceless, especially the art of a marine admiral. Little brother, it seems you can develop some new business. The bar was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After another period of peace, the order in Deep Blue Harbor became increasingly stable under the watch of elite soldiers from the Dragon Palace dispatched by King Neptune, as well as Jinbe and Namor personally overseeing things. The role of Fishman Island, as a hub connecting to the New World, was also becoming increasingly prominent. That day, after finishing their business on Fishman Island, Jinbe and Namor specifically came through official channels to Deep Blue Harbor on the Sabyati archipelago to find Yadi. Yadi's current makeup was much better than his previous appearance of being over 60. He now looked like a middle-aged fishman of about 40. The three of them walked along the bustling streets, feeling an atmosphere completely different from the past. On both sides of the street, curious human tourists crowded around stalls selling Fishman specialty snacks, trying grilled sea beast skewers or crystal-clear deep-sea algae jelly. Inside shops opened by mermaid artisans, exquisite shell crafts and shimmering pearl jewelry made customers linger. There were even shops specifically for children, selling various toys shaped like marine life. Several human children were excitedly hugging clownfish dolls. It really is. Like a lifetime ago, Jinbe said, looking at the harmonious scene before him, his round face full of emotion, his thick fingers gently brushing over a cluster of artificially cultivated glowing coral by the roadside. Once upon a time, when our kin stepped onto Sabyati, it was like walking on the edge of a knife. Now, to think there could be such a secure place. This is all thanks to Big Brother Yadi and everyone else. Namor laughed heartily, his shark-like teeth gleaming. Look at these human brats, how happy they are playing. Yadi watched as a little human girl carefully took a skewer of syrup-coated berries from a Fishman stall owner, her little face full of wonder and a hint of fear, but ultimately conquered by the delicious taste, she broke into a smile. Yadi nodded, Queen Ottoheim's philosophy is taking root here. Although it is still fragile, at least the seeds have been sown. The three found a deep-sea tea restaurant with an elegant environment run by fishmen, sat down, tasted clear tea brewed from special seaweed, and chatted about the recent situation on Fishman Island and Sabyati, as well as some interesting anecdotes about the Whitebeard pirates. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. Leaving the tea restaurant, they strolled to a relatively quiet harbor viewing platform, watching the huge bubbles below and the shuttle bubble cars. Jinbe stopped, the smile on his face fading slightly as he became serious. From the lining of his wide kimono, he carefully took out a box tightly wrapped in waterproof tarpaulin and handed it to Yadi. "Your Excellency, Yadi, this is the thing you asked me to buy before." Jinbe's voice was very low, and his gaze behind his round glasses scanned the surroundings sharply as he said, "I got it through some special channels in the New World. It took some effort, but I finally didn't fail your trust. Please keep it safe." This was exactly the devil fruit that Yadi had previously entrusted him to purchase. Yadi took the box, feeling its slight weight. He nodded and, equally seriously, tucked it into his robes. "Thank you for your hard work, Jinbe." Namor grinned from the side. "Hee, what big move is brother Yadi planning? If you need help, just say the word. I'm good at beating people up." Yadi smiled. "Not for now, but if I need it, I definitely won't be polite." After another period of time, the operations of Deep Blue Harbor on the Sabyati archipelago were fully on track. Deep Blue Academy was also successfully established on Fishman Island, and its first batch of students was enrolled. Although the main teaching staff currently consisted of scholars and powerhouses from Fishman Island, with only a few human scholars successfully hired, this was already a huge breakthrough. Jinbe and Namor oversaw Sabyati, and King Neptune's army maintained order, everything appearing orderly. Yadi knew it was time to leave. If he didn't leave, Yadi was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist carving adult statues that could sell for sky-high prices, especially those of marine admirals. It could only be said that everyone's desire to defeat the strong was still very intense. Yadi returned to Fishman Island. At the magnificent Dragon Palace, he formally bid farewell to King Neptune and Queen Ottoheim. "Your Majesty, Queen, both Sabyati and the Academy are stable. I plan to leave for a while to go to the surface to see different scenery and also to understand the true face of the human world," Yadi said calmly. King Neptune's huge hand patted his shoulder, his eyes full of reluctance. "Go, Your Excellency Yadi. Fishman Island will always be your home. You can rest assured that we, along with Jinbe and Namor, will take care of everything here." Queen Ottoheim looked at him reluctantly. "Please take care of yourself. Your safety is the greatest reassurance for Fishman Island." Yadi replied, "There is no need to be so reluctant. I will probably come back after a while." Leaving the Dragon Palace, Yadi planned to go to the market to purchase some special supplies needed for his journey. The scenery on both sides slowly receded, and Yadi inadvertently arrived near the Mermaid Cafe. The shell wind chimes hanging at the entrance made a pleasant sound. "Your Excellency Yadi," a cold, calm voice came. Yadi turned his head and saw the owner of the Mermaid Cafe, Madame Shiarly, who possessed the ability of prophecy, leaning against the door frame, her deep blue eyes quietly watching him and the parcel he was carrying, which was clearly prepared for a long journey. "Madame Shiarly," Yadi nodded in greeting. Madame Shiarly took a puff of her cigarette and slowly exhaled, smoke swirling. She was silent for a moment before saying in a voice with a hint of ethereal quality, "You are going on a long journey, and I have a prophecy about you." Yadi's expression became serious. "Please tell me." "Chaotic sky, burning clouds. You are surrounded by a group of people in the sky, attacking you in anger." Madame Shiarly paused, looked at Yadi, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion and worry, "But I didn't see you fight back. You were enduring the attacks without any retaliation. Surrounded by a group of angry people in the sky, yet not fighting back." Several possible locations flashed through Yadi's mind instantly. Sky Island. But why not fight back while being beaten? Is there some restriction? What could restrict me? The image is very blurry, and the outcome is unpredictable, Madame Shiarly added, please be sure to be careful of the sky, especially when you choose not to pick up your weapon. This prophecy was full of mystery and warning. Yadi nodded seriously, keeping Madame Shirely's words in his heart. Thank you for your reminder, Madame Shirely. I will be careful. The prophecy might not be complete, but the ability from this mysterious mermaid was worth being wary of. Bidding farewell to Madame Shirely, Yadi took one last look at the bustling and peaceful Fishman district and the magnificent dragon palace in the distance, then turned and walked toward the bubble cable car station leading to the sea surface. Chapter 18, White Soil Island. Above a deep stretch of ocean, far away from Fishman Island, a massive black shadow broke through the clouds, descending rapidly. It was Yadi, his size restored to about 15 meters. At this moment, he was draped in a wide black cloak, his hood pulled very low, and he wore a strangely shaped pigeon-head mask on his face, revealing only his sharp eyes. On the back of the cloak, two striking white characters, Sea Transport, snapped in the high-speed airflow. Yadi had just switched his auxiliary talent, switching the sensory talent of Naruto Yadi to the body control talent of Funeral Yadi. He made his body grow a size larger, then switched to the airflow manipulation talent of Pokemon Yadi to fly in the air. Whoosh! The calm sea below was pressed into a huge crater by the powerful airflow. Yadi, as if supported by invisible giant hands, traced a stunning trajectory between the sea and the sky, soaring upwards. Tisk, I can only borrow one auxiliary talent. Without the sensory talent, relying solely on my eyes and observation haki, I'm really not used to it. Yadi felt the white clouds whistling past him and looked down at the sea, which was spread out like a sapphire, calculating his target. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the White Soil Island of Baltigo. According to the intelligence he had gathered from various sources, that island had long been forgotten by the world and turned into a barren island because its infertile white soil could not grow food. Finding it on the vast ocean, with just a purchased sea chart, was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, Yadi had a backup plan. In the pirate storyline, the slave girl Koala, who was saved by the Fishman hero Fisher Tiger, would join the Revolutionary Army shortly after. And the eternal pose that Aladdin gave him happened to have the coordinates for Koala's hometown, Full Shout Island. The Sun Pirates are truly my lucky stars. Yadi sighed sincerely. Jinbe and the others had paved too many roads for Yadi. 1 week later, Yadi did not head straight for Full Shout Island, but traveled in a zigzag, starting his scavenging journey along the route. Yadi would sometimes dive into an island like a falcon, his terrifying force directly shattering a small island, and then he would scoop up the island fragments bobbing in the waves. Other times he would sweep over lush forests, catching some wild animals and pulling up some wild fruit trees. He even conveniently dropped off some wild humans at the nearest island. Yadi's internal space had been divided by seawater into 4 distinct areas. An ecological zone housing wild animals and wild humans. A private zone for storing his personal items. A storage zone piled with miscellaneous loot. And a preservation zone stocked with wild food. The 4 areas surrounded the entrance like petals around a flower core, and these areas were named the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Just as Yadi was patrolling the sea in the direction of the eternal pose, a peculiar island came into view. The entire island was covered with blinding white soil, desolate and dead, without a trace of life, matching the description of Baltigo in the intelligence surprisingly well. Good luck, Yadi thought to himself, adjusted his direction, and his massive body, wrapped in airflow, landed with a boom on the top of a white mountain in the center of the island, kicking up a cloud of white dust. Almost the moment he landed, the seemingly normal white ground at the foot of the mountain silently opened up several holes, like a water surface into which a stone had been thrown. Figures darted out from within as fast as lightning, their movements uniform and well-trained, instantly occupying favorable positions and vigilantly locking onto the uninvited guest on the mountaintop. The person in the lead was tall, wearing a dark green cloak, his face covered with strange square-patterned tattoos, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's. It was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. The wind on the mountaintop swirled the white dust and blew against Dragon's dark green cloak. He looked up at the huge, strangely dressed black-robed figure on the summit, cold sweat streaming down his head. Being able to find the Revolutionary Army's most secretive headquarters so accurately in itself meant a huge threat and challenge. "Who are you, Your Excellency? Why have you come?" Dragon's voice was deep and powerful, piercing through the wind and clearly reaching the mountaintop. The Revolutionary Army officers behind him, including Sabo, who was about 10 years old and holding a lead pipe, and the curvy below Betty, who was carrying a huge flag spear, had just jumped out from another hole, all holding their breath and ready for battle. Yadi's huge figure moved slightly, emitting a low laugh like rolling thunder. "No need to be nervous, Mr. Dragon. I arrived here by chance. I didn't expect this to be a stronghold of the Revolutionary Army. Just call me Sea Transport. I am a maritime logistics expert seeking cooperation." Yadi deliberately changed his voice to sound deeper and more resonant. "Sea Transport, logistics expert." Betty frowned slightly. This title and profession were unheard of. "Seeking cooperation?" Dragon repeated, his sharp gaze seemingly trying to pierce through that pigeon mask. "The Revolutionary Army does not seem to need logistics services." "Oh, is that so?" Yadi's huge palms slowly lifted, pointing at the vigilant Revolutionary Army members below. "Then, how do you transport urgently needed medicine from a port in the East Blue, blocked by the Navy, to a kingdom in the West Blue that is in revolt? How do you quickly transfer newly recruited Revolutionary Army soldiers from a recruitment location in the South Blue to the front lines of the Grand Line? How do you secretly transport newly manufactured weapons from an arsenal back to this barren headquarters?" Yadi's questions were like a machine gun, each one accurately poking at the Revolutionary Army's vast but fragile logistics network. Logistics support was a headache for all maritime powers. Dragon's head was streaming with cold sweat. These problems were exactly the biggest dilemma the Revolutionary Army was currently facing. Strongholds spread across the 4 seas needed support, but the number of officers was limited. The Navy's blockade was becoming tighter, and every mobilization of supplies and personnel was accompanied by huge risks and sacrifices. Especially after their comrade Bartholomew Kuma was forced to leave, losing his travel ability that was almost like teleportation, the logistics pressure had increased sharply. "It seems you know our situation quite well, Your Excellency." Dragon's voice betrayed no emotion, but he leaned forward slightly and asked, "Then, what is your method of cooperation? And how can you prove that you can do what you say?" "Proof, very simple." Yadi's massive body crouched slightly, opening his cloak to reveal a huge black hole. Yadi rotated his internal 4 seasons to the ecological zone while controlling the airflow inside his body. Bang bang! Accompanied by the whistling airflow, Yadi shot a black bear and an entire fruit tree towards Dragon. The Revolutionary Army members gasped. Sabo gripped his lead pipe, and below Betty's flag spear was also raised subconsciously. This scene was too bizarre. Dragon extended his hands to catch the black bear and the fruit tree, checking their condition, and then stared intently at the black hole in Yadi's abdomen. Dragon's pupils constricted, and he immediately thought of many things. This ability, it was simply the strategic-level logistics support the Revolutionary Army dreamed of. What is this?" Sabo also cried out in shock after seeing the object shot out. Below Betty's eyes widened. Spatial ability. Zoan mythical type, or some kind of paramecia type related to space. Lindbergh, wearing goggles and dressed like a scientist, pushed up his glasses. "As you can see, I am a gulp-gulp fruit user who ate the paramecia type gulp-gulp fruit," Yadi said slowly. This was the persona he had carefully prepared. "I can swallow a large amount of supplies, or even people, into an independent space I have created within my body for storage and transport. As long as I know the destination, I can cross the ocean at a speed far exceeding that of ships and spit the things out at the destination." Yadi paused and threw out the core of the cooperation. "My conditions for cooperation are very simple. I need information on devil fruits." complete fruits, or incomplete devil fruit fragments, or even just reliable intelligence about their whereabouts, I need them all. In exchange, in your intense and thrilling liberation cause, if you need to quickly, safely, and secretly transport key supplies or personnel, no matter how large the scale or how far the journey, you can come to me. This is my sea transport service. Dragon's heart began to beat violently. This condition was simply a timely help for the Revolutionary Army. With this ability, the flexibility and success rate of their operations would increase exponentially. Supply-starved strongholds could be resupplied in time, besieged comrades could be evacuated quickly, and key intelligence and personnel could be instantly deployed to where they were needed. This value far exceeded a few devil fruits. Mr. Sea Transport, Dragon's voice carried unprecedented solemnity and a hint of eagerness. Your ability is of extraordinary significance to the Revolutionary Army, which is lighting the fire of hope in the darkness. I, Monkey D. Dragon, on behalf of the Revolutionary Army, sincerely invite you to join us, to become our comrade. Your power will be able to save countless lives struggling under oppression and accelerate the transformation of this decaying world. Yadi's huge pigeon head shook, his voice still calm and firm. Mr. Dragon, thank you for your regard, but I must remain neutral. I have no intention of getting involved in the direct confrontation of any faction. My method of cooperation is limited to trading. You provide the items or information I need, and I provide the transportation services you need. Yadi added, to show my sincerity, I can accept credit for the first few shipments. You can pay the remuneration once you find valuable devil fruit intelligence or physical objects. But as an additional condition, you need to help me contact Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal. A trace of regret flashed in Dragon's eyes, but he did not give up. He stepped forward, his dark green cloak unfurling in the wind like a heavy scroll. Mr. Sea Transport, please listen to me. The Revolutionary Army does not fight for selfish desires. We have witnessed too many things, how the world nobles, the celestial dragons, treat people as ants, how the world government condones the nobles of member nations to exploit the common people, how countless innocents groan in despair. We are determined to overthrow this unjust order and establish a world where everyone, regardless of their background or race, can live freely and equally. What we lack is precisely the kind of power you have that can break spatial shackles and connect hope. The doors of the Revolutionary Army are always open to you. Dragon's words were highly infectious, and the eyes of the surrounding Revolutionary Army officers burned with firm flames. Sabo clenched his fists, and below Betty even waved her flag spear excitedly. Yadi listened silently. He could feel Dragon's sincerity and the righteousness of the Revolutionary Army's cause. But Yadi also had things he needed to accomplish, so, after thinking for a moment, he said, Mr. Dragon's ideals are admirable. I also understand your predicament, but my stance will not change, neutral, trading. However, I can promise that as long as you have a need and pay the remuneration, sea transport services will be provided to the Revolutionary Army on a priority basis. Dragon looked at Yadi's firm posture and knew that he could not force it at this moment. Although there was still regret in his eyes, he respected the other party's choice. Understood, Mr. Sea Transport, the Revolutionary Army will keep your commitment and priority in mind. Then, welcome to our first transaction. Dragon made an inviting gesture. Please follow us to the underground base to discuss in detail. This is not a place for conversation. Yadi's huge body followed Dragon and the others into the hidden entrance at the foot of the mountain. Passing through the complex passages, the view suddenly opened up, and a vast and busy underground base appeared before them. In a spacious conference room carved out of solid rock, Yadi saw more core Revolutionary Army officers. The Akama King Ivankov, wearing exaggerated makeup and twisting his waist, greeted him with his unique voice. Yo-ho-ho Tilda, is this the mysterious visitor? It makes me so excited that my G Tilda is jumping. He blinked his huge false eyelashes and curiously looked Yadi up and down. Another officer, Inazuma, appeared much calmer and more composed, only nodding slightly and adjusting his glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yadi, as if evaluating something. "All right, Mr. Sea Transport." Dragon walked to the main seat and sat down, signaling everyone to take their seats, and the atmosphere in the conference room became formal. These are all comrades worthy of entrusting one's life to. Now, can you tell us in detail about the specific types or characteristics of the devil fruits you need? Sabo and Betty also took their seats, their eyes focused on Yadi. Yadi nodded, concise and to the point, all devil fruits, or devil fruit fragments that are not more than 90% incomplete. Incomplete fruits, in Azuma's tone, carried a hint of doubt. As far as we know, incomplete fruits cannot grant abilities to the eater and are almost worthless. You want even those? Yes, Yadi's voice came through the mask. Devil fruits, whether complete or not, once they enter the space I have created, can help me expand and stabilize this space. This is a unique phenomenon I discovered by accident. Of course, I cannot gain abilities from these fragments myself. Yadi cleverly explained the reason for his demand. I see, using the characteristics of the fruits themselves to strengthen the space. Lindbergh pushed his glasses again, his eyes flashing with the fanatical light of a scientist encountering a novel subject. This is an unheard-of phenomenon. Interesting. Understood. Dragon said in a deep voice, "We will do our best to keep an eye out and collect them as payment for your services." By the way, Yadi said, as if remembering something, "I have many specialty ingredients collected during my journey here, which I will give to you all as a meeting gift." Before the words fell, clatter. A large pile of things of various shapes, colors, and emitting all kinds of strange auras instantly filled a corner of the conference table. There were mushrooms with gorgeous psychedelic patterns, unknown berries covered in eerie star spots, tuber vegetables emitting a strong sulfur smell, and even some dried products that looked like meat but had strange colors. All of them were things Yadi had picked up on barren islands and at sea over the past week that barely qualified as food. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became somewhat subtle and lively. The serious high-level meeting of the Revolutionary Army turned into a large-scale food tasting scene. A scientist took out instruments to start testing. Sabo used his rich adventure knowledge to identify things. Koala curiously poked this and touched that, while below Betty picked up a fruit she recognized, wiped it, and took a bite. "This is so sour, tui," she grimaced and complained. Dragon looked at the somewhat chaotic, yet lively scene before him, and then looked at Sea Transport sitting quietly on the side, a trace of an imperceptible curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. This collaborator seemed more interesting than he had imagined. Dragon decided to let this partner stay at the base for the time being. On one hand, it was convenient to inform him about the news regarding the president of the World Economic Journal and discuss the details of subsequent cooperation. And on the other hand, Dragon also wanted to let Yadi join the Revolutionary Army through the infection of this atmosphere. Yadi readily agreed. Contacting the headquarters of the World Economic Journal required the help of the Revolutionary Army, and staying here was indeed the best choice. Chapter 19, Transactions. After some playful banter in the meeting room, Dragon coughed twice and brought up the main business. "Mr. Sea Transport, we truly need your help. It's like this. Several months ago, West Blue, Anvil Island. When the Revolutionary Army's West Army commander, the giant Morley, stepped onto Anvil Island, a suffocating aura of hostility rushed to meet him. The passers-by had hollow yet aggressive eyes. The blacksmith's hammering carried a manic edge, and even the children's play held hints of pushing and hostility. Something's not right. Morley crouched on a giant discarded gear at the edge of the royal capital, Gear City, scratching his head in frustration. His copper bell-sized eyes swept over the crowd below, which was swarming like ants yet thick with the scent of gunpowder. "The people here are like a swarm of wasps that's had its nest poked. There's a devil fruit user on this island." Morley knew he was facing a tricky situation. A powerful pirate who had fled from the New World back to the West Blue was hiding on this island. All clues pointed to the royal palace, but the West Army squad Morley brought was unable to move an inch in the hostility-filled heart of the royal capital. So Morley decisively pulled out his black den mushy. Dragon, there's something wrong with Anvil Island. Suspected ability user capable of manipulating human hearts, hiding in the royal palace. Requesting Karasu for reinforcements. Several weeks ago, the crow Karasu, wrapped in a heavy feather coat, descended upon Gear City. Karasu joined up with Morley, and the murder of crows became their eyes and ears. However, the mastermind behind the scenes possessed extensive experience in evading strong individuals on the Grand Line and the New World. He had been cowering deep within the intricate steel labyrinth of the Furnace Fortress, as if existing above the world. Karasu could sense abnormal ability fluctuations permeating the royal palace area, but could not pinpoint the source. The crow's search was hindered by highly vigilant guards and ubiquitous mechanical structures. Days passed. Morley's giant fist smashed into a discarded steel beam, sending sparks flying. Karasu's crows circled anxiously at low altitude, yet they could never flush out that rat hiding in the steel heart. The war machines of Anvil Island continued to roar and operate under Hick's invisible control. Present, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. That's how things stand. Even though North Army Commander Karasu went to reinforce them, there hasn't been any progress so far. Just as I was about to lead the cadres to provide reinforcements, you arrived. Dragon said, handing the emergency report transmitted back from the West Blue to Yadi to read. We need Mr. C transport to carry us, and some supplies to provide reinforcements. I see, I understand. Yadi replied after finishing the materials. In that case, we will go prepare the supplies. Mr. C transport, please rest here for a moment. After Dragon finished speaking, he briskly led Sabo and several other corps cadres out of the meeting room. Only Yadi and the scientist in the corner, Lindbergh, remained in the room. Lindbergh did not follow them. He was holding a delicate test tube and dropper, focused on performing some sort of test on a sample of fruit taken from the specialties Yadi had brought. The liquid in the test tube showed subtle color changes as he shook it. Hearing that the conversation had ended, he carefully put down the test tube and pushed up his custom goggles. The eyes behind the lenses sparkled with curiosity and inquiry. He nimbly took a few steps to approach Yadi's massive frame. Lindbergh's voice carried the focus peculiar to a scientist. Mr. C transport, the food you brought is quite abundant and diverse. I noticed the origin labels on some of these specialties. Judging by the distribution of these islands and conventional shipping routes, you seem to have taken quite a long detour. Lindbergh used his fingers to trace a few convoluted routes in the void. Some coughing sounds came from under Yadi's pigeon mask. To be honest, although I have a log pose, I don't really know how to use it, and I always end up going off course. Lindbergh's eyes instantly lit up, as if a precision instrument had been connected to a power source. He immediately pulled a semi-finished small mechanical device and some loose parts from the bulging pockets of his overalls, and while quickly fiddling with them, he spoke at a rapid pace. Navigational positioning, that's easy. I can customize a solution for you. Lindbergh held up the core of the device he was dismantling and said, a permanent pose. I can help you make permanent poses for a series of key islands, or even record all the islands you've been to, and then integrate them into a master disk. Just like this. He used his hands to simulate the shape of a disk. This way, you can view and permanently record the coordinates of all the islands you've reached at any time. How about it, Mr. C Transport? Are you interested in this kind of large-sized navigator? Lindbergh looked up, his eyes behind the goggles filled with anticipation. The corners of his mouth spread into a smile full of a sense of accomplishment. Yadi's eyes clearly lit up, as if he had seen a divine artifact to solve his great navigation problem. Really? There's something like this? That would be truly appreciated, Mr. Lindbergh. It seems you don't know much about the specific ins and outs of navigation. Lindbergh reined in his excitement a little and returned to a scientist's rigor. He habitually pushed up his goggles and patiently explained, the manufacturing principle of a permanent pose itself is not complicated. The difficulty lies in practical application. Just using it to point to an island isn't safe enough. Experienced navigators need to combine charts, knowledge of ocean currents, weather forecasts, and of course, a basic log posed to plan routes and avoid dangerous areas. Lindbergh's expression became serious, his fingers pointing into the air as if marking danger points on a sea chart. Navigating in a straight line relying only on a permanent pose will lead you straight into the calm belt, huge whirlpools, reefs, or directly into dangerous Sea King's areas. Not to mention the risk of running out of supplies during the voyage. After listening, Yadi fell into a brief silence, his huge head lowering slightly, as if digesting this information. Yadi recalled that whether it was relying on his own powerful body to sneak through the deep sea or later flying in the air, he was indeed not taking ordinary paths. Looking at the smile in Lindbergh's eyes, Yadi immediately showed respect for talent and readily said, "Mr. Lindbergh, I think the value of your large permanent pose is worth 10 devil fruits." "Ha ha ha, then thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Sea Transport." Hearing this, Lindbergh's eyes behind the goggles curved into crescents. He was clearly quite satisfied with this research funding. However, Yadi's voice suddenly became unusually serious, his eyes, deep like the sea, revealing a look of almost religious devotion. "Mr. Lindbergh, actually, I have always held a dream. I dream that those devil fruits that lie deep in unknown primeval forests, silently rotting away, can be found by masters who will give them true life. I dream that those devil fruits locked in dark vaults by greedy pirates, hidden from the light of day, can regain their freedom and bloom with the radiance they deserve on the vast ocean. I dream that I have a machine that can detect devil fruits, which can help me realize my dream." Yadi's massive body leaned forward slightly, looking at the scientist with incomparable piety. The smile on Lindbergh's face disappeared completely, replaced by gravity and a trace of helplessness. He took a deep breath, habitually pushed up his goggles again, and the look behind the lenses became sharp and serious. "Mr. Sea Transport, I must tell you honestly that the scientific community's research into the essence of devil fruits has never stopped, but the results have been meager so far. The key difficulty is that every devil fruit, whether before it is eaten or after, is exactly the same as its corresponding ordinary fruit variety at the physical and biochemical level. There is no known scientific instrument that can detect the essential difference that gives them their superpowers." Then, his expression became extremely solemn, and he even subconsciously lowered his voice. "As a partner, I must advise you to strictly keep secret the special reaction of the space you opened up to devil fruits, especially to incomplete devil fruits. Once this news leaks out, you will become a target hunted by all forces at any cost. Because in their eyes, catching you is equivalent to holding the key to uncovering the ultimate secret of the devil fruits." Yadi's massive body visibly shook. He hadn't realized the terrifying value and risk contained in this trait of his before. Yadi was silent for a moment, then his huge head nodded. "I understand, Mr. Lindbergh. Thank you very much for your advice. I will come up with a safer reason to collect fruits. This intelligence is also worth 10 devil fruits." Yadi felt a bit helpless internally. The partnership hadn't even officially started, and he had already given away 20 devil fruits. However, Yadi also felt fortunate at the same time. Coming to the Revolutionary Army first was truly the right choice. Just then, the conference room door was knocked upon, and a Revolutionary Army soldier poked their head in, reporting in a loud, clear voice. "Report, all personnel and supplies are ready. We can depart at any time." Yadi and Lindbergh exchanged a glance. The scientist quickly gathered the test tubes and parts on the table, and the two followed the soldier, striding outward. The efficiency of the Revolutionary Army was astonishing. Led by Dragon, including the various army commanders and vice commanders, as well as some elite soldiers carrying large amounts of supplies, they stood solemnly before Yadi. Yadi lifted his black cloak, and a massive black hole appeared, revealing a deep, swirling darkness. Revolutionary Army leader Dragon led everyone in single file, their figures disappearing one by one. Yadi's massive body shot into the sky, the airflow around him compressing, transforming into a streak of black light that tore through the clouds, heading straight for the West Blue. 2 years ago. West Blue, Anvil Island. Volcanic ash and metal steam were the eternal curtain of this place. At the northern end, the steel fortress of the Blast Kingdom spewed black smoke, its exposed gears roaring like the heartbeat of a giant beast. At the southern end, the charred walls of the giant Tooth Kingdom were filled with the scent of sulfur and saltpeter. The two nations had been on good terms for generations. Machines drove explosives to break mountains, and explosives paved the way for mechanical mining. This cooperation was the cornerstone of Anvil Island. Until the arrival of Hicks. Hicks was a man from the land of ever-burning war in the Grand Line, possessing the supernatural power of the struggle fruit. He could ignite those weaker than himself into fanatical war machines, viewing him as their sole commander until death. Hicks had once lurked in pirate crews like a viper, inciting endless slaughter, then gathering the remnants to raise as goo. In the New World, a red-haired man's casual sword strike had nearly evaporated his years of hard work, the war armada, and shattered his inflated ambition. Fear drove him to flee back to the relatively gentle West Blue. The powerful industrial and explosive strength of Anvil Island became, in his eyes, the perfect furnace to recast his authority. Hicks chose the Blast Kingdom. His invisible power of struggle spread like a plague. Engineers threw down their wrenches, soldiers cast aside their manuals, and a fire of inexplicable hatred for the giant Tooth Kingdom ignited in their eyes. Hicks hid deep within the royal palace, issuing war orders like a puppeteer controlling marionettes. The giant Tooth Kingdom was caught off guard. Roaring war machines crushed the border, and the light of explosions turned the sky of Anvil Island red. The giant Tooth Kingdom fell, and only one general, leading a few soldiers, escaped their scorched homeland under the smoke-filled night. Hicks was not satisfied. He controlled some of the island's stationed marines, while he himself completely hid within the steel core of the royal palace. Deep inside the Blast King's massive, mobile fortress-like giant mechanical mount, the Furnace Fortress. The entire Blast Kingdom turned into a massive war factory. The citizens produced weapons with numb fanaticism, and the air was filled with the scent of blood and fire. The secret underground drainage hub of Gear City. Yadi's massive figure arrived here, following a flock of crows. Immediately after, Dragon, Betty, Lindbergh, and the elite soldiers stepped out from the black hole. Dragon and everyone. Morley's massive figure almost touched the top of the tunnel, her voice filled with excitement and relief. "This must be Mr. C. Transport. We finally waited for you. That bastard is hidden too deep. Karasu and I have almost turned the ground upside down, but it was useless." Karasu's figure, wrapped in a feather coat, stepped out from the shadows and nodded to Dragon. The flock of crows circled silently above his head. The scientist Lindbergh pushed up his goggles, a glint flashing behind the lenses. "Thanks to Mr. C. Transport's help, I brought plenty of Requiem, with sleep-inducing gas, and laughter bombs with hysterical laughing gas. Our plan is to release Requiem in the core area of the palace, to let everyone rest and see if it can break the control. Anyone who remains awake and able to move freely is either a core member or the mastermind. If we can't find the mastermind, we'll release the laughter bombs so that even if the real controller is hiding deeply, they'll be forced to reveal themselves while laughing hysterically. The target for deployment is the palace core area. Under the cover of night, the Requiem gas permeated the guard area and workshops. Snoring replaced footsteps and roaring. The square surrounding the Furnace Fortress was deathly silent. The Revolutionary Army moved like ghosts. They subdued a few awake officers with fanatical eyes who tried to resist. The search circle narrowed to the steel behemoth, the Furnace Fortress. Lindbergh carefully aimed the nozzle at an inspection hatch at the bottom of the fortress. Click hiss. The fortress's back armor plate slid open. A figure shot out like a startled spider, landing on the cold steel shoulder armor. He was tall and thin, wearing greasy overalls and a metal mask that revealed only a twisted smile. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. It was none other than the mastermind, Hicks. Revolutionary Army. Hicks's voice was hoarse and trembling through the mask. He forced himself to stay calm and scan below, his gaze lingering especially on Dragon. HMPH, hypocrites. Using civilians to charge into battle, how is that any different from me? I am stronger than you, I am the rules. Invisible ability fluctuations spread, attempting to invade the Revolutionary Army's will. Betty's aura inspired them, her mental ripples crashing against a rock. Hicks's heart sank to the bottom. A madness flashed in his eyes. In the West Blue, my power is the rule. He unleashed his full struggle power, attempting to awaken the sleeping crowd to create chaos, while simultaneously kicking off the ground, shooting toward the back of the fortress to activate the weapons. Golden flames arrived in a blink. Dragon's dragon-claw fist, coated in armament haki, struck first despite moving later, precisely landing on the arms Hicks had hastily raised. Boom, crack. Arg. Hicks flew backward like a broken sack, slamming hard against the fortress armor. His mask dented and deformed, and blood gushed out. His mental energy collapsed, and the power of awakening vanished. The terrifying image of the red-haired man in the New World splitting a fleet with one sword reappeared, bone-chillingly cold. He slumped on the steel, looking at the approaching dragon, his face beneath the mask twisted with fear and confusion. Why you possess such power? Why go to the trouble of leading weak civilians? Why not just kill the king and steal the treasure and technology? Why take risks and humble yourselves to conduct a revolution? This is completely meaningless. Dragon walked up to him, looking down from above, his eyes like an ocean containing a storm. Because what we want to overthrow has never been just one king. The voice echoed clearly in the silent square. Our enemy is the celestial dragons who create countless tragedies. It is the corrupt world order. Dragon's gaze swept over the citizens who were about to wake up, and over the direction of the giant tooth ruins. Igniting the flames of revolution is to find comrades and accumulate strength. His gaze stopped on Yadi, who remained silent. It is even more about awakening millions, letting them understand that oppression is not fate. Leading them to defeat the king with their own hands is to let them possess courage and see their own strength. Letting them know that as long as they have the courage to raise the banner of resistance, the Revolutionary Army will come. We are the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all oppressors. Hicks stared blankly at Dragon, at the waking civilians, and at the Revolutionary Army soldiers with determined eyes. Dragon's every word shattered his creed that strength is power. Plunder and control, before the grand plan of courage and awakening, were despicable and insignificant. He opened his mouth, but only made a hoarse sound. The madness in his eyes turned into a dead, ash-like emptiness. His dream of being a king completely collapsed. The cleanup work, which lasted for several days, began rapidly. Lindbergh began spraying the antidote when Hicks appeared, and the Revolutionary Army comforted the waking masses. Betty began waving her flag, giving a speech to those who were homeless. Lindbergh copied the core blueprints and some samples of the two nations' precision machinery and special explosive technology, adding strength to the revolution. Inside the massive drainage hub, Yadi opened his cloak again, revealing the black hole. Looking at the Revolutionary Army contingent, which had several thousand more people than when they arrived, and the supplies gifted by the king to thank the Revolutionary Army, Yadi understood why those nobles were so terrified of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army soldiers, carrying their gains and thoughts, stepped in orderly. Dragon stood at the edge of the space, looking back at Anvil Island, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Sea Transport." "You're welcome." Yadi responded, thinking to himself that he still owed 19 transactions. The chimneys of Gear City were still smoking, but the oppressive aura of violence had long dissipated, and a glimmer of new hope shone through the bewilderment. After everyone had entered, Yadi's massive body shot into the sky again, looking at the huge pointer on his wrist, and flew toward the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Chapter 20, The Sky Island. Yadi flew through the sky at high speed like a black meteor. Within his internal space, a deep, boundless darkness formed the background of this strange realm, so deep it seemed capable of devouring a soul. Only in the distance did scattered specks of light dot this eternal night, emitting a faint glow. Beneath the feet of the Revolutionary Army members was a relatively flat piece of land. This was cleverly pieced together and compressed from various island fragments collected by Yati, forming a solid platform sufficient for everyone to stand on. Most of the Revolutionary Army soldiers were riding a sea transport flight for the second time, but only now did they have the mind to look at the surrounding scenery. The executives looked around, and even though they were well-traveled, they were shocked by the strangeness and vastness of this space. Dragon stood at the edge of the platform, his gaze sweeping over the boundless darkness and the star-like points of light, his calm face masking churning thoughts. The scientist Lindbergh was even more uncontrollably excited. He couldn't help but lean closer to Dragon, his voice lowered to a whisper, yet full of the excitement of discovering a new world. Mr. C Transport's internal space is simply incredible. So vast, so stable, and completely independent from the outside world. Lindbergh rubbed his hands excitedly. This is probably the safest and most hidden base on the sea, no, in the entire world. There is no other, if we could establish a base here. Dragon's deep gaze also explored this darkness. He nodded slowly, his low voice carrying agreement. You are right, Lindbergh. It is isolated from all prying eyes, a world unto itself. As a strategic base, its value is immeasurable. The two exchanged a tacit look, and the prototype of a plan formed in their silent gaze. After returning, they must have a good talk with Mr. C Transport about the issue of spatial land usage rights. This was absolutely worth spending the Revolutionary Army's resources to purchase. At the back of the platform, the Revolutionary Army soldiers, entering this magical space for the first time, were in an uproar. They curiously touched the ground beneath their feet made of various fragments, looked up at the pitch-black sky dotted with stars, and discussed excitedly. My God, are we on an island? How is this possible? It's too magical. Since when did our headquarters hide such a powerful ability user? Yeah, in the future when we go on missions, we won't have to worry about taking ships or fear sea kings or storms. We can just zip over there. This ability is too convenient. This must be the ability of one of the commanders, right? I wonder if he'd be willing to take me on as a follower. I'd even be happy just cleaning this space. In your dreams, such an ability user must be a big shot. Just as everyone was immersed in amazement and longing for future convenience, a soft light source appeared without warning in the deep darkness ahead. The light source expanded rapidly, stabilizing into a perfect circular opening with shimmering edges. On the other side of the opening was the scene of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, the slightly desolate rocky coast of Baltigo. We're here, you can come out. Yati's deep voice echoed directly through this space. Dragon didn't hesitate for a moment, waving his large hand. Go! He took the lead, stepping out of the light hole, his figure bathed once again in the sunlight of Baltigo. Betty, Lindbergh, and other executives and soldiers followed closely, filing out, feeling the air and sea breeze of the outside world once more. Outside the opening, people were already waiting. Ivankov, with his tall figure, heavy makeup, fishnet stockings, and iconic Akama outfit, was leading the remaining soldiers to welcome them. Dragon, Ivankov opened his arms, his voice loud and enthusiastic. Welcome back. Did it go smoothly? It's resolved. Dragon was concise, turning to signal the new faces emerging behind him. We have brought back many comrades from Anvil Island who are willing to join us. Ivankov, arrange for people to help them settle down as soon as possible. Beside him, Karasu from the Revolutionary Army, wrapped in a heavy feather coat, added in a low, hoarse voice. Morley is too big to return this way. He will bring some soldiers back via the conventional route, which will take time. Ivankov looked at the thousands of people pouring out of the light hole, covering his mouth theatrically. Wow, Tilda, so many people. No problem, leave it to me. I'll go arrange it right now. Ivankov turned immediately and began directing the remaining personnel to get busy. At this moment, Ivankov seemed to remember something, leaned closer to Dragon, his expression slightly more serious, and lowered his voice. By the way, Dragon, while you were away, Hack brought back a little girl. The situation is quite special. She was a slave of the celestial dragons. A flash of pity crossed Ivankov's eyes. Her name is Koala. A slave of the celestial dragons. Dragon's knife-carved face instantly darkened, his brows furrowed tightly. He nodded silently, his voice low. I understand. Settle her in first and ensure her safety. Yadi watched the Revolutionary Army members quickly engage in the busy resettlement work. Dragon, Ivankov, Karasu, and others clearly had important matters to discuss. Yadi didn't disturb them. His massive body turned towards Lindbergh, who had just walked away. Yadi said goodbye to Lindbergh and accepted the den mushi gifted by him. Then his massive body soared into the sky, air currents forming a vortex beneath him, instantly turning into a black shadow that tore through the sky, rushing towards Jaya Island. The whistling wind brushed past his ears, and below was the boundless blue sea, dotted with emerald-like islands. Yadi's massive body wove through the clouds, scattering fluffy cotton candy-like clusters. The air currents from his high-speed flight rubbed against his gray-blue skin, and the air gradually became thin and cold. The destination this time was the Sky Island, or more precisely, the Sky Island above Jaya Island. Before leaving, Madame Shiarly's dangerous prophecy appeared in his mind without warning. Chaotic sky, burning clouds. You are surrounded by a group of people in the sky, they attack in anger. Yadi thought to himself, Sky Island shouldn't have such ability, right? Could it be another faction? Yadi naturally wouldn't naively think that just by showing powerful strength, he could be safe. It was just that the world government's movements had yet to appear, so Yadi could only execute his own plan first. Fishman Island, deep in Fishman district. In a dark and damp street corner, a sturdy young man named Green, wearing a bubble helmet, was scrubbing the bottom of an old small boat with great effort. His movements were agile and his expression focused. Sweat slid from his forehead into the seawater. He looked like an ordinary, diligent human worker. However, deep within his lowered eyes hid a sharpness like a hawk's and a trace of imperceptible impatience. 3 months, 3 whole months, Green roared silently in his heart. The CP0 mission briefing was crystal clear. Target, the actual controller of Fishman District, the giant Fishman Yadi. Strength assessment, extremely high. Mission, contact, assess, and recruit if possible. Yadi's background, range of activity, and even some ability characteristics had long been investigated thoroughly. The only and fatal difficulty was, he Green Haden, Everseen Yadi in person. If it weren't for his companion, disguised as a cleaner at the Deep Blue Academy, who would send sporadic messages every few days like, Boss came to the school gate for a walk today. Boss helped the kids fix the training ground. Green would almost suspect that Yadi had evaporated from the world, or that he had investigated nothing. What was even more infuriating was that every time Yadi appeared at the Deep Blue Academy, his unlucky companion was either just assigned to clean the furthest toilet or temporarily arranged to move heavy objects, perfectly missing the opportunity to make contact. Green's hand holding the brush tightened slightly, his knuckles turning white. Whether recruitment succeeded or not was the target's problem. But not even being able to see the target's face was his, Green's, incompetence. In CP0, he knew better than anyone what incompetence meant. This mission might just be the end of his career as an agent. A cold sense of despair, like the cold current in the deepest part of Fishman District, quietly crawled up his spine. Not far away, a strong catfish fishman was nonchalantly mending a fishing net, his thick fingers moving nimbly. His bulging fish eyes, however, would scan Green, who was scrubbing the boat from time to time in an extremely secretive manner. There was no malice in his eyes, only a kind of stubborn vigilance and burning fighting spirit. HMPH, suspicious human. The catfish fishman thought. His strength is unbelievably high. He works desperately without caring about wages. Who are you kidding? Back then, Boss Yadi was so strong, yet he still went to the sea forest to pick up trash every day. How could a human be so kind? There must be a problem. He recalled the instructions from several big brothers in Fishman District. Keep a close eye on that human named Green. Absolutely, absolutely. Do not let him get close to Boss Yati alone. The boss is our hope. We cannot give these cunning humans any chance. The catfish Fishman clenched his fists secretly, his movements of mending the fishing net becoming more forceful, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Human, we will keep watching you. Above Jaya Island, above the White Sea. Passing through the strange feeling of weightlessness caused by the thick cumulonimbus clouds, a dreamlike scene suddenly unfolded. An endless sea of clouds, like pure white cotton candy, spread out beneath his feet. The air was thin and fresh, carrying a certain chill unique to high altitudes. A giant vine, unimaginably large, rose from the sea of clouds like a pillar connecting heaven and earth, stabbing straight into the white sea higher up. In the middle of the vine, a lush island carried by solid cloud ground floated quietly. This was the legendary God's Island, and in the cloud layer of God's Island was the golden city of Chandra. Yati didn't stop for a moment, his massive body wrapped in air currents, rushing straight towards God's Island. However, just as he was about to step onto the land of the white cloud ground, swish, swish, swish. Sharp piercing sounds rang out. Several God's guards wearing white berets and silver sequined armor, holding spears or burn bazookas, riding the huge, sharp-eyed magical giant bird's Tentenbird, rushed out from the clouds and woods like arrows from a bow, instantly surrounding Yati. The captain of the God's Guards, riding an exceptionally spirited Tentenbird, pointed his spear directly at Yati, his voice echoing in the thin air, full of vigilance and unquestionable majesty. Stop, intruder from afar. This is God's Island protected by Lord Ganfall. State your identity and purpose. Yati's giant fish eyes swept over this group of aerial knights ready for battle. He knew that whether he explained he was looking for the poneglyph or said he was going to take the gold, it would not be allowed. The goal was clear, time was precious, no need for more words. Who? Yati's massive body suddenly sank, then erupted with terrifying power like a deep-sea monster leaping out of the water. He didn't use any fancy abilities, relying purely on the terrifying brute force and speed of his 15-meter-tall Fishman body. The air surged violently around him, forming visible white air waves. What? Stop him! The God's Guards were shocked. They had never seen such an unreasonable giant who just charged straight in. They hurriedly drove their Tentenbirds, leveled their spears, and fired incendiary bombs. However, it was too slow. Yati's figure was like a black siege hammer, rudely smashing into the night formation. His giant arms swung casually, and the gale brought by it knocked two knights, along with their birds, rolling and screaming in the air. A Tentenbird tried to tear at him with its claws, but was slapped on the back by Yati with a backhand, letting out a shrill cry and plummeted into the sea of clouds, spinning with its rider. The incendiary bombs grazed his skin without leaving even a scorch mark. Clatter and crash, people and birds were overturned. In just a few breaths, the encirclement was torn to pieces by Yati in the most primitive and violent way. The remaining God's Guards watched their companions falling in embarrassment, watched that massive body moving through the sky above the sea of clouds as if no one were there, their eyes filled with horror and fear. They no longer had the courage to block him, turning their bird heads and fleeing in panic, leaving only a mess of feathers and terrified shouts drifting in the thin air. Yati didn't even look at the fleeing guards, his footsteps landing firmly on the solid cloud ground of God's Island. His goal was clear. He walked straight towards the central area of the island. HMPH. Yati let out a low roar, his giant fist wrapped in strong air currents, smashing fiercely into the seemingly ordinary cloud ground. Boom! The cloud ground shattered, and beneath it, golden light shone brilliantly. Shattered rocks and dazzling gold fragments splashed with the shockwave, revealing a corner of the ruins of the magnificent city that had been buried for 400 years, the golden city of Chandra. Yati jumped into the opening without hesitation, landing on the golden street covered with moss and traces of time. He strode forward, ignoring the collapsed golden buildings on both sides, his target aimed directly at the highest altar ruin in the center of the city. On the edge of the altar, a deep, square megalith engraved with unreadable ancient characters was quietly embedded there. It was the poneglyph. It had withstood time, war, and burial, yet it remained intact, exuding an ancient and resilient aura. 5 meters in height was huge for ordinary people, but for Yadi, it was just right. The one in the sea forest was too big, while the one in front of him was simply a weapon embryo tailored for him. Yadi walked to the altar, without any sense of ceremony, his giant hands directly hugging the cold, hard megalith. Muscles bulged, and terrifying power erupted. Creak! The altar base groaned under the unbearable weight and shattered with a bang. In the midst of dust and rubble, the square megalith that recorded the lost history and was indestructible was easily pulled out by Yadi. With force in his hands, the megalith was instantly and securely stored in the deepest part of his internal space. Looking at the large amount of gold fragments and artifacts scattered around the altar ruins, Yadi blinked. Since I'm already here, based on the principle of frugality, he opened the black hole again, manipulating the air currents, and a powerful suction force was generated out of thin air. The gold fragments on the ground, scattered gold utensils, and even the gold leaf exposed after the altar shattered, were attracted like invisible magnets, turning into golden streams, roaring into Yadi's mouth, and disappearing. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.